But don't you think massacre is quite a humongous word?
When you come to a people where there are thousands of people and you shoot sporadically, that's a massacre. The fact that a lot of people had gun bullets in their legs, in their arms, and they survived, and over 10 people died with records and videos, that does not mean that it is not a massacre. It is crazy that we are even towing this part. And it shows one thing very clearly, that the government hasn't learned anything at all. And this is why the government of the day is setting the stage for the exact change that is required in this country. The more they keep towing this path, they are actually helping the resolve of the NSAS generation, to continue in their own resolve to be able to bring the change that is required in this country. Because, like they say, our people, our leaders know they hear word.
Hello, welcome. It is 5:30 p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, we have a special guest. Over the past year and more, no one knows Peter Obi quite like he does. He has traveled extensively with the Labour Party's presidential candidate in the 2023 presidential election, both within and outside the country. His front row experiences give him a unique perspective on the former governor of Anambra State. On today's 90 Minutes Africa, Dr. Moses Paul will join us to offer insights into Peter Obi, the man nobody knows. Dr. Moses Paul is a coach, author, thought leader, social activist, and the team lead at the Free Nigerian Movement. Please join me in welcoming to the show, Dr. Moses Paul. Hello. Welcome.
So good to be here.
Nice to have you. Thank you so much for making time for us. We appreciate that.
It's always a pleasure. Our pleasure too. I'm excited to be here.
All right. Let's start with something big is happening tomorrow. It's happening in Washington, D.C., and it will have impact on the rest of the world. And that is the inauguration of Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. What do you make of that?
I mean, it's already, even here in Nigeria, the energy, the essence, the air is kind of very tight and high, awaiting the inauguration. It's almost the kind of thing that the feeling you get when a nation is getting her independence. And of course, we know that I've traveled around the state while the incoming president was campaigning and all of that. And the expectation is quite high along. We're looking at a bolster in terms of the economy, the America First policy. Of course, there are going to be a lot of shakeups and changes with the immigration policy, energy, environment, climate change. We know Donald Trump and we know what he's bringing to the table. And one of the things that hit the world a few hours or days ago has to do with the portrait. When you see the portrait, it's actually completely different from what we have known in the world before. I mean, this is the world's greatest leader. So it's going to be energetic. If you know Donald Trump and his style of communication and media, you're going to see brutal truth. I don't know how else to put it, but the world is agog, and everyone is waiting, and in expectation for something new, something drastic, something dramatic, something energetic. That's what I know the expectation is about. And I will tell you, I have my friend, uh, a mother figure, a leader of the Labour Party caretaker committee, just spoke to me a few minutes ago. She's already live there, waiting to join the ceremony. So yeah.
That's interesting. Is there anything you are expecting or hoping that he would do that in terms of Africa, the way to help us in Africa? Is there anything you are looking forward to seeing the incoming President Trump do to help the situation in Africa?
I mean, he also acknowledged the fact that a lot of Nigerians and Africans, supported him during the campaigns and also leading to his winning the election. So I'm looking at two ways. I know that there are a few Nigerians who are in leadership positions in the U.S. Of course, they are going to be repositioning and stuff. And knowing who the incoming president is, Africa needs brutal truth that would shake her up to actually see it, because here we are in Nigeria with potentially the greatest black nation on the face of the earth. And I think because everything goes well for us in terms of nature and life, and we need world leaders that will look at us and tell us the brutal truth. I mean, I can't even say what he called us, but those kind of truth are required for the kind of leadership that will wake up and say, when somebody insults you, it helps you to sit up, either as a father, as a leader, and somebody who should be playing at the global stage. So I'm expecting all of that to shake up Africa and to get African leaders to work in. So if that happens, fine.
Talking of African leaders, do you know where Nigeria's president is today? Is he coming to Washington?
I don't know, but I overheard we're having some conversation. I don't know even if it's online yet, but I know that he'll be leaving for France. Either he has left or he's going to leave for France, which would make the fourth or fifth or sixth times he'll be going to France in the last couple of months.
Did he come back from Abu Dhabi, where he went for a conference, or is he going straight from there?
To be quite honest, I don't have that detail yet because I've been quite busy. But I follow up on some of the engagement in France, and yeah, so I don't know if he's coming back or not. But again, if you've been following the narrative conversation over here, you know that his travels to France has caused a lot of outbursts in the social media, especially with the purchase of the Airbus costing us hundreds of millions of dollars, But I also know that some of there's some give and take with the negotiations with France. Yeah.
What is he going there to do? Why does he go to France all the time, especially in today's Africa, West Africa, where the French-speaking parts of West Africa are disassociating themselves from France? Why is our president going there all the time?
In fact, in the words of Mama Africa, Dr. Shibong Warikwa, a fantastic lady that I met in Ghana, last year, and we exchanged such energy because I'm very Pan-African in terms of my thought and the way I just like I'm very Pan-Nigerian. And I haven't seen anybody dead or alive who has articulated the position of France regarding the relationship with Africa in the way Dr. Arikana has done. And so it's quite very unsettling to see the frequent trips that President Tinubu has made to France. Is very unseating, considering the lopsided agreement with some of the African countries. We're trying to cut away in terms of the colonial headship of some of these countries, and it's really unsettling for us. And there is no way those trips can have any, in terms of its outcome, it's never going to go down well, considering where we should be in Africa and with where Nigeria is actually playing a global role. So it's quite unsettling. I know, and I will say it here because people are quick to say that we criticize without critiquing. I know that in one of the trips, both UBA and Zenith Bank secured a deal to now begin to operate from France, which of course has its own advantage, and also some of the innovative deals that were secured for some investment in agriculture and some other things. But back home, we haven't even begun to see any effect of any of the trips, rather than just taking our hard-earned meager resources to be flying to France all the time. It makes no sense, really.
We know an incident that happened a few weeks ago, or days actually, where APC's publicity secretary, Felix Morka, criticized your Principal Peter Obi as being a prophet of doom. That was after he made the New Year message. How did your camp react to that?
I mean, it's really unbecoming because what Felix Morka did was not just only a blatant lie, an insult, and also a threat to the life of Mr. Peter Obi directly. I was present and I witnessed the live briefing that Mr. Peter Obi gave. It's a written, documented speech that he gave. And in that speech, he analyzed, including the travels of Mr. President, and proffer solution. He gave his advice, and if you look at what Mr. Felix Muaka said about Mr. Peter Obi's governance during the ATA, which is over a decade ago in Anambra State, were all false. We live at a time and an age where you can't lie to people. Anything I'm saying here can be verified. During the time of Mr. Peter Obi's tenure as governor of Anambra State, you can see not his data, not my data, from education. The education department were very clear that he took education from number 27 or 26 to number 1 in the country, unprecedented, because of his and also his investment in Anambra State. The police IG, the police chief, in 2014 said Anambra was the most secured state when Peter Obi was there as the governor. The Gate Foundation, the Debt Management Office, I can go on and on, the Works Ministry, they all gave a Class A rating to Mr. Peter Obi's tenure as Anambra State governor. So the remarks by Mr. Moaka was not just only false, but very denigrating and insulting, given the data that is available. But that is even beside the fact that he could and lie and also threaten Mr. Peter Obi, because it's on record what he said very clearly, that what is coming to Mr. Peter Obi should manage what is coming. And I was on some of the stations to also speak. If you are following Nigeria's polity, a lot of voices came up to rebuke, to stand against, because that is not only trying to, foreclose to go against democratic rule, but it's an evil plot, to ensure that our democratic and the rule of law is completely eroded. It is not acceptable, given the fact that Mr. Peter Obi did not only critique the government, but he gave a proper solution, including telling the president to sit at home, including telling him to visit with the national hospitals. I know that the France, where he keeps going, I have never seen the president of France coming to Nigeria to, even for tourism, or to come for medical checkups. And those were the the lineup of the thoughts, that Mr. Peter Obi gave. Don't forget that all the data that Mr. Peter Obi reeled out were data from the National Bureau of Statistics, which is a government agency. So where is the lie? It is the government agency that said that the judiciary of Nigeria is second most corrupt institution. It is same institution that said that Nigeria has paid over 2 trillion naira in 2024 alone to bandits and kidnapping. And the list goes on. And if you check the same data that was released by the Bureau of Statistics, it showed that today that Anambra State has the least out of school children. And this is directly has to do with Mr. Peter Obi's investment and all he did as governor of Anambra State. So the data are there. How could he dare? How could Mr. Felix dare? You can see the almost rage in my voice, because that is unbecoming of the ruling party and Mr. Felix Muaka as a person. We totally condemn it, and we take exception to, public threat on national TV against the leader of the opposition party.
Mr. Moka talked about crossing a line. What is that line? Is there any line? Do you worry about crossing a line when you interact with Peter Obi, or when you decide this is a reaction to whatever is going on in the country?
I mean, crossing the line should mean the government that allowed over 100 people to die just seeking to collect food on Christmas Day. A government, as we speak today, just a few hours ago, there's a tanker explosion in Diko in Niger State. And over a few months ago, over 180 people were fried and roasted in Jigawa State. I mean, the banditry hasn't stopped. We're pumping trillions of naira to our military, and yet we do not have security. The grid that gives us electricity is collapsing almost every other day. That is what I consider crossing the line. I don't understand what crossing the line is supposed to mean by Mr. Felix Muaka. All we know is that should anything happen to Mr. Peter Obi, the APC, Felix Muaka, will be held responsible, because this is a democratic setting. And certainly, we want to know, Mr. Felix has to come out and tell us what crossing the line means. Who drew the line and what line has been crossed? Those questions are still yet to be answered. And we demand an answer to those questions, because we don't know what crossing the line means. What crossing the line means are the things that I've talked about. The responsibility of governance and staying with our democratic constitutional responsibility from Mr. President to everybody who holds power. If you do not hold to the tenet of what you're supposed to do, that's what crossing the line is supposed to be. But for an opposition leader who comes up to advise and critique issue-based policy and what have you, how is that crossing the line? That is within the border of democratic jurisprudence.
In recent times, we've had Peter Obi talk about threats to his life, his family, and his businesses. Have you experienced any of that traveling with him across the country and outside the country? How do you describe his how he deals with this?
Mr. Peter Obi as a person is a highly cultured, highly democratic, is a very wise individual, very calm in his demeanor. He's a patriotic leader to the core, to describe the person whom I have spent the last 1.5 years traveling around the world with. And I can tell you a classical example of our trip to Rwanda, where he had an opportunity to sit for over 2 hours with President Paul Kagame. In one of those occasions, I don't know whether to call the names of those people here, but we have chieftains of banks, and in that period, the Africa's richest man came in with his people to hold some conferences in Kigali. And Rudolph, you would not believe where we were coming at crossroad with these people. I saw people who were friends with him, in the banking sector, all almost ducking and escaping, not to be seen, with Mr. Peter Obi. And he was quite, you don't know how to even describe it, that in 21st century, because you are the leader of the opposition movement, people don't want to be seen with you because of what the government of the day will do. This should not be coming from, a country like Nigeria that is the only future of the black man on the face of the earth. I mean, for me, it was very pathetic, to see that. And so that was the first, physical interaction to see when Mr. Peter Obi talks about his businesses being, he's been challenged, the government of the day doing everything to cripple his business and all the threats that comes to him, some of which I wouldn't want to say here when I see his text messages and all of that, but to witness live people who you would think that are in the same field with him of banking and technocrat ducking and running away just because they don't want to be seen caught with him on camera. That was the height for me in terms of the threat level.
How does it deal with that psychologically? Is he agonizing? Is he regretting? How does it deal with that? I don't know how we deal with that if my friends are staying away from me because of the role I play.
Life and nature has also gifted Mr. Peter with something that, anybody would envy. If you look at the following, with what we call the obedient movement, in 2014 alone, I traveled with him across 15 countries in America. 15 states in America alone, and several other countries in Africa. It's humbling to see how people from all other walks and fields of life, they come to him, even in Madison Airport in America, in Wisconsin. I'm not talking about JFK or even or the UK, the big airports. In the quiet, most where you would not even think, you see people coming to him in droves, because somehow the earth has also gifted him with something that anybody would yearn for. And I think that is part of the makeup, for some of the elites who are agonizing or antagonizing him, So, and because Mr. Peter Obi comes with so much grace, he's two words I'm going to use for him is he's thoughtful and also resourceful, meaning that he has the ability to be calm in the face of danger, and also he's able to utilize whatever resources that is available to him. In terms of, when I mean resources, just anything, the human beings, everything available to him at every point in time. He understands how to maximize it. And so because of that, even with all the things that come against him, if you listen to the New Year broadcast that he gave, he also said that if whatever threat that will come to him, whatever disadvantage that this will be, even against him losing his life, but to ensure that Nigeria gets it back again, then so be it. So you can see that this is a man that is ready to face the consequences and to deal with whatever is going to come regardless, because he's highly very patriotic and very nationalistic in terms of his demeanor and his view. And so he's handling it with grace, like any of the global leaders of any global movement that has existed before.
Was there any particular incident that made him to get to that point where he would say, I'm ready to give everything? Because there were people who were expecting him after the election to move in a different direction, which is to challenge the structure and to say that something has to be done. But it appeared that he didn't want to do that then. Was there any incident that made him move to this point where he now said, I'm ready to give it all, whatever it will take, we have to change this country?
I can say that here because it's also a conversation that we've had. If you follow my journey, immediately after the election, I led the longest protest in Nigeria's history for 21 days in Abuja. We were there. I led that protest. And he wasn't even, he did not, he tweeted then, and I agree with you, because for him, he, understanding the complexity of Nigeria, Mr. Peter Obi does not only understand the political terrain, the economic complexities, but also the religious and social complexities of Nigeria. Nigeria is a very unique nation. We speak over 600 languages. We are about 250 ethnic diverse groups. This is, to understand Nigeria, you need to know that you have to have a very big heart and an open mind. And I think Mr. Peter Obi does. And also filtering through the terrain and looking at what could be, the danger line, because there is a thin line between anarchy and protest. And when you look at the temperature of what happened immediately after the election, it will only take a patriotic father to look and say, you know what, let the methodology of challenge be completely different, be non-violent, and he hasn't really changed from his demeanor or where he stands. He's constantly challenged the government and the government. It's just that his style of challenging them is a bit different, because he understands what can happen when you take the path of snatching, grabbing, and running away, or coming outrightly, to protest in terms of what we've always known, with the government, with what happened with the NSAS protest, with what happened with the End Bad Governance protest, where government picked children and locked them up for days, shooting sporadically at protesters. Mr. Peter Obi does not want Nigerians put in harm's way, and that's why he chose the path of non-violent. But he's very stern. He told me personally that, Dr. Mo, if I want to protest, I will be on the street protesting. I will not allow young people to be on the streets while I'm not there and sitting somewhere and then telling people to go out. I'm not going to do that. And for me, that is an exemplary leadership. He's saying that if I have to do this, I'll be in the forefront and you guys will come. So if I have to die, I'll have to die. And I'm speaking in terms of the conversations that we've had. This is the first time I'll be saying this in any news media. This is who Mr. Peter Obi is. Even if you haven't seen him before, when you sit with him, the one thing you will feel is his sincerity and his genuineness in terms of his national approach to things and his issue-based orientation and dealing with things. So he's always been there. But also, as we move off with the suffering and the pains that Nigerians are going through, it would take a coward not to stand up and say, you know what, enough is enough. Even if we have to die. In any case, Rudolph, Nigerians are already dying. We're dying in droves. Just for food, Nigerians, over 100 Nigerians died during the Christmas season. Close to 100 just died now in Niger State. Close to 200 died in Jigawa State. Nigerians are dying every day. Mr. Peter Obi is saying, no, maybe enough is enough. So I think the tilt for him also has to do with the hunger and the anger. Don't forget that just in the last 3 days, he was in 2 IDP camps. He was in 2 universities. He was in 3 nursing midwifery sciences school. Yeah. So we travel on the road. He goes through the bad terrain. So Mr. Peter Obi knows what's happening in Sokoto, in Kebbi, in Katsina, in Kaduna, not just in Enugu and in Anambra. He goes to the south. So he's on the ground. So he sees the infrastructure. He's seeing what is happening in our hospitals. And that alone is enough, to drive somebody, a leader like him, to the point where he can say, if this is it, then so be it.
All right. He ran for president under the Labour Party. At this point, there are issues in the Labour Party everybody could see. Where does Peter Obi stand? Is he with Abure or not?
I mean, the news is out there. You know that for him, he did not support the Inui Convention, and I'm privy to that. Of course, because of the role he plays, and he will always say, we're already in court and we will see it through. So where I am is not where he is as a person, but I can tell you that he's standing where the law is. He wants to follow this through to the end to ensure that, what is right is done. Mr. Peter Obi is somebody that would rather not to be president than go through the wrong road to become president. And what he has said is not about being for Abure or not being for Abure. He's asking for the right thing to be done. There has to be right convention. Your tenure is over. The right thing has to be done. And that's why with the Nenadi group, they are following through to ensure that they take it to the Supreme Court and to get judgment. And whatever follows from there, the one thing that is certain is that Mr. Peter Obi will stand for what is right. As long as what happened in a way is wrong and is not standing by that, whatever product or produce that came out of that will never be right. And so with that, where Mr. Peter Obi stands.
Okay. What about the obedient movement? Where are they at this point? Are they standing with Labour Party, or are they with Peter Obi in terms of their projection moving forward? What is the situation of things?
The obedient movement is an evolutionary energy. I often describe it as an essence, something that is against the old order. The obedient movement is standing short to ensure that we have good governance. One's accountability, one's transparency. It demands for critical checks in every aspect of Nigeria's, from infrastructure to education to health. This is what the obedient movement is about. The obedient movement is an ideology that demands this, and it is epitomized on the credibility, on the characteristics, on the ethos of the principles that Mr. Peter Obi exudes as a person. So it has never been, it's not a political party, even though it is a social political movement, that came to be as a result and a following. And that's why it's named after Peter Obi. It's named after Obi, is obedient, So it has never been, and the obedient movement has its people in APC, in PDP, in Labour Party, even though in the 2023 general election, because Nigeria does not run an independent candidacy for elections, the Labour Party was the legal instrument or vehicle that Mr. Peter Obi used, for I don't know what word to use to ratify the election. So the obedient movement essentially it's a Peter Obi movement. It's obedient movement. The ethos are on the characterization of the ethos of ideal democracy, accountability, on the ideals of the integrity and loyalty of Mr. Peter Obi. So that's why you hear obedience will say things like, Mr. Peter Obi is our political party. So the question does not even arise to say whether they are with or where they are. Their standing has never been in question. Their loyalty has never been in question. It is a following. They completely depend, trust, and their entire loyalty is on whatever decision and judgment that Mr. Peter Obi makes.
We read in the newspapers that there are moves to unify the opposition, and that Peter Obi will be a player in that. I know you attend some of these meetings. What do you know? Can you share with us? Where are the conversations at this point?
It is still at what we call the consultation level. And so, yes, I've been a part of a couple of the meetings that we've had to several of the fathers of the land and patriotic leaders, leaders who have been part of reshaping the history of Nigeria, grassroots people, spiritual leaders, Islamic clerics, pastors, and people who really control the narrative of conversation, both in our social, political, religious, and cultural value and narrative. Mr. Peter Obi is constantly engaging with them. That's the stage where we are at right now. And yes, I can tell you that for most of the meetings, it's been A rating in terms of the support that Mr. Peter Obi is getting. And coupled with the fact that he is more dedicated to see a working Nigeria, even much more than his ambition, that has endeared him so much to both the masses and some of the leaders that we see across board today. So yes, it is important that the opposition come together, and we expect that to happen if we're going to have a dent and a change in leadership come 2027. But at the level we are right now is just consulting. Politics is just about timing. There are certain things that if you had asked me this question maybe last year, I wouldn't be able to say it, but now I can tell you. And there are things I wouldn't also be able to tell you now until we move to, because politics is about timing. But on the overall, I can tell you that the meetings have been fruitful. There have been a lot of good commendation. They've been received well from across board, across board. It's been received so well. And without a doubt, you can see that constantly, Mr. Peter Obi single-handedly changed the narrative of conversation of how we play politics in Nigeria. Rudolph, I can tell you that usually I have been in the political scene for about 2 decades now, actively. Usually, immediately after elections, political leaders who do not make it to the presidency, they either go to America, Dubai, or they just fly to their different places. Mr. Peter Obi is on ground. He has been on ground attending to people, digging boreholes in villages in Birnin Kebbi, in Kogi State. He's taking Almajiri children to school. He's paying school fees, donating, hundreds of millions of naira every day just to ensure that Nigerians, in terms of their critical area, he's particular about health, education, and helping to alleviate people out of poverty. He's been doing that, and that has completely changed the narrative of conversation. So usually what Nigerians should have been discussing during the election year, they started discussing it immediately after the election. That's just the ingenuity of Mr. Peter Obi. So yes, I can tell you, this is going to continue because Mr. Peter Obi is also very blessed with a coherent mindset. And he's one of the strongest people alive that I've known in terms of, the physical strength that he has. He's very energetic. Even those of us who are about 20 years behind him, we have to be running after him in the airport, all the villages and places where we go. And it's such a blessing to have a leader like him, to say the least.
Okay, we take a break, like 3 minutes. When we come back, we talk about what you do when you travel with Peter Obi and your insight about the man that we may not know. And then we will get our people to join us in this conversation. So stand by, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us.
These were the last hours of 2024 and the first of 2025. They were a whirlwind of action for Mr. Peter Obi, demonstrating leadership in motion. Mr. Obi traveled all the way from Onitsha to Lagos, down to Abuja for the crossover vigil at the Dunamis International Gospel Center. From 10 p.m. to 3:30 a.m., he joined thousands in prayers and reflection, like former Sierra Leonean President Ernest Bai Koroma and others. As early as 7 a.m., the man for the job was at the Durumi IDP camp, bringing hope to the displaced families.
There's IDP camps scattered all over Nigeria.
He pledged 2 million naira, promised stipends for workers, and offered a personal touch to the neglected. He didn't stop there. Later that morning, he revisited the Tungam Madaki Primary Healthcare Center in Abuja to inspect ongoing repairs he has supported and pledged additional resources to improve the facilities. Further, by midday, Peter Obi was in Jigawa State consoling Governor Malam Umar Namadi over the loss of his mother and son. The visit followed his earlier support to the state after a tanker gas explosion that claimed over 180 lives. We can also see from his face the governor was very, very happy that Obi came back again to commiserate with them. Same day in the afternoon, his flight touched down in Mina, Niger State, to commiserate with former governor Dr. Maazu Babangida Aliu over the loss of his mother and sister. Earlier before that, he held a private meeting with former president of Nigeria, General Ibrahim Babangida, after exchanging views on national issues, governance, and wished the elder statesman a happy new year. IBB expressed admiration for Obi's dedication. From dawn till dusk, Obi moved from Mina, moving straight down to Abuja, where he concluded his New Year engagement for the first day of 2025, meeting former President Goodluck Jonathan to exchange New Year greetings and discuss critical national issues. On the second day of the year, Peter Obi addressed the nations on Arise News, focusing on urgent socio-economic and political challenges, outlining solutions to tackle Nigeria's pressing issues. By nightfall, he was in Lagos, meeting his father figure, former president of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and Mr. Dele Farotimi, an activist and a symbol of resilience, as well as other series of engagements in Lagos that same day, the 2nd of January. Their discussions focus on Nigeria's future and nation building.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are having a conversation with Dr. Moses Paul, popularly known as Dr. Mo, who is the person that has been traveling with Peter Obi. He's the one showing you all the pictures and videos from all these travels. So, Dr. Mo, let's come back to that conversation. So when you travel with Mr. Peter Obi and go to these places, let's say the home of Ibrahim Babangida, how, for people who have not had that chance to be in such an environment, what is it like?
For what I know, I remember Mr. Peter Obi gives, he's how do I put it? He's actually a very unique leader in the sense that he allows you the privilege to touch base with some of these leaders, especially like when we went to see Babangida, for example. When we came in, before they have their closed door meetings, he allows us to be able to touch base with these leaders. It's such a privilege and an opportunity, to do that and to exchange pleasantries. And sometimes, like in the case of IBB, we went a little beyond that, asking questions, because IBB is a very highly intellectual father and a leader. He will engage you, ask you questions, to hear you. And I think I had, and I don't know why you're asking me that, but it was a unique privilege for me to look at him and tell him that I remember I was in primary 6, where we were lined outside with Nigerian flag, and so he laughed. That was the first time I saw him physically when he came. So he asked how old I was, and he had a very good laugh, and he asked further questions. And I remember clearly telling him that my admiration and respect for him. There was a particular question he asked about Mr. Peter Obi, and while we were there with him, and I said, I said, we follow him because when you look at the founding fathers of Nigeria, their issues were very simple. Simple in terms of understanding and appreciating what the problem of Nigeria was. Who is the enemy of Nigeria, or what was the problem? Our founding fathers could come together regardless of their differences. Papa Awolowo, Sa'amadu Bello, Nnamdi Azikiwe, they came together because the colonialists were their problem. So they fought them and delivered to us, a country. And I said to him, when you look at the following generation, maybe when you talk about the younger Wale Soyinka, Prof, and you look at Fela Anikulapo and all the other people, they will tell you that you, IBB, are their problem. So he started, and I said, no, not you as a person, but rather the military. The military was the problem of the second generation. And so they fought, they protested, including our dear current president. He fought through NADECO. They fought the military, so the issues were very clear. And I said to him, sir, but when you look at my generation, when you ask us what is the problem of Nigeria today, we tell you that it is Igbo. We say it's Yoruba. We say it's Christian. We say it's Muslim. We say, no, it's the political party. It is APC. It is a Labour Party. Yeah, no, it is the older generation. We are pointing fingers at we say, no, it's the constitution. I said to him, we follow Mr. Peter Obi because he has a clarity of what the issues are. He understands it. He doesn't pay us any money. We follow him because he represents the idea of the founding fathers. And also, I told IBB, I said, everything that we can see today in terms of monumental achievement, from the Ted Mainland Bridge in Lagos to everything, were built by the military. You and Abacha and other people, because even though you were military, you were very visionary. You killed to get to where you are going. And, you took bold steps to get to anywhere you were going. You moved Nigeria. You did things. Today, look at us. Mr. Peter Obi is one who can do the same thing. He represents both generations. And so for us, the younger people, seeing this and following up with it is the reason why we follow him. So I've given all these stories to talk about the kind of conversations we have when we meet with these icons and father figures, so that they will also know that we are not just some Trojan horse all over the place who do not have a direction. We have an idea, and what we're doing is because we want a better Nigeria. So those are the kind of the unique opportunities that you get when you travel with Mr. Peter Obi, whether you are meeting with IBB or you're meeting with Baba Obasanjo or any of those people. And then we will now leave off and allow them to have their inner conversation. So it is such an opportunity, to be able to travel and be with him and engage with global leaders, even with sitting with President Paul Kagame and listening in and growing and learning to those high-level conversations on what will happen in Africa, the state of Nigeria. It's such an opportunity. These are the levels of conversations that gets to be engaged with.
Has there been any situation where you were surprised by Peter Obi, when you were traveling with him? Any encounter?
How do I put it now? I'm always, I wasn't going to say this before, but maybe it's not even really a bad thing, because they're just different levels of encounters, I'll tell you what happened when I think we're living Dallas, where somebody just came to me and said, oh, hello, sir. Please, can I take a picture with him? And I'm like, come on. And this young man who was walking in the airport there, he took a picture and he said, sir, I'm coming back home to get married. And Mr. Peter Obi took out his diary. And guess what? He flew back. This was months later. Mr. Peter Obi cut short a meeting in Edo State. We traveled to Lagos just to attend that wedding and also to give them some financial remuneration. Somebody he just met at the airport in Dallas. So it's always shocking to me. That's surprising to me. And I can give you countless of shocking experiences like this. I used to be very agitated, where people would abuse me. Those who are close to me, they say, look at you, very useless. You are making money traveling with Mr. Peter Obi. You are not helping us and all of that. And so I help a lot of people personally and all of that. But because now the people who see you hanging around leaders like this have now, a few more people are getting to know you. So that agitation, I didn't know how to handle it quite well. But I remember we were on the lift in Heathrow Airport, and Mr. Peter Obi said, come, and he showed me a text, and it was a graphic, gruesome insult and abuse by somebody to Mr. Peter Obi, and I was in shock. How could, even if you hate somebody, would you send that kind of message to him? But the shock was that while he was showing me that, he was laughing, he was smiling, just to show me, the level of animosity. And it was shocking to me because I could not believe how he was calm, how he could receive this. So that's really shocking and surprising, when you see things like that. And I remember when we went to see Afe Babalola, the moment I walked into that place.
I wanted to ask you, how did that decision come about? Who decided that it's time we should go and see, or you guys should go and see Afe Babalola?
Mr. Peter Obi's protest type, his engagement is completely different. And this is where his ideology is not... Rudolph, in Nigeria, we're so religious, and I'm not saying it from a negative standpoint. When I say religious, we are very loud. We pray a lot. We shout a lot. We are this. When you see Nigerians anywhere in the world, they're always shouting. You, whether you're in the bus station in New York, or you are in Europe, or you are in Kigali, it's very easy to spot Nigerians. So what people, you see, his engagement is usually very wide. He's not somebody, before Mr. Peter Obi moves, if you know the amount of decisions, the processing of things that has to go through, right from day one, he already took a position about not ensuring that delivery goes through any, he was calling his wife constantly. He was reaching out to the people. He was telling us to ensure that we do what is democratically liable to be, to ensure that delivery does not suffer in that place. And he was engaging with people, meeting with the Bishop Cookers, meeting with the Obasanjos, meeting with all other people. Those are all Mr. Peter Obi's idea, and he carries us along when he's doing those things. He already made up his mind. He wanted to understand truthfully why and how, the old man, got to that point, and guess what? He actually found out exactly what the issues were, so it was all his decision. But what happened was, when we got into that place, when Afe Babalola saw me, when Papa saw me, he was startled. He thought he had seen a ghost of Dele Farotimi. So the whole place. I've never said this again.
Are you saying he thought Dele was the one that came in?
He thought Peter Obi came in with Dele Farotimi. So you can imagine what is going through the minds of some people there. And I don't know if of course, you should know Daddy Freeze, because yes. Daddy Freeze's mother, who is, I think she's a VC of the school, she recognized me immediately. She's Romanian, very fantastic, eloquent, she's an academician to the core, and I think she's seen some of my posts. So she reached out. She was the one that helped me and said, they say, no, Dr. Mo. But, Mr. Peter Obi was just smiling, and we're all just looking, and I had to excuse the meeting, because for me, it was, I don't know, it was mixed feeling. Because why was he startled? He was startled because of my beards, my look, and my dreads, So he said, no, he was really rattled, and spoke some stuff. And how dare you're carrying dreads? How can you do that? If you came for an exam, I would have failed you, and all of that. And some of the people were expecting me to say, no, I am this is an elder. You allow them, So, and You know, but the point, this is not about me. This is about Mr. Peter Obi was smiling all through. You know, it is how he deals with issues, you know, and even when he receives information, it's how he processes them, it's how he deals with them, and how he's able to, you know, talk to the people about I mean, it tells you the kind of person that he is. There are many other, maybe at the, depending on whatever reaction this will get, I can reveal some more of some of the encounters in London.
Let me ask you, someone like Reno Mokwe, how does he see Reno and his activities online? You guys discuss it, you know?
Like I said, because he actually knows that this guy is just doing a job. This guy is just a political jobber. You know, this is somebody who has, and we have it, it's on record. If you go, you will see how he spoke about, I think they had a meeting in London where he talked about when Mr. Peter Obi finished speaking, and the guy was completely speechless. And he took his phone to start recording and talking about Mr. Peter Obi's acumen, his ingenuity, how he lifted Anambra State from ground zero to the top in terms of education, and talking about, because he already knows, Mr. Peter Obi knows this thing, so he's not perturbed. In fact, a lot of times people won't believe this, but when I write and refute those things, I do that because I'm close enough to be able to do that. For most of the time, he actually reprimands me. There are many things that I cannot put out, you know, and I'll tell you one. For example, Mr. Peter Obi's spiritual, how religiously spiritual he is. He's constantly praying. And this is something that is humbling to me. There was a write-up I did, and it said, no more. Because I took pictures of his sanctuary at home in Onitsha, his sanctuary at home in Lagos, you know, in London, you know, and how he follows through with that, you know. And I can tell you that, you know, I know that some people might think otherwise right now, but there is a hovering of divine protection around him because of how dedicated he is. And I'm with him, so I can say this, you know. And when he saw the write-up, he said, no, don't publish this. And he has stopped me from many other things that I would have wanted to be able to put out. Like this conversation we're having right now, this is the first place and time I'll be saying this, you know, because you are somebody we met in Yale and we've been conversing, and you know, I feel that on this platform I can say certain things, you know. So he's really not perturbed about some of the people who come out to insult him every day, because he knows that they are doing it because they are hungry. They are doing it because they are paid. I'll tell you what happened in, we're in the airport. Was it in New York or somewhere? Somebody reached out to me and said, are you Dr. Mo? He said, yes. He said, I see Mr. Peter Obi in the lounge. I said, yes. He said, no, you are the one I want to talk to. And he showed me his card, and I saw NSA. He spoke to me for just about 1 minute, and then he left. And he said, everything you see this person in question doing and castigating Mr. Peter Obi, he's been paid to do it. And you know, for me, it was a mixed reaction of sadness and, you know, to see a grown-up man who actually was an aide to a former president, you know, because their actions and reactions are destroying the fabric of our system, because people are confused. You look at this was a man that called President Tinubu unprintable name, drug lord, bastard, idiot, insulted him. Today you are praising him. Rudolph, what happens is that the younger generations are confused. They don't know, when they look up to people like that, they are confused. It's like Buhari right now. Unprintable things you said about the president. Now you're working with him, and the effect is that you are confusing the next generation. This is why our civic spaces today is cruel. It's evil. All kinds of things, you know. People do not understand the difference between leadership and sensationalism. You are confusing. People don't understand what it means to hold the office of the president accountable as different from the personality in that office. I might never vote for Tinubu as a person, but I respect the office of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's not something to joke with. Now, patriotic leaders and thought leaders who are supposed to be helping the narrative of conversation have become stomach-driven people. And so Mr. Peter Obi knows them, so he's not really bothered about them. Sometimes he tries to calm some of us down, not to retaliate, with. So that's the kind of conversation that does happen. For most of the time, I can tell you the truth, because of the fast pace of our conversations and discussions, he does not even want to, Mr. Peter Obi does not entertain, how do I put it now so that I'm not misquoted? He doesn't entertain people who complain. He's always solution driven. What is next? Solution. How are we going to move from point A to B? When you are bringing a problem to him, make sure that you have A, B, C in terms of solution. Otherwise, you might not even get a call from me again.
So someone like Omoyele Sowore, he's also one of the candidates in the last election, and he criticizes Peter Obi more than more other people. How is he seen within your circle of people around Peter Obi?
I talk with him. He's somebody I consider an elder brother. I remember when the first time I got the invitation to the DSS, he was one of the first people I reached out to. And of course, he counseled with me. And we've engaged even during the NSAS protest. So he's somebody that I respect. And I'm happy that somebody like him is also running for the office of the president. However, I also think that he is failing to understand that Peter Obi is not his problem. As a matter of fact, he could have endeared the young people to him if he understands that you and Peter Obi, you are just in two different departments. I'm not saying that whether you share the same ideology. It's like, because I understand that I'm a student. When I go to South Africa, I've read through and I've participated with what somebody who is even just like my age mate, Julius Malema, is doing. A great African leader, young person. You can see what he's been able to create, coming from the ANC movement. It took 82 years before Mandela became president. That's how long movements take, And even while Mandela was there, Mandela was not even the forefront person. There were other people that were there, Steve Biko and other people who were playing critical role. When you look at the civil rights movement, you have Rosa Parks, you have Malcolm X, you have other people, It wasn't just about Martin Luther King, but what they did when Martin Luther King started the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, they galvanized around his ideology. Even though they were not agreeing, Malcolm X was of the violent type, he was of the non-violent type, but they had to work together. Those are the things that I would expect somebody, and a born like I call him, Omoyele Sowore, to understand that if you pull a Mr. Peter Obi down, you don't even stand a chance. That you are all on the same side, and you must understand that in this quest, in this revolutionary quest, in this evolutionary quest, that we are on to salvage Nigeria to the right path, that even though Mr. Peter Obi has served as a governor, what that has done actually has given him an edge over you as a person, because he has played in the corridors of power. He understands certain things that you don't, and I can tell you, even with the experience that has opened to me in the last 1 year, there were things that I thought I knew that I am now even, I'm redefining them to make them better. It's like when I ran for an office, in 2019 under PDP, because I ran for election, I understand politics as different from people who just are doing activism, and as a frontline activist, I understand what it means to be an activist as different from a politician. And because I write books and I've been a champion and an advocate for a new Nigeria over the last 15 years, and I've traveled around the world, I've acquired knowledge and experience, as different from somebody who just sits behind a keypad on the Twitter and just be typing all sorts of, kinds of things. So we see Omoyele Sowore, Omoyele, as somebody who probably he's doing sensationalism on one part, and then on the other part, he probably doesn't fully understand that there is no one-man race in this journey, that a country like Nigeria is going to take time, and it's going to take a collective effort. Anybody that thinks that is about him, you are dead on arrival. You have already failed. That's how we see him. But he's somebody that is well respected within the circle, and the ideologies are just the same. It's just that the methodologies are different. That's how we see him.
All right. We've had about an hour of conversation. We've not mentioned somebody. That is Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. Why haven't we mentioned his name? Where is he?
I mean, he's there. He's been very busy. I know he's established another university in Kano. Even the university in Abuja, the base university, has expanded with numerous people. Even in terms of business, he's doing very well, and he's collaborating very well with our principal. I think he's giving more time and tending to his business than anything else. But he's also been consulting, and I can tell you that even though he hasn't made it public, but he's been there, and some of the engagement he's actually been there with our principal. Like when they went to Borno State during the dam explosion, of course he was there, and he was also in one of the other states, But backdoor meeting is always there and encouraging and following through with all that we've been doing. It's just that it's clear and it's important. Like I said, maybe because we are not in an election year, that's why we're not hearing him. When people talk about actually vice presidential candidates don't go around, they don't campaign. I mean, have you ever seen any vice presidential candidate going to campaign? I know that this is not campaign season, but I'm just saying they don't. How do I put it now? Maybe for lack of a better word, if you see somebody in the front line, when Mr. Peter Obi ran as a vice to Atiku, we didn't see him prior before then. Okay, that's what I mean. So maybe that's why we're not seeing much of him right now, but he's very much there and giving us all the support we need behind.
All right, we will take a break. And when we come back, we bring in our audience to join this conversation. We are having a wonderful evening with Dr. Moses Paul. Let's take a break and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back everybody to a wonderful conversation with Dr. Mo, who is a coach, a leader in the Free Nigeria movement, and he's been traveling with Peter Obi in the last year and a half. So I'm going to let our audience, who have been very patient and they're waiting to join us. If I bring you in, please ask just one question. Find your best question, ask him, and then we can get to other people. If we have the chance to go around the second time, we will. So that's how we're going to do it. Thank you all for joining. Let me start with you, KJ. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moore. Good to see you again.
KJ, so good to see you, sir.
I've been following of course, I've been following what you're doing, and I just want to praise you and thank you for all the work. Sometimes this work, you and I know is selfless, and people may not understand how difficult it is living your own pursuit to pursue national interests. So I want to commend you, and God bless you. Well done. I have no question for you. I've been listening to you, and I truly enjoy what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. On politics, Ovie, you're next.
Good day, Dr. Mo. I don't know where you're doing. Welcome to our abode.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, my question is very simple. Dele Faro to me is, let me paraphrase him, it's kind of calling for, um, you know, calling for us to speak. I mean, according to his message today, that he is free because we spoke. In other words, there's a need for us to speak up, but most importantly, collectively with one voice and back it up with action. He is calling for us to force the federal government to reform the electoral process in order before 2027. And I can't help to notice when you and Dr. Damage were going back and forth, you touch on individual candidacy. If you are preview, I mean, to what the Daily Faro team is kind of getting at, is individual candidacy part of the deal that is pushing for the electoral reform? And if that is the case, what we know that we have will be a man. What are his chances if eventually we get to 2027 and the constitution allows the electoral process allows to have an individual candidacy and he's able to stand alone? What do you think are his chances in the scheme of things?
You're asking for the chances of Mr. Peter Obi if there is a room for individual candidacy, independent candidacy.
Pretty much. Yes, sir.
You know, if that was the case, Mr. Peter Obi would have been the president today. You know, I think it was in 1963 thereabout where there was a modification to our constitution that was when the independent candidacy was taken off. And I know because I had a meeting, the first meeting we had about the electoral reform in December at the Merit House, where I invited members of House of Representatives and senators in Abuja. I know that one Honorable Ben Atenebene's bill for independent candidacy, independent electoral observers, and the immediate transfer of the results into the IREV from the polling unit has gone beyond the first reading. It's in the second reading. But you see, Nigerians, and it's important to say this here because we are busy doing nonsense on Twitter. When you go to Twitter, they are saying, oh, Tinubu is in France. Oh, Shehi is following him. Yoruba this, Igbo that. We are completely the bulk of the youth who are supposed. President Tinubu is not our problem right now. In context to this discussion, our problem is Akpabio and all the people who are there in that chamber to ensure that whichever bill that is a people-driven bill, that we go to that place, lock up the doors, protest until they sign. Because if in one day they can pass bills, they can pass President Tinubu's bills of all the things he wants. In one day they can pass that bill. But we need to get Nigeria. So I understand what Delivery is saying. I'm also advocating for that. Because there is Ugo Chinere's bill that was for the electoral reform. I can't remember exactly what it was right now. It was thrown out at the second or the first reading because people are not even aware. You know, when we are having consultations about the bills, there should be engagement across board on social media, on traditional media. People should be protesting. If not, these people that we have, they will just do the bidding of the executive and they will just move. And at the end of the day, we'll be complaining because we are completely distracted. You know, and once the populace is completely distracted, these people will have their way. So I completely align with Dele Faro to me in the call for action to be decisive and to be issue-based in terms of our orientation. If we had independent candidacy, somebody like President Muhammadu Buhari wouldn't have needed APC. Peter Obi would not need any political party because these are people that it is them giving life to political party because they already have a buy-in of Nigerians across board. You know, what many people are not aware of, just yesterday alone, between the last 48 hours, Mr. Peter Obi does between 10 meetings in 48 hours. Sometimes we do 5 states in one day, you know. So there are many more people who are even more ready to vote for Mr. Peter Obi now than it happened in 2023. But because we are not in an election year, People don't know this. This is the power that he has been galvanized and moving around. And that's why I know that the government of the day, what they hate is to ensure that Mr. Peter Obi does not move around. Because his moving around is endearing, because Nigerians need leaders that can touch base with them, leaders that are in IDP camps with them, leaders that are in the hospitals with them, leaders that travel the same road where they are kidnapped. They want a leader. That's why in the first New Year broadcast, Mr. Peter Obi said to Mr. President, rather than going to France, can't you attend one of the, what stops us in having a hospital where our president can go to? Are we cost, for goodness sake? Are these not conversations that we should have, for goodness sake? So if today independent candidacy is allowed, Mr. Peter Obi is already president. There is no question to that.
All right. Thank you, Ovie, and thank you, Dr. Mo, for that answer. Let's go to Tony. Okay, Tony.
Greetings, Dr. Rudolph, and to our guests and all those on the platform and those listening. I have one question for Dr. Mo. I want to ask you, what is the perception of Peter Obi's philosophy today in the North?
With what Mr. Peter Obi has been able to do after the elections, first and foremost, I'll tell you that in the last election, we had some values vote, both in Sokoto, in Kebbi, and in Kano, but they were all stolen. And I say this as somebody who is on ground. I speak because we have people on ground and we have that bit. But how be it, he was not really received in the North in 2023 general election. And when I mean North, I'm speaking specifically with the core North, not just about 7 states in the core North. When you talk about Zamfara, Kebbi, Yobe, Kano, Katsina, those range, because overwhelmingly he got the vote in North Central, what we call the Middle Belt. But as it stands today, immediately after the elections, Mr. Peter Obi has dug boreholes from Sokoto to Maiduguri to all. I did those engagement and those pictures, those videos. I took them personally. He's been to villages in Birnin Kebbi where we're just a stone throw from kidnappers. So the perception is changing. He's engaging more with Islamic clerics. We are opening up our base, because of course, Nigeria perception, the perception before now was that he was just this Igbo man, in the North, I'm a Northerner. I was born in Kaduna. I went to primary school in Katsina State. I served in Kano over 20 years ago, and I worked in Maiduguri. So I understand the North. I spoke Hausa before English. So I'm a Northerner, and I understand the trappings of the North. In Northern Nigeria, once your perception is not endeared to the gatekeepers, the elites, the traditional rulers, the imams, and those who control the narrative in the mosques. If you don't have those gateways, then whatever you do is dead on arrival. I can tell you that in the last 1 year, we're opening those frontiers in a massive form. And what is also helping us in that is also with the hunger. The North is suffering. The hunger and the poverty and the kidnapping on the rise is even making the job easier. If what is going on persists upward to the end of this year, then this regime should just forget it, even without doing anything, because they've also helped Mr. Peter Obi's, his ideology, because what he has done in the Almajiri schools, what he has done in the Fuman schools, in all the northern schools and all of that, he sits down with the Almajiri and is eating. And the perception before now is that, it is this Igbo man that drove Northerners away from, all kinds of lies and misinformations and just all manner of things that have been said. We are doing everything to change that, because his ideology is being embraced right now, even within the Hausa, the Muslim community, who have sat down with him to listen to him. If you listen to Mr. Peter Obi, if you ever get an opportunity to listen to him, even if you don't like him, one thing you will take home is that this man is genuine, he's true, and he's also committed, and he's also very pan-Nigerian. That he came from a particular region of the country. What his ideologies are completely pan pan-Nigerian. And I'll say that we are making a lot of inroads. That's all I can say in a very, he's been, the Northerners are getting to know him better and accept him for his ideology, and also looking at what he's done in the past, to know that he's not doing these things for the camera. He has been doing this thing even before he became the governor of Anambra State. So that's what I can say, that his ideology now, he's being received much more than ever before. And let me give two of his ideology that is resonating with the North right now. When he says things like, don't vote for me because I'm a Christian, no, I'm an Igbo man. Vote for me based on my character and my competence. When he says things like, is bread cheaper? Show me where bread is cheaper in the North, as different from any other part of the country. Or is there anywhere where Muslims are buying fuel cheaper so that we can go? So the ideology is resonating with the North because they can see somebody who has the acumen in terms of understanding, our economic situation. In any case, it is when we fail in terms of our economy, we run to whether we say we are Christians or Muslim, or run back to our different ethnic enclave. It is a failure of governance and leadership. And these are some of Mr. Peter Obi's ideology that is beginning to gain ground in northern Nigeria. When you see people like Dambello and other people resonating the Mr. Peter Obi's ideology in Hausa language and in different language, this is how he's being perceived now, as different from how he was perceived before.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Janaba.
Dr. Rudy, thank you for having me, Dr. Moore and the fellow panelists. Thank you for what you do. I want to give you opportunity to, if you can, Dr. Moore, when you say Malcolm X was violent, what do you mean? I think that word you should rephrase it. Then I hear how you shower a lot of praises to Babangida and the rest of them, which some of us believe those are the people who mortgage our life. And you praise all of those people. And I see how you talk down on Omore Sore on the issue of your disagreement with him. Having said all of these things, I think you are a good guy. Call you Fulani man, and I think you are Fulani. Having said all that, my question is that how do you compare Peter Obi to someone like Mandela, Malcolm X, and MK? I'm talking about Martin Luther King. How do you compare his political view, his humanity, his pursuits? How do you compare them? Do you think they're in the same category? Thank you so very much. That's my question. The other one I said it was because I listened to you from the very beginning, and I have trouble with some of your praises to those people. And when it comes to Sowore, you say something that, and I think you are very political. And after this, I think we should recruit you to do something instead of following Peter Obi. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Moore.
Okay, maybe my, for lack of a better word, Malcolm X is somebody I respect, and I've read a lot about him. It's just in comparison to the approach of Martin Luther King. He has a more forceful approach, if I will use that, as compared to a Martin Luther King that is he believes in completely non-violent. He believes in holding conferences, having peaceful processions, and just reading his speeches. That's what a Martin Luther King believes. And I would reiterate, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity. When I spoke about leaders like IBB and other people, it's in context. I said that they were very visionary. I didn't say they were nice people. In fact, I said they killed to do what they needed to do. If you hear me very well, those are not nice narrative, but I said they had a vision of where they are going. If, for example, Murtala Mohammed was only there for 6 months, but in that 6 months, he had a national plan for Nigeria. He moved the FCT to the middle of the country. His policies in the economy, if you read it, you will see it. In just 6 months, these were really visionary people, even though they were military. It's like what you see with some of the recent military people. Military, you and I can be military, is just the training and the uniform we wear, But I understand. The praises has to do with visionary. It has nothing else to do. I can't come here and praise people who military people for what. In fact, if you listen to what I said the generation after our founding fathers saw them as the problem. A younger Wole Soyinka, a younger Fela Anikulapo saw the military as the problem. So it was easier for us to deal with them. But apart from that, sitting down and having opportunities to listen to them, I also know that even with their faults and all the things that they've done, they don't necessarily hate the country. So that's the perception. And I would categorically make it very clear here. Omoyele Sowore is an Egbon. I respect him. If Peter Obi is not there, I will vote for him as president. I talk with him. I only disagree with him on the point that Peter Obi is not your problem. You need to see that Peter Obi is in another, he's like you people are on the same team, but in different department. So, and I'll tell you here, because I was there with Afe Babalola. I was the only other person that was in the prison when Peter Obi saw Mr. Dele Farotimi inside the prison place. I was there. So I was there with the conversation. There was nothing to do with begging. That's why I replied him. I replied him to say, Bon, I was there, and it is not expected from you to say this, because when eventually you become president of Nigeria, don't let us come and be doing what we're doing with Boala to you and be bringing out the things you are saying because you were not there. I was actually trying to protect my Egbon. I like him, very intelligent, and what he's doing is just that if we on this side, like I've discussed with Dele Farotimi, if we destroy ourselves, all opposition must come together. And if we say no, that we should sack other people, regardless, the good, the bad, the ugly, the people that are bad today in Nigeria, it's our job to change them. You're not going to kill them. Are you going to kill bad Nigerians? No, you're not going to kill them. And so I know that there's a responsibility. There are things, and permit me to take a bit more time on this. When I sit down with leaders like Paul Kagame, when I sit down with global leaders, I know that in terms of process of timing, there are things that if you do, not because you're compromising, you won't even get to where you're supposed to get. So the game of politics must be played. When you get to be president, there are things you would do and you can do. But if we lose you on the process of getting there, the nation is going to lose. Having said that, my comparison with Mr. Peter Obi as against global icons and figures who have shaped the narrative of our conversation globally, like a Martin Luther King, like a Mandela, has to do with commitment, has to do with visionary, has to do with loyalty to national causes. Those are my, Mr. Peter Obi does meet those criteria and relevance. Mr. Peter Obi is not loud, but he's not bendable. Mr. Peter Obi does not give us any money. We follow him. He doesn't give you, and he will test you to the very limit. If you're not a nationalist, you can't follow him. What you see is what you get. He's very serious. He's always very serious, and he's also very sincere. When you look, and my choice of words are he's knowledgeable in terms of global relevance and the evolution of what is happening in Nigeria. He understands the status. He does. He's not only knowledgeable, he knows how and when to attend to those issues. He's very sincere and is very serious. He understands completely leadership as different from just entertainment or what do I put it now? Just playing to the gallery. These qualities are what I'm using to compare him. I can tell you that Mr. Peter Obi has the stamina to stay for 27 years. When he says that he wants to see work in Nigeria, Mr. Peter Obi is not about the next election. It is on those bases that I compare him with leaders. Mandela, after 27 years, he was not about becoming the president. It was about a change in South Africa. Martin Luther King was not running for presidency. He ran to ensure that there is what? A change in the justice system. People were being killed. That is the basis of my comparison with Mr. Peter Obi, his doggedness and sometimes there are people who just come out, they are loud. I can tell you, I led protests for 21 days. I was in the DSS 3 times. Those people that are making noise, none of them came out. I'm only saying it here. The pictures, the video are there. I was marked to be killed. On 2 occasions, I escaped being killed in Unity Fountain. They brought knives and everything to kill me. Where are the young people that are shouting? So again, we're not playing to the gallery. I can play politics, but I understand nation building. My life is on the line, even with this interview that I'm giving. So we can't joke about our country in terms of building our country across baselines. What Omoyele Sowore is doing is important, but you should never in any way undermine what Mr. Peter Obi is doing, because Mr. Peter Obi will never do that to Omoyele Sowore. He understands where he is, he understands what he's doing, and he'll give him the backing when the times come. I can't say that here, but I know the timeline for Mr. Peter Obi because he has said it. If that timeline goes off, he will support anybody who is equipped like an Omoyele Sowore. And I think that for somebody like him, he should also understand that too. I will not in any way diminish or say anything to demean what he has done and even the risks that he has taken, losing his brother, disengaging with his family for over 5-6 years. These are things that will go into the history of the books of Nigeria. But I hope you understand my comparison of Mr. Peter Obi to the global icon. He does fit those profile very well, because I say this from somebody who lives with him, stays with him, travels with him, writes for him, take pictures for him. I do all the detailing for him. I am brutally fearless. I can tell you that at 47, I can be the president of Nigeria. I can be dead. I've gone into the woods to deliver people from kidnappers. I am totally fearless. I am better than many people who have ruled this country. And so when I speak to you about Mr. Peter Obi's characteristics and his dedication and forthrightness, I say it with all diligence, and I say it on the integrity of my life.
Thank you so very much. Where are you from in the north?
No. I wanted to say that Jonaba, he's from your state of Benue, and he actually ran for office in the past. So we covered that in the conversation. But you can talk to him later for you guys to resolve how you recruit him, as you said. But let's go to a question from the comment before we move on to revolution. There's a question from Kulata. It says, where is the audited accounts, audited financials from the last election? I think he's talking about Labour Party's audited accounts. So do you have an answer for him?
There was a briefing that was given by Mr. Peter Obi and Aisha Yusufu, who was in charge of the account. Of course, I was there. Afterwards, we got an auditor and wrote to the Labour Party so that the accounts can be audited. But we now met a brick wall, because for political parties, it is only Mr. Peter Obi as a person cannot choose or direct. It's either the party herself through what they call the NEC or the NWC of the party that can ratify who the auditor can be. The only other people who can do that is INEC themselves, and so we had a quagmire there. And of course, that we are in court with the leadership of the Labour Party. So a man who has said he would not relinquish that position, and now it is within his purview to also sit with his neck to decide who can audit the account. That lies our answer. So that's a quagmire. That's where we are.
All right. Thank you. Revolution, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, Doctor, and Dr. Mo also, good evening to you. I'm speaking from the side of the abnormal Nigerians. And I don't know if you realize that Peter Obi has a new name called Mr. Talk is Cheap. Anyway, I just want to bring that to your notice. Anyway, my question is based on the fact that we hear that Nigeria, Nasori they do, and Peter Obi is trying to form alliance with the people like PDP. Sometimes we hear Kwankwa. So, is it not better for Peter Obi to form alliance with Showore? Thank you.
Mr. Peter Obi is quite very open to forming an alliance with Showore. I am not too correct, but I know at one point Showore said he would never do that because he considered the fact that, now I quote him ad verbatim, anybody who has been a governor, a chairman, or has had any political position in Nigeria, he considered them in the same group, and that he would not form an alliance with them. But Mr. Peter Obi, on the other hand, is open to forming alliance with all the opposition. In fact, Mr. Peter Obi believes that all the opposition party must come together to, ensure that they form an alliance going forward. Otherwise, what would even be the basis? Because if you look at the account of the last election, it's actually very pathetic, and this is where I would expect young people to read. Because the question you ask is a very important question. If we had close to 100 million registered voters, and out of that, we have less than 20% of that voting in the last election. Bola Ahmed Tinubu had 8 million, Atiku had 7 million, Peter Obi had 6 million based on INEC registration. That is less than 20%. Do you know that by UN standard, any election that is less than 30% of the total registered vote should be redone? So you can see the tension we have in the country. If it was in South Africa, Julius Malema just has 9% of the total vote count, but he's there in parliament deciding some of the key positions in South African governance because they run a parliamentary system of government. But here you have, you just have Bola Ahmed Tinubu has 8 million, Atiku has 7 million, these are 6 million. So if you combine both Atiku and Obi, they have more than the sitting president, and yet in Nigeria, winner takes it all. Something is wrong with that system of governance. Even the president knows that he's not the president of Nigeria in context to this conversation, because it's only 8 million people that brought you. You're not the government of Nigeria. You're not the president of Nigeria. And following the fact that Mr. Peter Obi actually won Lagos and won Abuja, that has a clause in our electoral law as against who rules Nigeria. This is a quagmire that we face with the last election. It's totally unacceptable if you look at that. I just need to add those embellishments to your question just to serve some education for our people.
All right, thank you so much. Let me skip. Righteous Man is in Nigeria. Okay, Righteous Man, go ahead. Before I wanted to get to someone who is in and out. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening from Lagos, Dr. Rudolph and all the panelists. Happy New Year to all of you. I hope you guys are good. Doctor, I've listened to you and I appreciate all your submissions. But there is one thing that is actually a pain to me as an individual. I'm an Igbo man. I'm from Imo State. I've lived in Lagos for over 42 years. In a same country where things are done well, I'm supposed to be called a citizen of Lagos State, even my children. But it's not the same. However, my question to you is this. Allegedly, let me use the word allegedly, because of the law that is existing in Nigeria today. Are you aware? Also, is your Mr. Peter Obi, is he aware that there is an allegedly said state policy that will not allow an Igbo man to be the president of Nigeria? So, what do you say about this statement, this policy? And no matter how good Peter Obi seems to be and how hard he works, this state policy will never allow him to be president. So what do you say about that? Thank you.
I mean, I say this on the backdrop of somebody who has traveled globally and as a student of history and one who understands governance and systemic change globally. And I've been opportune to also have met with global leaders to sit down and also discuss and talk and learn from them. Those are for whatever laws or whatever conspiracy, if you allow me to say that, or whatever thing that has been talked about in terms of policy globally, it's just a matter of time. They would change. We're only saying this because I think that our consciousness in terms of like what you're saying right now has not been raised. Doesn't even hold. It's not even something to debate. I can tell you, and I say this as somebody who was on the front line, even during the last election. I did not just go around the country. I also led the only protest against this regime. If we had just, maybe 10,000 people come out on the streets, Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not be the president. I've engaged from EU to the UN to all the people. The question they keep asking is, where are the 6 million people that voted for Mr. Peter Obi? You are waiting for Mr. Peter Obi to tell you to come out and protest when you actually voted for him. Is Nigeria not your country? My elder, I hear you and I hear the pain. Look at Nigerians globally. Rudolph is there, we met in America. You have Okonjo-Iweala sitting at the top of the range where she is. You have Amina J right there in the UN. You have Adesina, you have Philip Emeagwali, you have young Nigerians. You even have Kemi right now, one of the most intelligent young girls we have, black girls in the world, as the opposition leader in the UK, doing incredibly well. And some of the pain that I have when you travel around the world like all of us is that Nigerians are constantly talking about Nigeria. Nigerians are so passionate about Nigeria. What we are not is that we are not patriotic, but we're very passionate. And so that's why you can see, even with the celebration of the Remembrance Day, 15th of January, you can see the incarnation of a lot of bigotry and hate against our founding fathers. I remember having a meeting in North Carolina after the election where I said to some of the people, when I got to that meeting, they actually thought that I was the one that failed the election in Nigeria. And they were insulting Nigeria. Nigeria is a zoo. Nigeria is this. And I said, what I'm saying is very delicate because we mistaken nation building. There are people today that would die for an Igbo cause. There are people that would die for a Yoruba cause. There are people that would die for a Fulani cause. Do we have people that would die for a Nigerian cause? This is the problem. And that's why I'm saying that the question you're asking is, or what you're alluding to, is non-existent. The moment we are unified in terms of our ideology, it's not even something we are going to debate about. It does not even exist. We were almost there at the 2023 general election. And I know that, sir, in your lifetime, you will probably see the Nigeria of your dream. If you don't see them, your children will see that. Where there will be, I mean, it's pathetic, like I said. All over the world, who we are outside the country, is it because you are Yoruba or Igbo? So, but you see, these divisive agents and people who continue to use our tribe and our religion, they understand that Nigerians are very emotional people. So they use that to tip our point and create misunderstanding. If you read the biography of Sir Ahmadu Bello, of Nnamdi Azikiwe and Awolowo, you understand that these people, they are holy people compared to the leaders and founding fathers of America and other people. They were incredible people. They love Nigeria and they love themselves. And I say this is an open space. The founding fathers of Britain and America, they are all criminals. It's not my word. Google it and see. They are slave owners. Most of them are pedophiles and criminals. But yet, you will never hear a Briton, you will never hear an American insult the founding fathers. But here we are, 60 years later, we're still tearing ourselves apart. That is why, even though you are a Lagosian, they look at you and call you an Igbo man and tell you to go back to your state. All I will say is that there's a replacement coup coming. There's a build-up that is coming. And I'll use this platform to challenge and speak to the people who understand my narrative. Most of the elders have already failed us, but there are younger people, there are people, and they cut across every tribes and every religion, who believe in the ideology of Nigeria. All we need to do is to keep building. When that time comes, we will chase out all these people who continue to divide us along the lines of religion and our ethnicity.
All right, thank you. We are running out of time that we agreed with the guest to be with us. But I'll continue to go until he gives me a signal that he has to leave. So quickly, if I call on you, get your question ready and go straight to the question. Okija, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Moses, for coming. Thank you, Dr. Dabeji. Good day, everyone. Thank you. I mean, Dr. Moses, you didn't say a lot of things, but I know that you were trying to be nice. I'm just gonna say this for Showore supporters. Showore has run for president, for like two times. Last election she got like less than 50,000 votes. I'm sure his mother didn't even vote for him. So I'm saying this, because I got pissed off with Showore when during the election, because he was constantly retweeting all the lies APC supporters were posting against Peter Obi, and he was tweeting them. Showore is like somebody his broken eye. Only I can fix it. He doesn't make alliances. He doesn't make friends. He just think that he can bully Nigerians and win. He just so angry that people, by destiny or fate, Nigerians love him, that, but despite all his effort, all he did, and Nigerians, they don't, love him like the way they love Peter Obi. So that's about it. And I hope that, this conversation should be about Peter Obi, Tinubu, Kwankwanzo, and Atiku. Those who got less than 50,000 votes, they should go somewhere else and talk. Anyway, my question is this. Based on what is happening, what happened during the last election, and what has happened since then, Tinubu, the electoral commissioners, they are posting, the people they are bringing into INEC, and even INEC, they still call it INEC, whatever, INEC anyway. So does Peter Obi believe that, the next election, I don't know, even though he hasn't said that he will, contest, does he believe that INEC would change? Because, the laws, I read the judgment of the court. Does the law, does he believe that we have to tweak the law, make it, more, assured that people will believe this is this, because of, for instance, the IREV and all those stuff? Because, from the way I look at things, if the election is held now, from what we have seen from Imo election, Edo election, or other election that didn't happen with them, it's going to be the same thing. We still have in the system, the Supreme Court, they padded the Supreme Court, the appeals court, and the Supreme Court with people who would be, amenable to them. So does Peter Obi think that, with all these things, being the way it is, that, 2027 election will be a good one?
All right. Thank you, Okija.
Mr. Peter Obi believes in two things, and I will tell you. He believes that the electoral reform needs to happen. There are areas of the electoral guidance lines that needs to be updated as concerning if you look at, we need an independent observers. We need that bill signed into law. That will allow, for example, if you look at the American elections, you see that projections are made, so because there are independent observers who have, their their own IREVs too, across board, so you can imagine if INEC likes, they should go and remove their own, all the other IREV will be working, and when we go to court, we will see if 2-3 other IREV are showing the same result. If they like, they should remove their own. Like I told people, I said the 6 million they gave Peter Obi was it was the record that came in before they removed the IREP, and then they padded the other ones. So if that happens, it puts checks and balances to the electoral reform. You know, if they're able to transfer the result directly into the area from the polling booths, it will also help. However, Mr. Peter Obi also believes that, and I'll rephrase it in my own way. If you come to Abuja or you are in Lagos, people still break traffic lights. It is only in Nigeria that you see police carrying sticks, standing where there is traffic light and still hitting people's car because people will still break it. It is not the absence of law that will make INEC officials go and remove it. Mahmoud and his people, they will still go and criminally do what they are doing, even if you do what you do, whatever reform that you bring to it. It is important to do the reform, but until we have people reform, nothing is going to change. And that's why part of what I know, like he knows, is Nigerians who must ensure that they will not just vote, but they do what? But they also defend the vote. What is his to do will be done in terms of ensuring that he would follow through with what is required to ensure that we have the reforms, and also to negotiate power, because it's important to do that. But what is Nigerians to do? Nigerians must also rise up to do that, to ensure that, you know, what is required is done. If we do that collectively, then we will have a new Nigeria. And this is what Mr. Peter Obi does believe. And I can tell you, we're not here to discuss strategies, but 2027 is not going to be like 2023. I can assure you that. I know that a lot of people think otherwise, but no, whatever happens, we are moving forward as a country. I can tell you that.
All right. Thank you, Okija. Jide, you're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Dr. Mo, for discussing and for your passion and for your patriotism for our country, Nigeria, your interest in ensuring Nigeria's development and stuff. So these are my points, real quick. So my position is, despite the fact that you are very interested in Nigeria's development, just like every one of us here, we are passionate about making Nigeria to get there and liberate ourselves, right? I'm not convinced that an individual from Nigeria, particularly a product of the system, is going to change Nigeria. No individual is going to change Nigeria. Nigeria is a product of a system, and that system has to change. Having said that, I want to say something that you said a lot of things about Peter Obi, which I learned from you today, which I really appreciate. But I also feel like it is heavily distorted to compare Peter Obi with the likes of Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela, right? So this is my question. So don't you think that it can also be more convincing if you talk about the possible? And maybe there's not a lot of time, but I'll just say it still. Like, don't you think like it will be better discussing policies that Peter Obi intends to implement, and for it to be open to criticism, rather than like talking about like campaigning for him into why he's the individual that will fix Nigeria? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, with all due respect, I totally align with you, and I can tell you that Mr. Peter Obi too believes that there is no individual alone that can change the system. It's a systemic problem. However, we have to come together as a people to form a system that will be able to challenge the system. That's why he believes that it's not even the reforms, but that it's people reform. So and that is a policy, that thinking, that process, that ideology speaks to the fact that there is no individual who can bring the change to Nigeria. And that's why you see, like, I'll go back again, for anybody to think, if you think that there are a lot of good people in the system, I can tell you there are PAMSECs, there are people who have retired and they are very poor because they did not, even though they are in the system, they did not, align with the system. And when we speak in terms of systemic corruption and systemic change and all of that, of course, we can say Nigeria is a corrupt nation because it's more than 50%. You know, we can say that we are an insecure nation because of the things that are happening. We can say we're a poor nation because of speaking in context of data. However, you cannot say that everybody is bad in Nigeria. If everybody is bad, then there is no point even discussing Nigeria. We would have gone in the way of, first of all, would not even be one nation. It is still this small seed of people, incorruptible people. it is still this small group of people that are patriotic. You know, we still have people who are completely, you know, against bigotry. You know, we have people who will imprison their father if their father steals in Nigeria. You know, they are not many, but they are there. It is this seed of people that are there. It is from this seed that a critical mass can be built. You know, so even that ideology that is saying that, oh, somebody in the system that comes out of the system cannot change the system is also flawed. You know, because to be honest with you, there's a conversation that we had with IBB that I cannot say, I wouldn't say it here because is built on strategy, but I will rephrase it in the way that does not indict. You know, to say that we will throw the baby and the bath out, we will never see a new Nigeria. You know, because for all the nations of the earth, including China, including Japan, including Malaysia, look at all the leaders. Most of them schooled, they learned their ways from the West. They send people into America, they learn of their ways. If Nigeria is going to change today, if Mr. Peter Obi had won and become president, I can tell you there are over 10,000 Nigerians, billionaires, who would have come into the system with money. That's how a system will change. There's no individual that can change it. It is partnership and collaboration. You know, that is what will change the country. So I agree with you, but you can see the areas where both of us also need to collaborate. And, you know, because at the end of the day, when the father of one of our founding fathers in terms of literature, Chinua Achebe, said in 1983 that Nigeria's problem is her leadership. At that time when he said it, it is 100% correct. Today, it is not entirely correct, because we can see that if you look at Nigeria, our political leaders is not different from our church leaders or our mosque leaders or our social group leaders. If you see the process that how we elect leaders in our schools, it tells you that our political leaders are not the problem. If you conduct an election in your family, you will see that there's a Nigerian system inside your family. So I agree with you. It is not just leadership that is our problem. Look at how opposition leaders, you know, and Rudolph, this is something to also discuss. Nigerians do not even understand that there are opposition leaders, and that opposition leaders are meant to criticize and to hold the government accountable. When you hold the government accountable in Nigeria, they will insult you, they will abuse you, they will even invite you to DSS, you know. So are we even doing democracy here? Do we even understand, you know, the difference between leadership and politics, opposition leader and governance? There are many things that we need to. We don't even understand political ideology as different from political education. We don't have political parties in Nigeria. All we have are just go, people that move from one place to another. There's no ideology driving anybody, you know. And that's why I believe in the obedient movement, because it is ideologically driven. I said in one interview that Mr. Peter Obi's following is not transferable. So those who are going for merger, it is we running for presidency through Mr. Peter Obi. So if you think that whatever merger you are going to do, if you take our position from us, it's not just about him as a person. So, and I'm also saying that to agree with you that it is not him as a person, it is the collective ideology of a people that will bring the change that is required in our country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Jide. Let's go to a man of prestige. We are rounding up. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Dr. Moore, it's nice to have you on the platform. And then Dr. Dame, nice to have us on the platform. The question I was going to ask has already been taken by Okija, but, you know, that may be what it is. I've properly understood your answer. So let me pivot to my second question. It's about the diaspora voting. We have somebody in Nassau Rock right now that professes himself to be a democracy, you know, and an autocracy, all those people that has in his office. How come there's no push for a diaspora voting? Are they scared of what we can do or whatever? What's your opinion in that regard? Because there has never been a push. And I remember during the campaign, you know, in some instances, he insinuated that, you know, that's going to be one of his, you know, mentor, you know, but I have not seen anything in that regard yet. Can you speak on that? Or from your, you know, why you are not pushing anything about diaspora voting? Because small country like Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, you know, they have a diaspora voting, and we're so-called giant of Africa. you can't even account for that. Thank you.
Yeah, it is part of our responsibility collectively as those of us who are in opposition, and also for the obedient that are listening to me. This is what we're supposed to do. We voted for Mr. Peter Obi, and just by doing that, we have about 50 people that were voted into. I think there are about 48 from State House of Assembly to the Red Chamber. We have about 48 people. But guess what? This is where our culture, this is where, again, we have to teach and train our people in terms of political education. The people don't know that they are responsible for the people. It is about legislation. I can tell you, my brother, that we have some people who are in the house, they don't even understand how to write a bill, because we are still I don't know how to put it, we're still very primordial in terms of how we do it. How do you vote for people and you don't hold those people accountable? I told you that I'm following up with the electoral reform. I've had the first meeting in December. I'm following up. I'm holding it, but I'm just one person, and within my reach. Where are the 7 million people that voted for Atiku? Where is the 6 million people that voted for Peter Obi? Where is our collective work? It's not something that just one person or a small group of people can do. If we follow up, what you're talking is simply what? It's simply legislation. It can be signed into law in one day. If we can sign the budget in one day, if we can sign many things in one day, we can sign that in one day. But it's not going to come. It's going to come. This is where you will consult, you will protest, you will hold leaders accountable, you will do everything. And without these things, we are never going to move forward. What they are going to have in the Red Chamber, they're just going to be playing with our sensibilities, buying cars for themselves, going on trips, taking recess, and doing all sorts of things that will not benefit us. Nigerian populace have to wake up, and do the needful for us to have that. We have one out of every four black man on the face of the earth is a Nigerian. That's our power. That's our power. This is why because of what I know, with diaspora voting, we can change the template of what is happening in our country. So I also challenge those of you in the diaspora to ensure that you create, this is also your role, to ensure that you fund pressure groups that will carry out some of this work. Because this government has weaponized poverty to the point where people can't even eat. They can't buy fuel, they can't move, much less go out and protest. The Bureau of Statistics said that over 130 million Nigerians are going through multi-dimensional poverty, meaning that if they are sick today, they will die. No healthcare, no education, no food, no electricity. It's not Dr. Mo saying it, it's Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. This is where we are, and you can see where those of you in the diaspora, you have a huge role to play, and that's why when I go on X Spaces and I see some of the conversation with some of the diaspora, and I'm like, we need to wake up as a people. Even those of you in the diaspora, read our law, follow up with the people. Do you know those who are serving? Do you know your governor? Do you know your chairman? Do you know your senator? Get their numbers, put pressure on them, support pressure groups, and get them to do the needful. Read up, and it's our collective work.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Moore has to go, unless he wants to take the two people together who are left. But I got a message that he has to go. If that is the case,
if you can make it snappy, that would be good. I have a meeting of elders who have kept them for over an hour.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. That's why I'm talking about. And we see just quickly one question, and then Nicholas one question, and then he will give us the final thoughts.
Okay, welcome, Dr. Mo. Thank you, Dr. Damages. So my question centers on the electoral reform. I hope as we are pushing this electoral reform as well, you take into account the need to have the INEC chairman not being appointed by the president, that the INEC chairman and his commissioners, their appointments should be done probably by all the political parties coming together and deciding what criteria and all. That is a big way to get him not to be influenced by whoever is in power. That is very important. And then the current INEC chairman, all efforts must be made to ensure that he lives there before the next major election, 2027. And sorry, one more thing is that just one more thing, doctor.
We have to go. We have to go. We have to go.
Okay, please. Those are what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Nicholas, one question quickly.
All right. Good evening. I can't remember the name of the guest. Anyway, I just want to say something and also ask my question directly to you.
Yeah, quickly, please. We have to.
Yes. Why do you think that Nigeria will work? Secondly, don't you see that Nigeria is not designed to work because it's already over 60 years after independence and nothing is going?
Thank you, Ndubisi. All right, Dr. Mo, your final thought and the answers to the question.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I think the current INEC chairman, this ending of this year, thereabout, his tenure will expire. We're going to push collectively to ensure that he doesn't return. For me, I think, it's controversial, but I think he should return and correct the mistake that he made, if you ask me. That's what I would even suggest, but, I know he'll probably not return, but if he returns, whether he returns or not is inconsequential. It is what we do on one part. I think Nigeria will work because I am a student of nations across the world. The nations and places that we see today, America is sitting close to what? That 300 years. You have Britain is, many, many years. And I give two examples. The South Africa we see today took over what? 82 years of working, of struggles, of movement, even before Mandela became what? President. Martin Luther King was 87 years of working up until when he was killed. There is no nation that is, every nation is a work of man, and I can tell you that. I can tell you that I know that Nigeria is going to work because the passion that I see with Nigerians across board, if Nigeria is not going to work, from the time of our founding fathers, Nigerians would have disintegrated. I say that because it is, we are the same people. It's just the divisive narrative, but I'm not thinking that Nigeria will work. And I know that Nigeria is going to work. 60 years in the life of a nation is actually a very young age. What you're not considering is that Nigeria is not Rwanda. Nigeria has about 600 languages, 250 ethnic groups, except we're going to do the American style where one tribe or one class will just wake up and wipe out another tribe. But if Nigerians are going to work in terms of our melting point of ideology, my brother, it's going to take many years. It might take another 50 years. It might take another 100 years, which is not really bad in the life of a nation like Nigeria. Nigeria is the only other nation. If Nigeria fails, it means that the lot of the black man on the face of the earth is gone. If Nigeria works, if a white man walks into this room right now, you're not looking at a white man. You're either looking at American, you're looking at a Chinese man or a Japanese man. If any black person walks into any place in global stage, do you know what they're looking at? They're looking at the picture of Nigeria. They're looking at poverty. They're looking at inequality. They're looking at corruption. They're looking at all things that are bad. That is what will happen if Nigeria works. And Nigeria is the only country, black nation on the face of the earth that has a population, that has a human capital. My PhD is in environmental resource planning. I know the natural wealth of the country, but that is even nothing as compared to the human capital that we have. Nigeria is among the, Nigeria can donate 10 million youths to go and fight war today. If Nigeria decides today to meet the nursing deficit of the world, where they say the world is going to need about what? It's going to be in deficit of about 30 million nurses in the next 20 years. Nigeria can decide to put nursing school in every local government to meet that challenge. We have the population, we have the resources. And guess what? Every Nigerian can be a doctor, can be a lawyer. We are so gifted as a people. This is how I know. What we're not having is enough patriotic people who will teach and speak about Nigeria rather than speaking about Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and the things and religion that is dividing us. We need patriotic leaders. And this is why I support a leader like Peter Obi, because he said, don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Vote for me because I have the capacity. Vote for me because you can see what I can do. My pan-Nigerianness. Nigeria will work in our lifetime, but it might take time.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Mo, for joining us. We really appreciate this time. And hopefully in no distant time, we will invite you to
Thank
come
you, Dr. Mo,
and join us again. Thank you. And we'll
Thank
take
you.
a break. When we come back, we do a review. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right. We're still going to take a break.
Max, ibia bunye lokwanu mo no fube nazo Olaga ni biazugo Mmanwu olaga do ni biazugo Agbanwe nwilo chi o biko rapuzoro Kona bazia Onyo mazoro biko Abamba watore dosari Ibia unye ni gwana mo Lagadori biazigo Mo lagadori biazigo Abamba wilo chino Bigora buzoro Ona wazi Mazi wako mamwe Odogu no kwere zinenka Onyomo nigadele mo Mazi ni biazigo Go with the melody. You got to go with your phone. Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesi gono. Lagadoni pezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora buzoro Anabazi Say Onyama zoro de Amama wazoro de Sorry Ibya muyano kwa namo Ofube naro Olaga doni pezigo Nazaboy Olaga doni biazugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Odogu kanano mikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikechobo bele bege Hey, you want? So Chukwe mekalumo Ike chukwu negaji Esi wanne mekene Ila pulife nini neme webia Kago sili na nina gibu wanne wisdom megaji Kanyegi maiki kogo banya bebu Isili maxi Obu netire egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na nkeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ na basị zoro zoro oyi na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ ozu ike
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging in here with us. It's been a wonderful day here in New York City. I hope it's beautiful wherever you are in the world. And we want to do a brief review of what happened. Let me start by hearing the views of people who didn't get a chance to weigh in. I think apart from only
people like us.
only CM. CM, let me start with you.
Okay. Actually, I was listening from the good evening, everybody. Anyway, so to say. Actually, I was listening from the sideline. The thing is, all that he said, for me, they are no news to me because I follow Peter Obi too. But as an insider, I know there are one or two things he may not disclose, and then which I may not be privy to. But all said and done, the only challenge is not that people know that there's not Peter Obi becoming a president of Nigeria. The only challenge is though that what is it called, that conspiracy that no Igbo man will be president of Nigeria. People may deny it. I knew about this since 1997 through Chubo Okadibo. That was why Okadibo was so furious, and he was challenging everything to prove it, that either he bring the country down or they do away with it. But you see, maybe, that's what I'm saying, maybe the suffering we made them to change, but they've forgotten that until an Igbo man takes over the leadership of Nigeria, Nigeria is not going anywhere. If they lie, let them continue rotating it between Yoruba and the Fulani. It doesn't mean anything. 2027, or the way they say, if he moves to the north, is to the Fulani is going to. They are getting ready. What is the name? Nuhu Ribadu. That is the person they want to hand over to, maybe after Tinubu. Nuhu Ribadu from the northeast. The same Fulani. If he comes down, maybe by then, maybe Bajabi Amila must have matured. They go down again. So all these things, they are rotating Yoruba Fulani. We know the game they are playing. And Nigeria will continue to sink. It's as simple as that. You can't hold an Igbo man down and not sink. We will even get up and leave you in the where you kept us. So it's as simple. I know why he's saying. I know what he's saying. He's quite passionate. He's very open. You know, he's so happy to associate with Peter Obi, even without saying so. But we know what we are facing. So that the Igbo that we are, it's not really the problem that the Igbo, the people see Peter Obi to be. So that is the thing. When it gets to politics, they will tell you, oh, we didn't want an Igbo man. They will break up the country. They will do this. They will do that. Then let Igbo man go now, so that you have your country. You will still force Igbo. You see, the contradiction I can never understand is this. You don't want Igbo man to be #1 citizen, and you don't want them to go. Is it possible? It's not. Something must have to give. Allow Igbo to go and rule so that you can enjoy your Nigerian crude oil. You say no. Igbo man must be part of it. Then when we raise up our hand to be president, you start telling us that Igbo has to do this and do. Look at where Nigeria is. Even those that Those that participated in slaughtering Biafrans, more than 5 million, they are now the people having refugee camp all over, and nobody is talking to them. And they are, and you see them shamelessly, they will come and still be talking of Peter Obi as if Peter Obi is the cause of their refugee camp all over their places. So we know what is going on. That's why sometimes when they are saying all these things, we know the game they are playing, but it's not leading them anywhere. Nigeria is sinking, and it will continue to sink until an Igbo man takes over. If you don't want an Igbo man to be president, allow Igbo, tell Igbo, find your way out of Nigeria. They releasing Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, they will leave. It's like you can't have it both ways. You can't force me to be part of Nigeria, and then I can't enjoy my full citizenship like every other person within the context of Nigeria. 1999, Igbo voted for a Yoruba man. It was Omoluabi. Amorawana. 2007, we voted for Fulani. That one, Rankadede. Rankadede. 2011, we voted for Ijoman. Asawana, wana. Ijokime, emie. Everybody laugh. Asawana. Then 2015 again, we voted for the same Asawana. They started punishing us that we didn't vote for a Fulani man, Buhari. 2019, the same Fulani have to bring himself again. 2023, Igbo man come, they say, that's one Igbo man. I mean, look, you see, that's what they call generational shift. The generation that are coming up in Igbo, they know all this trick. They know all these lies. So there's no way. That's what I wanted, but I don't want to spoil his form. If I had come in, this is what I will educate him on. We know all these things. Let Peter Obi do. He's a humanitarian. Give them pipe, give them a borehole, donate money anywhere you like. That's all. It's as simple as that. Rather than allow Igbo man, they go and switch up the beavers. And who invented the beavers? An Igbo man. Electrical engineering graduates from UNN working with INEC. Yet they are making noise. Forget about all this. We know what is. Nigeria continues to sink until Igbo man takes over the leadership. Failing it, nothing is going to happen. If you like, rotate power between Fulani and Yoruba for the next 100 years. It's not going to work. It is spiritual. Until you break that jinx, it's not going to work. The way you do it is that either you allow Ndibo get out, go and be your own Biafra, then we leave. Or if we must be in Nigeria, we must assume number one citizen. Why should a Fulani man rule? Yoruba has taken, Ijo has taken. When he goes to Iboton, they switch up the beavers and start to tell you different political permutation. If this man collaborate with Showore, if you combine with this, what of if you switch? What of beavers? What of beavers? Today we are electing a certificate forger, career criminal, and you want things to be good. I bet let me stop so fast. Let me not. I don't want to go back into,
All right.
Things are better left unsaid.
Thank you, CM. There's a question for you, CM. T. Majek wants to know, if you had a choice, would you want to leave Nigeria or want an Igbo man to lead Nigeria?
You see, I will answer it this way. We've made all efforts to lead. The efforts we've made to lead compared with the efforts we made to leave, the efforts we've made to lead is greater. So I will leave because there's no need. I will leave. I will leave. You don't need to be big to lead. Israel is look at their landmass. Today, they are the power in the world. So that is, in fact, the essence why I want Igbo to leave is this. That is the only opportunity we will have to compete with the Jews in terms of technology. We compete with Indians in terms of provision of professionals all over the world. Then we compete with the Chinese in business. These are the people that God created us to compete with. The Chinese, the Indians, and the Jews. So finding ourselves in Nigeria is just a misnomer. That's where we are supposed to be. After all, a Harvard professor said there are 4 most important ethnic groups in the world. The Indians, in terms of where we see them everywhere, the Igbos, the Chinese, and the Jews. Only one of them hasn't got a homeland, which is the Igbos. Israel has got their own, a homeland with a flag at the UN. India, China, the same. It's only in the Igbo. So why? What? There's nothing good in leading Nigeria. The Fulanis have been leading, and the Yorubas. How today Yoruba even want to get out, despite the fact that they are in charge. So why? People that are leading want to get out. Igbo man will never lead. Now you go come die to build them. I beg you. we leave it like this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM. Okay, let's hear reviews of a conversation with Dr. Moses Paul. Let's go to John Abba.
It was a very knowledgeable guy. I watched the program from the very beginning. The only problem we are having is when we have those good people work so hard, risk their life, and those cancer in the spine like CM and Pansat destroy their work, then it's like 1 foot forward and 20 backward. It's okay to disagree with people on any issue and have your stand. It's not when your electricity or internet go off wherever you stay and then it's Hausa Fulani that does it or Fulani that do it. All those is poisonous. No ethnic group have the monopoly to become a Nigerian president. You have to walk across. That is politics, and he understood. He understood politics. Peter Obi understood politics. What I disagree with Peter Obi on, which is his own. He have the right to do that. He's so much romance with those that mortgage our lives. Babangida, Obasanjo, and the rest. But I always know that he's a good guy. Well, I think he should have distanced himself from those people a bit. Baba Lola that he went to see do not even, I don't think Baba Lola know him because the other guy said that he thought he was Dele Faro to me. And that is like, and I always tell you guys that as of Baba Faro to me's age, where I come from, where brought up, where culture, if somebody offend you at that age, they will give you 7 stone that when you die, turn to Baba or Legba, go pursue them on the other side. Don't waste your time. Don't go after them. You don't even have the energy. And I was right. I was confirmed to be right that Baba Lola doesn't know himself, know where he is. Because the guy said he was furious that the person you organize to go and capture from Lagos, you keep him in prison, and now you see somebody and you think that is the same person. So you should tell you the people that is still partying around with. These people don't know themselves. Worry about the youth. But one thing outstanding in his statement is that say Peter Obi is one person. Where are the 6 million plus uh, that voted for him? Where are the other millions from Atiku? Which is trying to say that. And I would love to know where he come from in Benue. I know Benue people are very brave. Remember Okakup and all of that. We are very brave people. KJ can say that. Maybe he can be honest about that. He's sometimes honest when you give him tithe and offering. But it is a very knowledgeable guy. I like him. But then let us take all those. And I asked him the question because oftentimes many people understood what is going on. I gave him the opportunity to take that word called violent against Malcolm X, and he did. Because that is not the word he should have used. There's no violence. He's just a different person. Then also he understood that about Sowore thing that Sowore personality is different. I just don't know the word he uses. You don't have used that. He understood all of those things. So you are always bringing the right person. We have to change your glasses. I think you are seeing very well now, Dr. Rudy. So keep on the good work. And I saw me yesterday. It's like when I'm married. So the way I can confirm that this is national TV, but I always tell people to respect you. You roll your program every 30 minutes. You are an icon in the business of YouTube. When you hit, let me know. Come to the house.
All right, Jonaba, thank you so much.
Is that me? Is that me?
Let's hear Mike. Michael, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, everybody. All the panelists. Doctor, I say respect to you. Kudo, good job.
Thank you.
I missed most of the interview with the doctor, but actually, what I want us just to add little thing is, if we as Nigerians, we can put away our sentimentality, I think that country will move forward. Let's leave this trouble, this thing to the side. I believe the country, Nigeria is a great country that if we can move forward without this sectionalized and sentiment about which tribe to rule which tribe, I think we're gonna find out that we are a great, because I tell you what, I tell a lot of people, Nigeria of all in the nation in the world, for us to come together without that number of ethnic and languages, and we are living together. Tell me which other country in the world has the same nature or economic, social economical differences, and they are making it. So that's what I'm thinking about. That in our political destiny, we need to find a way that we can get above our sentimentality, especially when it comes to tribe. We're going to be a better place. So I missed most of the interview, but that's just coming in just to chime in my 1-2 point. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you, Michael. Richards, you're next.
Yeah, good evening. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah, happy New Year from Germany. Yeah. I listened to your guest, a very brilliant young man. But I think what he's fighting for in Nigeria is like a wishful thinking. As an Igbo man, I think I've seen Nigeria is it's not made for Igbo people. The panelists might disagree with me, but that's the way I look at it. And we have to tell ourselves the truth. How long are we going to continue discuss all this? Every 4 years we discuss this thing, and then after it, nothing happens. I believe that at this time, what we should be discussing in Nigeria is, let us sit down. Let us sit down as human beings. God created us the way they created the white people. Let us sit down and discuss how are we going to live in this country? Are we going to live together? At what conditions, what terms and conditions are we going to live in this country? I see 2027 is not, why are we discussing 2027? 2 years from now. And after 2027, we focus again on 2031. Why not these people sit down and say, okay, this experiment, we have tried it for 60 years, it's not working. Which way forward? Because I know that this thing, for me, I know that this thing called Nigeria is not working, not only for Igbos, but for many people. Because after Tinubu now, 8 years, definitely Tinubu will stay there for 8 years. After Tinubu, it goes back to the north, to the core northern Nigerians. After it will come back to the south. Whenever they tell you that the power should come back to the south, they mean that the power is going back to Yorubas. Whenever they tell that the power is going back to the north, they mean the core northern Nigeria, mostly the Fulanis. And then we continue, behaving as if that we are not human beings. I've lived here for 34 years. Many small countries are more more richer than Nigeria. They will tell you, oh, Igbo people, we live in a landlocked, area. And then Switzerland is landlocked. Hungary is landlocked. Austria is landlocked. Luxembourg is landlocked. Serbia is landlocked. Are we better than these people? Are we not more, even in population, in everything, are we not far better than these people? But look at the way they're living. So these people, Peter Obi is a good guy, but Peter Obi will never smell that as rock. 1993, I was in Lagos. I listened to one man, an Igbo man, very elderly man. This man was talking on one of the radios in Lagos State. This was 1993. And this man was a very old man. He said that after the Civil War, because he was a captain in Nigeria Biafra War, he said after the war, that the Southwest and the North made an agreement that Igbo man will never rule Nigeria. That was 1993. I just visited Nigeria then. And this man, in fact, they were trying to, that was even under I think, Babangida. This radio was kind of, after 2 minutes, after 1 hour, they closed the radio. So what we're talking about is, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. If it's going to happen, why not they make it that this way, that at least make it constitutional, that let it be rotational, so that if it comes to your own turn, you know that now it is your own turn. If they really want Nigeria to work. Thank you.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Igbo Basics. So what we're going to do is, I know there are people who have been waiting. Igbo Basics, after you and Ike, we go up and talk to the other people before the new people who joined. I don't want Kenneth to think I'm coming to him soon. Igbo Basics, go ahead. We can hear you.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Damages and fellow panelists. All soldiers never die. They just fade away. And why I say that is that some of us who came abroad, we came to get the golden fleece and go back. Some of us did. We got the golden fleece, we went back. We tried to bring our American mentality into the system of credibility and honesty. And we learned two things. It's either you join them, become crooked, or you rough it out, or you leave. And we made choices. I listened to Dr. Mo speak here, and I'm speaking as an old soldier. Indulge me if you will. I've gone through it through Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. I'm talking about the people that I've had the privilege of seeing at Just Stadium in 1964. Through Dr. M. Akbara, through Aguiyi, through Odumegwu Ojukwu. I'm just speaking from the people that I've had the opportunity to be in their presence. The issue is very simple. There was a civil war. We fought the war, a war that we did not intend to fight, but we fought the war. And that war taught us a lot of lessons. We came out alive. The conspiracy, if you will, started way before the Civil War. That alliance between the North and the West, which is still holding up to tomorrow, let's not deceive ourselves. CM has spoken here. Some others have alluded to the same process. Dr. Mose, he spoke very well. I tried to get in to say a word or two. The point I'm trying to make here is this. If you've lived through MPN and the rest of the group of the time, if you live through NCNC, let's start it from there, till the current PDP, PPC, APC, and the rest of them, and you know that the same game has been played all along. Dr. Moses' presentation about Nigeria must work, it's a very good idea. And his concept of the revolution, if I use that word, the people, maybe in our lifetime, it will come to pass that people hungry enough will tear ahead and make things happen. We'll wait to see. I'm going to sum up my word. All of you, all of us here, except if you are from a different country, you still carry the same green passport as we speak. Some people tore their own up and said they don't want to have nothing to do with that place again, about Nigeria. The only thing I'm going to have to say to the young ones who are here is the fact that, you know the mbe, turtle, the tortoise. My people say the rope where they tie tortoise, the rope no go rest, the tortoise no go rest. That's just a fact of life. So the rope where Nigeria, and by Nigeria I mean the West and the North, tie the East. You no go rest. The East no go rest, the West no go rest, the North no go rest. There is so much impunity. Come on now, we know the truth. There is so much. Don't even say corruption, this and that, name it. It's a mirage of it. When the owners of Nigeria decide that Nigeria will go forward, I am in support of what Dr. Mo said. Nigeria can get to the moon. Nigeria can do so much. As we speak, Nigeria is buying arms when Nigeria should have been manufacturing Obunigwe and all other kinds of arms. If you don't recognize what you have, you are God-given. I'm not even talking about the minerals. The decision that was made by the colonialists, at some point we stop blaming them. At some point, we as Nigerians have to say, you know what, enough is enough. We've paid our dues to Britain as Nigerians. But the fact is that the leaders of today who have been planted there, it's so much that even the American system that you look at, okay, do you know during the last election, some of us who have completely washed our hands off of anything politics, we don't want to be bothered, we showed up on the stage. Why? Because Peter Obi showed up on the stage. A lot of people mortgaged. Some people sold their refrigerators. Some people sold their wristwatches. Some people even gave up their phone just to genuinely support what they believe in. I'm not going to even talk about Sowore. Sowore is a young man who has come of age and is doing very great. But all in all, without alliances, Sowore is going nowhere. Without alliances, Peter Obi can do as much as he can as a genuine person. He won't succeed. So my submission for today is very simple. Dr. Damages, keep up the good work. Keep bringing the people you are bringing. Soldier come, soldier go. Barak go day. We all come. We see Nigeria. I'm looking into 70-something now. We go there, we go play our part, we go. KJ, next time I pass Uzuakole, I will make sure that I'll go to Elas Uzuakole, because that is something that I truly appreciate. Why do I say that? I sum it up to say to you all, if you don't know how to practice the act of bushcraft, I practice bushcraft. If you want to know what bushcraft is, join me. When I go back that way, if you want to see me, including Dr. Damages, you go come for bush, come see me. That is my intention. take this away for every one of you. We are in America, we're in London, we're in different places. One day they go ask you, say, oh boy, where you come from, sir. Even though you've had children here. That is the time you realize it is time to go. But if you so decide to be buried in a foreign land, that's equally okay. But for some of us, we have made the way, and all our politics are via whiskey. I will see you in the bush very soon. Even if it's the bush for America. Thank you all and keep up the good work, Dr. Damages. Don't give up. I will say bye-bye to us by hoping that the 75th birthday anniversary of Chief Zebediah Okorigwe Wobe, alias 430, the man from Nobi. I will hope that we will be able to air it up here. Now that the man is still alive, enjoy him. Not when he go, all of you are going to say, chai, chai, chai. It is time for us to do something about it.
Thank you, Professor. I would have stopped you if you didn't mention Chief Zebediah because I know. All right, Ike, you are next.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday to all of us. Like everyone has said, I joined from the camp when I was coming back from the church. I listened to Dr. Mo and I came home and I listened to the whole interview. Like for me, as an obedient, not obedient on the social network, obedient in truth and in reality, whatever he says here, it's not new to me. Some of us who are committed to obedience, who are tirelessly working for obedient movement. There are so many things, like as he said, he's not going to say here, but everything he said here is a few things that I know, some of us know. I want to also my brother Opera from Germany, who spoke right now about a few minutes ago before Igbo Basic, who said Peter Obi would never ever smell a sorrow. I wanted to let him to correct his language because he woke up this morning. He didn't know how he woke up from his sleep this morning. So he do not decide who becomes anything. It is God that gives power. Men can steal power, but at a certain time, they will release what they're holding. So for him to say he would never smell a sorrow, I would have loved him that he's still here, for him to withdraw that, because that's a very wrong statement to make. You do not decide the future and destiny of anybody. God has destined each and every one of us for a purpose in this life. And I wanted to remind him that even though he has lived in Germany for 34 years, the question would have been, have you realized the reason and the purpose why God sent you to go to Germany to spend 34 years? Because you might be 34 years in the place, but you are still lost because you don't know why you are sent there to be. And that is what is happening to so many of us who are living in diaspora. We don't know why we are where we are. We only just focus about the material things that we make. But most of us don't know the reason why God has sent you, giving you the opportunity and the privilege to be where you are. It's not all about money. It's not all about acquiring material wealth. There is something that God has sent you there to go and do and use it for the betterment of your people back in Nigeria. It's not just about money. So I hope that somebody, he comes here and try to listen what we are talking about, because such statement is not what, and this, somebody who has lived in Europe for 30 something years is coming to the national platform to say something like that. You don't decide the destiny and future of anybody. God owns the life of every one of us. And if I sleep and wake up today, the only thing I owe is to thank God, because I don't know how I slept. I don't know how I wake up this morning. And which means that I know that a supernatural power that controls the atmosphere where I exist. So I cannot say Dr. Damage's station can never exist. Which power do I have? His call, his destiny, and his future is different from my own. So I can only try to work against him. But if God has destined this station to succeed and become the best of CNN, it's going to happen. It might not happen in my time when I'm still alive. It might happen when I'm still good, but God has signed it that this station is going to be better than CNN. So which power do I have to say the network of Dr. Damages is not going to exist? No. So I want my brother to understand that when we are making a comment in a place like this, we should try to, choose the words that we use, because all of us are grown up. Nobody's still sucking his mother's breast that is still here, right? And I want to sympathize with my brother CM. I know how emotional it can be, and I know what he's feeling. It's the feeling of 95% of every Igbo man, rightly or wrongly. What is important is that we are not going to stop people who are aspiring to be leaders in Nigeria. We can't stop anybody. If God has given us somebody that we know that has the credential, the capacity, the capability to lead Nigeria, we go with the person. And if it is just like what Mo said here, if the 6 million people that voted for Mr. Peter Obi and 7 million people that voted for Atiku, you combine it together, is about 15 million votes. Automatically, they are supposed to be the people that are leading Nigeria today. But because of the kind of system of government we practice in Nigeria, it is the winner takes all. And the man who is there didn't get up to 37%. He's ruling Nigeria with about 30-something%. So which means, it's not me and you that is put him where he is today. So we should work together. It's not anybody. Sometimes people come here and say, Peter Obi. No, Peter Obi has never said this. If it is not him, no other person. That has never been his philosophy. Mr. Peter Obi has always believed, as a nationalist, has always believed Nigeria can be better, but we're going to work together. He has never said it's going to be him, right? So the comment of Moa about Sowore, he was trying to be respectful, but like Okija asked the question. Moa said something that I've always said here, like when people who support Sowore come here. I used to tell them, Peter Obi is not the problem of Sowore. I don't know why he's after. They can work together. Because you cannot say you can't work with anybody. How are you going to work with? Are you going to work with spirit? Are you going to work with human being? We have left you. You have worked for so many years. You can only garner 5,000 votes. And somebody who just worked one who has about 6 million votes, given him by INEC. So why can't you understand that politics is different? There is difference between politics and activists, which Mo said here today. And I've always said that somebody is an activist. If you want to play politics, you should go and put on the suit of a politician, because he's not a politician, he's an activist. And if he's running his activists with Nigerian politics, he's not going to go anywhere. He can't even win his election in his family. You see, this is Nigerian politics. So you have to make sure and understand that we have to work together. We have tried it in 2023, and that was the beginning of Obedient movement, and that movement is spreading. He's not saying that it must be Peter Obi. No. Like he said here, Peter Obi had a target for himself. If he doesn't work from that time, somebody else must take over. And that's what we all should understand that. So let us not, my brother CM, I know how painful it is. We feel the same pain. The same blood that runs in you runs in me. But we should also try to understand that this is Nigeria, and we're going to continue to work and see how we can be able to get a better Nigeria for every one of us. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Let me, I have to time people now, otherwise we are not going to leave here. And there are people who are back end who are trying to join us. So let me go up. I'll come back to you, Kene and Tony. But let me go up and catch the people who are up there. Let me start with you, KJ, because I may have to hand this over to you at some point. KJ, let me go. KJ, Righteous Man on Politics, and I'll come down to Kene. Go ahead, KJ.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and everyone person in the panel and those on the keyboard. I recognize all your contributions and effort. It's actually
Dr. I'm in Nigeria. Privilege to be in Nigeria.
Okay, yes,
that's true.
Okay,
yeah.
I refer to him.
All right. You
so can I give us the good news and make sure you bring Ibe and Okra.
Can I go ahead? Okay, hold on. Okay.
One good news was that I was blessed with fresh offer Fresh Ofora
No
yesterday.
Musa, no Musa in
I
Kano. We
didn't meet
say
Ofora.
I'm in Nigeria.
Yeah. So this is it. I will start with but why on the comment section. It's not just that the Kulata is being recognized for giving, for donating to the platform. You can as well try that now. Just go click that dollar sign, put like $20, and your comment will be recognized immediately. It's automatic. So Kulata is doing his thing. So we are used to him, and he's blessing the platform. We get reprimand here every day. We're becoming used to that. It's all about being Nigerian. In our place they say you can't please everybody. That's why we are Nigerians. Somebody was the doctor that was invited here today. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to tune in. You know how Nigeria is. So, but I know the guy is a well-grounded person. Though I tried to rewind back to to hear what he said, but I think he was saying something about the election should be that the election was less than 20% of voters. The people that voted were 20% of the total registered votes, and for that reason, the election should have been redone. I agree with him, and I, for one, I am one person that till tomorrow, I am of the opinion that there was no election in 2023. Aso Rock is vacant, probably being occupied by a miscreant, a criminal, a drug pusher. Nobody will change that opinion about me. You can come on and reprimand me. That is fine. I'm used to that. But the truth is that we have no leadership in Nigeria. And somebody here was saying that if we are humans, I know the man he was emotional. I don't know, Oga. I don't know how far you've known these people called Nigerians. You are being emotional that if we should come together as human beings to discuss on on the way forward. Unfortunately, Nigeria is made up of two type of things: human beings and non-human beings, living things and non-living things. So, in as much as the human beings are trying to make things work, the non-living, non-human beings, if there is anything like that, are destroying it. I, for one, anyone that is supporting APC, right from their presidential candidate down, anybody that is supporting APC is not a human being. Simple. You can block me on the road and slap me, no wala. But you are not a human being. That is me saying it, right? I cannot classify you as a human being. Simple. Nigeria is gone. Nigeria has been captured. There is nothing anybody. We can all come here, as one said it on the comment section, to relieve the stress. We can come here and make noise and talk. As it is today, Nigeria has been hijacked by correct criminals. I'm not talking about petty criminals. I'm talking about serious criminals that can use pen, they can use gun, they can use anything. So me, I'm not a criminal. I don't even know how to use. I've never, triggered before. I don't know how to use those things. But these people, they are in the they are everywhere. So Nigeria is captured. What we should be talking about now is how to destroy that thing that brings them together. That national cake, that thing they call national cake. How to destroy that cake so that they will all find their way. And the only way to do that is you, the Igbo man, you, the Hausa man, you, the Orobo, you, the Asian, you, the Ososo man, we all come together and say, you know what? Let's go our separate ways. Let's destroy that Aso Rock. Let's just, break everything apart. Let everybody go. That is the only way, because these people are a bunch of lazy idiots. Okay, look at the tax reform that the illegitimate president is trying to bring, for them. They said no, that they are so lazy, they cannot hustle. That's what they're telling us. They are so lazy, they cannot generate income on their own. They cannot generate revenue on their own. They are so lazy. That is what they're telling us. And you want us to continue with this style of leadership. Nigeria is gone. There is no way. Tell me one thing that makes you a proud Nigerian, and I will tell you how you are not a human being. Simple.
Okay. Kenneth, thank you.
Dr. Damages, Kenneth, please, one word. Ejalo, Yavisije. A hunter does not say everything. A hunter does not say everything he sees in the bush. I'm not going to ask you whether you went in there with this or you went in there with the other one. But all I'm trying to say to you is that Ejalo, Yavisije. Dr. Damages was there, and I saw him pounding the mortar, and he went the sweetest way. Before you could look for Dr. Damages, he was on camera with the great one that visits us here. I mean, he did the type of thing that I expect you to do, which is go like a mirage, come like a mirage. But if you think, say, you could talk that American grammar there, they go wait for you for Isolo Airport or whatever it is. So, because that's what I'm trying to say to you.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, Igbo Basics. So let's go back to Tony. I'll come down to you, but let's go to KJ. KJ, go ahead. KJ, can you hear me? KJ is a moderator, so it's for those who do not know. But
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Sorry, my system is acting up. 1 minute.
Yeah, KJ, we can't hear you very well. Let's move on. Let's go to another Nigerian, Righteous Man. KJ, fix your thing. We'll come back to you. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah.
Righteous Man.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Igbo Basics, very long time, sir. God bless you. Happy New Year. KJ, everybody who's here, I greet all of you. Nigerian case is so pathetic that to handle it, you have to be very, very careful, you know. I will choose my words because the freedom we enjoyed 2024 had been removed from us. That freedom is no longer existing. So every platform is being monitored now. Every language you use, every word you use, you will account for it. So we have to be very careful, like Ekene. Just be very mindful. The people you are dealing with, they have gone a step ahead of you to make sure that your freedom is no longer what it used to be. So what I just want to say is this. Like I always say, a one Nigeria would be very wonderful. If you ask me to vote if there is a referendum, a one Nigeria that is principled, built on equity and fair play. A Nigeria that we guarantee my security, guarantee my children's security on the basis of merit, not religion and not ethnicity, not according to tribe. That whatever you become of in life is on the basis of what you have achieved meritoriously, either through academic excellency or through entrepreneurship. Then you are given that position to occupy. That is a Nigeria I am praying and believing God it can be. I don't think that injustice is acceptable to any human being. Because if you travel from Lagos to Enugu, you will get over 200 military checkpoints. And in most cases, you pay. And there is no constitutional backing or federal government or state policy that says a motorist that is traveling home for festivity or for burial should be paying at every checkpoint. And that only happens more in the southeast, from Lagos going, because they know that is the major road the southeast plies. It is injustice. It is something we have to campaign against. Let one Nigeria be one Nigeria and reflect in everything that we do as a people, not be sectional. Let the right that a northerner receives, the right he enjoys, let it be the same rights a southwesterner, an easterner, and a south man enjoys. That is my cry, and that is what I've been crying of since I joined this platform. There is no equity in Nigeria. An Igbo man is seen as an outcast. An Igbo man is seen as a third-class citizen, not even second class. No matter how brilliant you are, your brilliancy can't guarantee you anything. Some of the selected individuals that are Igbos, that you see in the national platform are those who are enjoying the Nigerian state, and they don't care what happens to the ordinary Igbo man. Can I say this as I end? Ordinary Nigerian, we want Peter Obi to be president. Whether outside Yoruba, Igbo, Efik, Shekiri, Ibini man, Benue man, every ordinary Nigerian wants Peter Obi to be president. But the selected elite, the bourgeoisie, those who believe that they own Nigeria and they decide what happened in Nigeria, they allegedly claim Kabaz. We never want him to be there. That is just the truth. And it's a policy. Until that policy is destroyed, and until these people are ready to build a nation that can compete with other countries of the world, Nigeria is going nowhere. We are still where we are. I don't know whether you guys are aware that the cost of fuel that they were enjoying, when Dangote come on board, there will be the price of fuel will come down, the price of PMS will come down, there will be job, there will be this, there will be that. As of today, what is happening? What is going on? Bought fuel to go to church today, 1,040 naira. Today being Sunday. And it's going haywire like that. There is no electricity, there is no good road, no hospital, no employment, no job. The business you establish, if you are not careful, it just dies and you become a beggar in the streets of Lagos and in other states of Nigeria. So it is not working. We have to do something to make it work. And to do it, we have to go back to Jonathan Constitutional Conference in 2014 that made Nigeria a workable venture. Outside it, my brothers and sisters, 2027 will come, and those who decide and who determine who rules Nigeria will still put their candidates. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just responded to your text. All right, I want to say, just air my mind a bit before I take any responsibility on this platform now. First and foremost, you see, I know Dr. Mo. I've known him for a long time. We have one or two things, and there is someone who in that group have been trying to get us to talk to. Also, they've done a lot of work in Africa and in Nigeria, and they are quite apt in what they're doing. And so I enjoyed listening to him. But even at that, speaking from my own point of view, as someone from the Southeast, I think that sometimes the problem that the Igbos face in Nigeria is underrated. It is not fully put into account. Certain times we just make it look as if these people are just crying too much, and they're trying to gaslight everybody. But that's not the case. And if you're a student of history, if you want to go back into the times the Igbos started having problem in Nigeria, especially with the one of the massacring of the people of the East, in the north. It started as far back as before 1945. So even before Nigeria came to be anything Nigeria, there was that constant meeting and making sure that those people, their lives are wasted with no just reason. Anything can trigger it. And that has happened all the way to the time eventually the Nigerian Civil War was fought. And out of all the officers there, 2 or 3 Igbo men were in it, but it became an Igbo coup, to which the Igbos are still suffering from today. But just to let you know that how Nigeria functions. You see, President Tinubu, whether we like him or not, was able to put together something that looks like a tax reform. Has anybody asked why the North was so vehemently against it? The reason is simple, nothing but simple. Okay, it will now go. From their own account. It was like the Tinubu is trying to reverse back to the pre-independence formula of sharing, which was basically based on different formulas of what you work, what you extract from your community, and all that. And they see that as being against the North. Now, let us not even go into the figures. But one of the things you know that they banded together until they got what they wanted. But our own side of the coin, which the southern governors couldn't even band together to get simple things pushed through. So that will continue. You see, when the people act like bandits, when it comes to national affairs, you act like a bandit because you think you have the number, you think you have everything. You push your people to begin to gaslight the Nigerian population and tell them that, look, we know this and we're going to do this if you don't do this. And eventually people cow in, they allow you to get away with it. Is it going to bring development? The answer is no. We're going to constantly continue in this trajectory that's not going to allow the states to be viable for state governors and the state legislators to think of how to develop their communities and help their people. And they're always looking forward to what is going to come from the center based on population, based on landmark, okay? And then at the end of the day, you think you are helping yourself, but actually the truth is that you are not, okay? It's going to always continue to be this way, and we're also going to keep going around in the circle. The rule of law, let us look at it. You see, the rules of law in Nigeria have become based on where you come from or who you know. And consequently, we know that the laws that apply to people from the East is different from the one that apply to every other person. So it's not a question of discussing whether you're Igbo man or not. These things are there. You can see it. In fact, the last one was when Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers outlined so many rulings they've had in favor of Nnamdi Kanu. But see, today he's still in the DSS, detention camp, not even in the proper prison. It's still in the DSS detention camp. Those rulings that was gotten from Nigerian courts has not been implemented, and nobody said anything about it. And the leaders of the East, who are supposed to be in the forefront, has said to put behind them, and they are going ahead to do whatever they want to do. Okay, so you see that, as we have always said on this platform, those representing the East are not really the leaders of the East. Okay, those people are there representing their own interests and not what the Easterners actually want. And so that stands also as one of the factors that if you are coming from the Southeast especially, you want to look at those things and ask yourself why. You see, just like Igbo Basic said, those people who fought the war are almost going. The people that are occupying the position now in the Southeast, young men like us, we didn't fight the war. We were not in the war. We didn't fight the war. We don't know how it happened, but we know the stories. So, and if my son, if he grows up, he's not going to, when you tell him things about the war, he's not going to look at it from there. He's only going to look at it that, is Nigeria working for me? What is the policies that are working for me? Why is it that I'm judged differently from other persons? So these things are not going to stop. And I want to say this, please let me know of any community, any country that have constantly dwelled on the path of tribalism and all that have eventually gone to succeed. If there's anyone, please let us know, so we can use that as an example. But if not, don't we think that we have gone through this trajectory for too long to think that it's not just going to change overnight without tinkering what is making it look lopsided to one part of the country? So if you look at it, I'll come to the economy. The economic powers of the Southeast are also being limited. See, look, One of the deepest part of the seaport in Nigeria is in Akwa Ibom. Why is there Akwa Ibom don't have any seaport? Why? Why is it not functioning? Is there any particular reason anybody can give me why there is no inland revenue coming from the waterways from the port to Warri? Why? Why is that not functioning? Can't we have that water go up the way to Niger State? Okay, it's not functioning. Why is there no functioning seaport in Calabar? Calabar used to be the federal capital. Okay, so even if you say it wasn't developed, well, it used to be federal capital. Those things are still there. Just this recently, like I said here on this other platform. Sorry, I'm being a bit emotional. Now, on this platform, I said this 2 days ago.
Yeah, thank you much, sir.
There is a long beach, 45 kilometers in Akwa Ibom. In Akwa Ibom, the longest place you have, the longest beach in West Africa. It's not developed. It's still very rural. Why is that the federal government, since the waterways, according to federal government, belongs to them, why is that not being developed? Tomorrow now, if Ovie goes there and build his tourist at this thing, then one man called David Omahe will come and tell you that you want to build road across, and those things will be destroyed. Did you all watch the woman who said she invested in Lagos State? She's an American, but she went to Lagos State to invest, and only to get there, all her house and everything, all the investment she had put down was destroyed. Everything was brought down. No reason that, simple reason that, you built on the wrong time and all that. This is what is going on. Until with those factors are put and addressed. If we like, let's have, best of Obis. He will not change it. I believe the Obima, you can see his heart when he speaks. He's a very clear man. But you see, cleanliness don't help you build a nation. Let us put structures that will help that clean man do the job. Why is that there's no functioning international airport in the East? All of them are from out. Okay, if you decide to fly to Port Harcourt, you pay more money. In fact, you're almost doubling the cost it will take you to go to Lagos. So at the end of the day, you either go to Lagos or you go to Abuja to save your money. And even if you take local flight, plus the local flight you're putting to go to the southeast, it's still even cheaper than flying to Enugu or flying to Port Harcourt. These are things that we should look at. Okay, national asset. I'm sorry, sir. I said, please indulge me. Now, if you notice, it's only in the southeast don't have any standard gauge. At least the one they built. We don't have standard gauge in the east. Okay, we don't have even the gas pipeline laid in the east. We don't have it. We don't have it. Is there anybody who can tell me, beat your hand in your chest and tell me this is the national asset that is in the east that have been there? Is there anyone? There's none. What you see in the East is a community effort. If not for the community effort of the Igbo man trying to build his community, the East would have been like a zoo. And that is one of the reasons why we have constantly look at it. It looks as if, the policy is, there's no policy against the Igbo man, because the Igbo man tries as much as possible to make sure that his community has light and electricity. So the aim of saying these things, I'm not saying that to say it is justifiable, and what Dr. Mo have said. Like I said, I know him personally, and they have done a lot of work in Nigeria, in West Africa, in Africa. And I mean, if you give him a chance and let him talk about his engagement, we won't go away from here. But the truth is, whilst that is good, we also need to press that if we truly want to remain as Nigerians, the national question must be discussed. It has to be solved. Okay, it has to be so. You can't look. This guy say he has been living in Lagos for how many years now? But if you ask him tomorrow, if you want to fill any form in Lagos State, they will say the first thing you say after your name is state of origin. You have to put it. And once you put state of origin, whatever belongs to people of Lagos no longer belongs to you. You have to go back to your state. How long? People live in the US. They can stand up and move whenever they want to. Nobody even going to ask you where you're moving. You get there, that's your new state. And you continue to contribute. Those are people who are interested in moving their nation forward. And I want to stop there because I think Dr. Rido is uncomfortable. But that is the reason why the nation is moving forward. You don't move forward by lying to yourself. You don't move forward by pretending that things are working when you yourself know that it's not working. You don't move forward that way. Look at, we have more soldiers in the southeast where there's no war than in the northwest, where they're ravaging the lives of people. Who does that? Who does that? And then you want to tell me that there's no hidden agenda that we're not seeing? No, I won't accept that. And so I appreciate what he's done. I wish we can bring him back because there's still a lot of work he needs to talk about, which he didn't touch, because of a political angle. But I appreciate what you're doing, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, KJ. No, don't say I was uncomfortable. What was going on? I was just worried about Ovia was sleeping, and there were people who've been waiting for a long time to speak. I wanted Richards to respond to Ike, so that was it. It wasn't about what you were saying. I was just interested in making sure that everybody will get a chance to speak. All right. Let's go to Ovia, and then I will come down to Richard. And then, Andrew, I see you.
Igbo Basic, Happy New Year. I failed to reach your doorstep last year, but this year I think I will make it. Janaba, your weather is too expensive for me now.
Everything has its own time. Every day has its own dog. Every dog has its own day.
All right.
I wait.
Janaba, Texas weather is too expensive for me right now. I can't afford it. So, on Dr. Mo, you have one job and one job only. Come and tell us what we don't know about Obi. And I must confess, he killed it. The job that he was here to do, the guy killed it. He was able to articulate let me use the word product now. He's a marketer. He was able to present his product, tell us what we know about Obi before, what we know. The before, the now, and pretty much tomorrow. So he was able to put it together, pretty much well. So for what he is doing, for the position he occupied, the job is doing. I never see anybody sell Obi the way he do. So follow him around. I think it's not a waste. So I give him that. And I don't know, for those who always believe in Nigeria, I personally believe that Obi will be elected president come February 1st, 2031. February 1st, 2031, I believe Obi will be elected. How that will happen, that one is very sure. Now, I think the idea that there is a conspiracy not to let Igbo man rule. Yeah, but I think we should put it, it's a rumor, it's a gentleman agreement. Let's leave it like that. But if we are saying that it's as if it's a public written agreement, it's as if it's a cast in stone, people are free to dream. You're right. As I've always said, America is an idea, and the idea of America is to dominate the planet Earth. Are they going to succeed? That's the story now. Meanwhile, shout out to Donald Trump. They banned TikTok in the morning, and he have intervened. They don't bring TikTok back. So the man does start to work already. But what I'm trying to say here is that people can dream. People can say, it's not in our politics, right? We are going to make sure these people stay out of the power for as long as we can. If we allow them, it will happen. After all, PDB had a dream to run Nigeria for 60 years, right? Within themselves, it's scattered. So just as what I've already said, that Nigeria is a story that is still being told, that has been handed to us, we that are still alive. What we do with that story is up to us. How do we want to write it? We want to continue the story. Do we want to rewrite it? Do we want to adjust? So now we be the story. Now we be the Nigerians. No matter how we want to see them, it's me and you. Our actual inaction that is what the idea of Nigeria is. So for me, I believe that yes, there is a gentleman agreement that is going to happen. After all, there's still a gentleman agreement that is going to be turn by turn. Now, if you fall for a nine, it will happen. By the time Bola Tinubu come back second time, after it, let's see how they won't impose anybody, right? If the movements from the way Dr. Mo put everything together, they are in for the long horse, because that's what I take from him. They are in for the long horse. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. He will keep going till the way follows. And that is the mind of a politician, right? So if the man will keep going, right? Because he said something, right? When I asked him about the idea of is the individual candidacy, he said because we don't get a name make Buhari no win. That it said I get that because from the one we Buhari out the contest, he's been maintaining some amount of numbers, even whether you give him or whatever, but it's there on INEC record. In my own lifetime, if there's anything I understand where is how we get to this Fourth Republic. And from this Fourth Republic, from 1989 or 1999 to date, there is nobody from the southern Nigeria that has million of votes who is not in presidency, who is not the president. Anybody can prove me wrong. From next date, there is nobody in the south that has a million votes that is not the president. That means there is nobody that actually stands to say, yes, let's build a consensus around this person because it gets so thing going. And that is what the example he was trying to give with Buhari. Buhari has numbers, so there's no way you can walk around him, even though he's too old. Because it's better you build your market on what is already existed than to start afresh again. Obi will be going, if he maintains his performance, all you need to do come 2027 is better stay with that number, better the number, or better the position. And he will be going to 2031 as the only candidate in the South in history with millions of votes. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody can compete with him in the South. And God help the North. Atiku still continue the way he's going. How are they going to walk around Atiku when they go say he's too old and he has the highest number in the South? That's where the problem is. Come 2031, there will be a renegotiation of that country if this happened. So I don't believe that, say, oh, just because some group of men, right, and come together, dream say they will keep some people out of the presidency and it will happen. It will happen if we let it. Nigeria we dey. One thing that we agree with CM is that it's a different generation. In the 60s, if something dey happen for Aba, it will take days or weeks before you know for Benin. It's no longer like that. People are not factoring these times that we are in. There was a Cold War in the 60s that changed our trajectory from regional government to presidents that we have today. That same time, that same Cold War is upon us again, Cold War .2. So, and I believe that Nigeria will not remain the same as long as this Cold War lasts. So, things are bound to happen. So, if we believe that the Yorubas and the Hausas have agreed to keep the Igbo house, so shall it be. You understand? But the generation that came to that agreement are not my generation. And no matter how anybody want to explain to me, I don't want to understand. And that is the reason I refuse to fall for turn by turn. When they announce that everybody celebrate, no. So it will going to be difficult. And I'm not the only one that have this view. Those who are younger than me don't even understand how this gamma way they speak. So when that time comes, if the man is still around with that kind of number and there's a consensus around him, God help all of us.
All right. Thank you, Obi. Let me hear Richard's respond to Ike, and then I'll hand it over to KJ.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Ike, one thing with us, we don't like to tell the truth. We live in denial. That's the problem we have mostly with we Igbo people. We live in denial. I am telling you, not only when I say Obi cannot, smell as surok, I don't mean Obi only. I mean an Igbo man. The way Nigeria is constituted right now, that's what I'm saying. The way Nigeria is constituted, no Igbo man can enter there. If you listen to me very well, I said if they wanted Igbo man to be there or other tribes, because Nigeria is made up of how many tribes? Almost 600 tribes. So why are we talking about Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, Hausa? If we want, if the so-called founding fathers, or let's say the military that handed over this 1999 constitution to the so-called civilians, if they wanted Nigeria to be very peaceful, they would have done it in a way that every 4 years or every 6 years or every 8 years, the power rotates automatically. in the constitution. Make it there, let's make it there that it is a compulsory. But the way it is, constituted right now, bring 10 times Obi, it will not enter that person, as long as his name is Obi or something else Igbo, he will not enter there. Let us I'll say the truth. I lived in the north. I know how they think about us. I grew up in the north. I know how these people think about us. Even on 15th of January, few days ago, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Go and listen. Go and see what they're talking about Igbo people. This stereotype can never go away. I lived in the north where even when this guy Ezekiel was contesting the election in Kano State, even though Abubakar Remi was an MPP candidate, we knew what we suffered there as Igbo people in Kano State, and it is still running to death. So if you're telling me that Obi, with the way Nigeria is constituted, that Obi is going to go there 2027 or 20 or 30 or 2031, my brother, we are just joking. It's not going to happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Dr. Damages, please, if you can indulge me for 1 second. Ike, my brother Richard, Nina J. Makaranta, Awujeng Ejos, St. Teresa Boys School, Ejos, 1962, if you lived in the north. That's not the case. In this place where I'm sitting, Chief J.O. Iruku, the founder of Nigerian Insurance, Mr. Insurance in Nigeria, the man who brought insurance to Nigeria, he came to this particular place where I'm sitting. And it was a WIC conference that he came. He spoke and he said that in the Nigerian context, and learn this from the old soldiers, negotiation continues. He says what's going on is that they went to a roundtable conference about Nigeria, and that Umaru Diko, I call him Umaru Rice, was seated there, and then all the others were seated there. And him, as an Igbo man, he was sitting there with his chieftaincy. If you see J. Oiruku, a gentleman, you know what it is. He was sitting there with his thing. And he realized that Umaru Diko had a Babaniga, which is the big flowing gown. And that for himself, that he made a decision because he did not know what Umaru Diko has under him, whether he has a cattle or whatever else. But for himself, as simple as he was, that he made a decision that he's going to sit on this table until the decisions are made and signed. And he was admonishing and advising we, the younger generation. And he was saying the reason why he did not leave his seat, that he was ready, if he was to shit on his pants, that he was going to shit on his pants. That if he was to pee on his pants, that he would pee on his pants. He's telling you that immediately you leave the table of negotiation to go and use the bathroom and come back. By the time you come back, any other goal, they have scored the goal. And you'll be saying, but I was there. So that's the same advice he left with us. The first negotiation of the Nigerian contest, we were forced out, which was the civil war that we'll talk about. It wasn't, we just didn't go want to fight a civil war and we left. It was the same realignment. You do me, I'm saying, don't do me like this. So that was a first situation. We are now in a situation where if you're not there for the place where they roast the yam, if you're not there for the place where they roast the yam, they go carry your own, even if it's the biggest yam, they go take them away from it. So we are still in this, and we are all still carrying this green passport until otherwise is said. So listen to what Brother Ike said. Certain things are beyond us, and I listened to what the VA said. I wanted to ask Dr. Mo, some of us who started foundations because of Peter B's movement. In fact, we didn't want to renew it. But on second thought, we said, you already laid the foundation. Foundations are being laid. The issue of Nigeria is not going to be resolved just the way you are thinking it's going to be resolved. One person say, if you hold somebody's thing, when your hand tired, you go bring them down. As far as that Nigeria is concerned, chop by chop, continuous, and all the rest of the game that they are playing now, which we all can see. The man Tinubu, I don't even use his name, but it's there. He's navigating whichever way he be Okawa or Christian Chukwu. He's playing his game. He will play and go. Others will come and play. But when the chips are down, we still carry the green passport.
All right.
So don't be disheartened. That case, if you say you know the Nigerian, listen, I'm a Nigerian to the core. In other words, I'm an Igbo man to the core. I have tried to see if I can run away from my shadow. It didn't work. That's why you see Igbo basics. That's who I am. And wherever I go, if somebody says Igbo basics, like Joe Garuba came here, Joe Garuba, ambassador of Nigeria to the United Nations, I gave him Igbo basics, the book, when we were still publishing on daily basis. He came, I gave him Igbo basics newsletter. He read it from page to page. And on a lunch table the next day with him, he told me which articles that finished and which one that did not finish. But we, from our own side, we go take them, go put them away. We go take them, go put them away. We're not going to read them. So what am I trying to say to you? If you don't say, here I am, nobody will say, there you are. And we have people who are in the game right now, who are navigating, and they are surviving. People like Oyuke, Ojo Zakalo, he's my cousin, okay? But he's been in the Nigerian game for quite some time. You may call him whatever you want to call him. But the young man is out there navigating whichever way they go, he dodge. Not be them way start PDP. Not them start PDP. Not be them way start PPA. Not them start PPA. Got 3 governorships in the southeast. But in the end, where are we now? APC. And I'm not saying I'm in the APC. I'm just saying to you, understand. That's why I was telling to Kene, a lawyer will see J. That man from the South Middle Belt, the Elijah, that over there in Lafayette, the man came and we prayed that this is a man worth following. And what did they do? They made sure that they eliminated over there in Lafayette. Okay? If they could eliminate Nnamdi Kanu, they would eliminate him. But right now, at the fishbone where hook Nigeria for net, Nigeria won't swallow me. No grease swallow. No please spit them out. So let us, all the younger ones, as I call you, let us learn from the masters of the game. If you sleep today, wake up tomorrow. Thank God. Brother Ike, I'm always appreciative of your elderly comments. As you say, it's from, you talk, say, some of us don't know why we are alive now. Bear in mind, there is a reason why you are where you are, and where you are alive, because you are being protected by the Almighty, whoever sent you there to be there. If you're there for Nigeria, maybe if I don't buy you, because you want to say you study everything. Thank you very much. Let's learn from all soldiers.
Thank you. I see Omoye's corner. I see Omori. I really would love to hear what you guys will say, but I will hear it outside of here. I have to step out, and I'll hand it over to KJ. But let me thank Alexander Gomez, Kolata, Ebi, Kolata, Igbo Basics, Tima Jack, all those who support us. We appreciate you. I want to thank KJ, Igbo Basic, Ike, Richard, Ndubisi, CM, Omoroye, OC, Moye, and everybody else who joined, and those on the comment section. I appreciate all of you. Hopefully next Sunday we will bring you another interesting guest. Until then, KJ, you can take it from here. Let Ndubisi speak. I will listen at the other end, and Moye and OC and everybody else. Thank you, guys. I see you. See you next week.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We thank you for your contributions and your bringing guests that will enlighten and enlighten the panels and all that. Welcome everybody. Yeah, let's just move on. NWC, you are supposed to be speaking, right? So you go ahead and speak.
Yes, thank you, KJ. Thank you, fellow panelists, and doctor. Thank you as you take your exit and rest for the day. So, Dr. Mo, we personally, he spoke from a first hand of somebody who has been moving with Obi in the last 1.5 years, according to him. So, some of the things he said, we already know Obi from his time as governor, that he's selfless, hardworking, humble, and accountable to the people and to God. So, and those are the kind of leadership qualities we are missing in those who run Nigeria today. So, all he was saying, all Dr. Mo just said is just an opposite of the man in power and his cohorts. And it's really disheartening to know that as we speak, Nigeria is not working, and deliberately so, because those in power don't want it to work. I don't know how a man can be aspiring to be president and plotting for many years, even up to 2 decades. And when he arrives finally on the podium, that is on the seat, instead of doing things that will improve the life of the people from what he met, he's worsening it. And you still see some people clapping for him, clapping, cheering him along, and telling us to wait that it will get worse before it will not get better. All I'm seeing now is the same rhetorics that Buhari and his men, particularly his men in the media, held us with. Though not me and some of us here. I know who they held that with. But this man has even touching the news more. He has stepped it up because he's a master of the game of deceit, politics of deceit. That is what we are seeing now. And I had Ovie saying that because it's like Ovie has even raised the white flag for 2027. If we are all thinking that we let the man just do his 80 and go, do we know the kind of devastation he will cause to the country before he leaves in the next 6-7 years if he stays his 2031? So Nigeria needs rescue now, not even today, not even tomorrow. The way things are going, things are getting worse. People are losing their jobs by the day. Companies are folding up. Even the big time companies that employ large number of workforce that has branches across the country, they are all closing down, principally because of the policies this man has put in place. Even where we live here, some of us who are in US know this. The government does not joke with things like energy, cost of energy. That is, I mean, gas that we call it here. We call it fuel in Nigeria. Each time the thing rises a little, they will always look for every measure to bring it under check. Or are we talking about food? Food security is very essential here. The American government can do whatever they want to do, but they don't joke with food. People must eat. Even people on the road. Every day I pass some places, I see people going to all those pantry places where they go get free food. And we have a country that God has blessed so much. Yet our leaders, they are happy seeing Nigerians complaining, suffering. Some of them are watching us as we speak now. They will say, let them speak. At the end of the day, nothing will happen. At night, they will gather in their corners where they gather and mock us. And the ordinary Nigerians, who some of us are crying for to see that their life gets better, you see them supporting these people, praising them. So I think, like somebody said here, I don't know who said that, the problem lies with us Nigerians. We need to be reorientated, including some of us who are overseas and praising these people. on what they are doing to the country. They know these people have nothing to offer, but they keep deceiving Nigerians, their boys here or girls here, writing and all that, telling people, trying to push everything from ethnic and religious angle, and Nigerians buy into this. Well, the second question I wanted to ask Dr. Mo was about there should be a deliberate effort to begin to reorientate Nigerians from even the local areas, because I feel that is part of the problem we have. Not
Thank
even
you.
about poverty. Some countries who are experiencing hardship, their
Thank
people
you.
have good orientation. Can you please let me land on this? I
Yeah,
think
because the time is up already.
yes, I will drop now. Just in a few seconds, I will drop. I think there should be a new movement to reorientate Nigerians from all parts of the country, because this ethnic bigotry that some of them hold is what they've been made to hold from childbirth, and they think that is the way to go, and the thing is holding them down. So that should be another effort to break that chain. Maybe
Okay.
that will help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I didn't say, but you have 3 minutes to make your point, and we can come back if the topic is still trending. But if not, after that we'll move to something else to discuss. All right. I'll jump CM because CM, you have made your contribution on this, right? So that we can move to the lady in our midst. Yes, CM, you have made your contribution. OC.
Oh, hi.
OC,
Yeah,
you're
KJ.
welcome. Yes.
Greetings to you.
Good to
Greetings
see
to
you.
everyone in the house. Good to see everyone. Mr. Mori, greetings to you. Dr. CM, Mr. Ike, greetings. So, greetings. Long time, sir. How's everything? Trust the family is well. Everybody in the comment section, Igbo Basics, Mr. Richards, and Mr. Ndobisi, welcome. Thank you very much. I just wanted to piggyback from what Ovie said earlier. I think Ovie made very, very solid points. And I think that we need to focus on that angle. I think we need to give it a little bit more attention, because I wasn't here for most of Dr. Mo's submission. I caught it at the tail end of where he was about to leave. What I'll say is that we need to be, for those people, because personally, I don't know, I have my own thoughts and opinions about the upcoming election. I really don't care much for it, because my own opinion is that there'll be no election 2027 with the way things are currently structured. However, for those people that are insisting on an election, I'm just coming to remind everybody that if you're preparing and you're hoping for an election in 2027, this is the time. Matter of fact, we're late. We're a year late in preparing, doing the serious groundwork that needs to do, coming together in the way that will help us get across, achieve what we intend to achieve. I heard when Dr. Mo said, where are the 6,000 people? That has been my question since after the election, because we keep asking and demanding for one man to show leadership, but none of the 6,000 people have showed leadership.
Even 6
So
million people.
6 million.
You need the 6
I'm
million.
sorry. Thank you very much. 6 million people. None of them have showed any form of any sign of being a leader. Because we all are here clamoring for Nigeria to get better and for things to be better. And the unfairness and the imbalance that has gone on in that country for God knows how long. So we need to start doing what we need to do and start coming together in ways that will benefit all of us at the end of the day. So I really like what Ovie said today. The only thing that I disagree with him on is the fact that he being very confident in the fact that, you see Obi 2021, 2031, how come you not see him 2027? How come you're not seeing it? Because I don't know if the Nigerians in Nigeria are enjoying what is going on. It's been back-to-back darkness. So, with that being said, I also wanted to touch on really quickly what Mr. Ike said. Thank you so much, Mr. Ike, because that's the question of the day, to be honest. Do we know why we're where we are? Most of us are outside of the country. Do we know why we're where we are? Do we know for what purpose and for what use that is? you know. So in that, coming from that, I'm going to say everybody has a voice. You do what you have to do, because the work of Nigeria is not just for one person. It's not for a group of people, because we happen to be in that contraption together. Call it whatever you want to say. But if we do not come together and put our differences aside, like, you know, you put your difference, the fact that I do not agree with Ovie every time, or I do not agree with KJ every time, or I do not agree with Dr. Damages, or even Mr. Omoroyi, or Dr. CM every time, doesn't mean that we cannot come together and say we need to make sense of this country. You know, that has always been my own angle from day one. I'm hoping that we get conversations like this going more often, like what Mr. Ike said and what Ovie said. And Dr. CM, I heard you're very passionate. I completely understand where you're coming from, and I know why you're speaking the way you're speaking. It's very frustrating to see what's going on in Nigeria, and you be the one taking most of the brunt of it. You know, I dare say everybody in Nigeria is experiencing the same thing. There's some of us that cannot, some parts of the country that cannot even begin to aspire to even lead in that country. It's a problem. Even in my own little state, everybody is so divided because they're clannish, because they want their person to be represented. So we have a huge problem. Not ignoring the injustices that have occurred. We all know what they are, but we need to start now doing the serious groundwork. For those of you that are pushing for an election come 2027, you have to start making it happen. I'm tired of coming on YouTube and hearing, everybody's in their soapbox. We all have something to cry about, but we have a nation to save, for Christ's sake. Is this what you want to leave for your children? I keep asking. And for those of you some of you that have the sentiments that, Igbo people can never be president, please, can we dial back on that rhetoric? Because the people that voted for Peter Obi, they were not just from the East. They were not from the East. People that were hurt.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
No, it's you that is not.
Okay,
No,
okay.
it's you that is
No,
not getting it. I just keep quiet. You
Hold
are
on,
speaking
hold
so
on.
Please let her finish. Let her finish.
Hold on.
Let her finish.
Let her land. Let's
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'm not here to have any fight with anyone. I'm not here to disagree with what you say. You have every right to speak your opinion. You know, everybody has a right to speak their opinion. But I want you to hear me from your heart. That's what I'm speaking from. We can't be doing this. I personally love Nigeria. I want to go back to Nigeria. I want to have my farmlands in Nigeria. You know, every one of us want to do the same thing. Why don't we come together and channel that energy and try to do the ground heavy lifting now? Before we know what's happening, 2027 is here. If we have the same structures in place, are we going to now say, in truth, are we going to come out and would we be bold enough to come out and say, now we want to go with election with the same structures, the same fraudulent judiciary, the same fraudulent electoral INEC officers and the rest of them? Come on, guys. This is why I came here, but that's it. Thank you very much. So if I offend anyone, I'm not best. So I'm not going to
don't tell us that you did with Trump for
it's all love.
Are you in DC? Are you with Trump inauguration?
All our politics. Hold on, I'm moderating. Thank you. Please feel free. Your views are welcomed. Whether the whole panelists like it or not, me, the moderator, I'm here to protect you. Say your mind. You are here to express how you feel. It doesn't matter whether people agree with you or not. It's okay. That's how you feel. You have the right to say it. Okay, so now she has raised a pertinent question. I want to continue to go to the next person. She said, we have to do the heavy lifting. And this is the second time somebody is saying that. Some other person have said, those in diaspora are the only ones who can actually put down their legs and change the system. And that's why I'm going to come to the next person, who is going to be my guy beside her by the left, Comrade. How do we do this heavy lifting? Because you have been the one who defends Shore all the time. I love Shore, okay? And but what we are saying now is, if we are going to do heavy lifting, that means that all of us are going to work together. whether you are Shore supporter or your Obi supporter, or you're not even supporting anybody at all. If you are in a diaspora and you think well of Nigeria, I don't think there's any Nigeria, including the Igbos, the whole of the Igbos, who don't want to be part of Nigeria. The only reason why the Igbos are saying we want out, because it doesn't seem to be working. Every other thing doesn't. They don't want us to sit and make that decision of changing certain things. So how do we lift the heavy lifting, comrade?
Yeah, I do my heart to everybody on the panel and our esteemed audience across the globe. I want to start rebelling against the moderator because I came before my sister. But when I discovered that it's my most beautiful sister, Omoyekona, and honest and most beautiful sister, so I have to maintain my cool. And
this is why
again,
Nigeria will not move forward. And my
hey,
sister, and my brother, and my sister, and my brother.
I know. I wanted to accuse the moderator of being gender biased, and I discovered that she almost took a lot of things from my, as if we had a plan to come here to say the same thing. So I thank God I didn't rebel against. Yeah, my sister. There was no way I could have done that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Your sister.
So having said that, objective, most honest, and most beautiful sister. So those are the few adjectives I can find right now. So having said that, I was on the show when Dr. Mo was here, but my internet was not stable. It kept kicking me out of the show intermittently. So now I think I didn't have opportunity to ask him some questions. He spoke eloquently well, but there were some contradictions here and there. For us that took the heat, for us that have been in the trenches, for us that saw what IBB and Abacha did to us as human, I was kind of not comfortable. No, I was more interested when he said he has a blend of politics and activism. Again, he made me uncomfortable when he started eulogizing and pouring encomium on IBB. I don't know, because he got to the palace, his mentality of activity changed or something. I was wondering if he was telling me about the same IBB I knew back in the days, or a different IBB altogether. If there's any problem we have today in that country, I think an enemy of democracy, so to speak, the kind of game he played, a Maradonic game he played during the transition, the bonding and the setting up and the bonding of political parties and everything he did, and the arrangement he had with Abacha, during the transition program, that put Nigeria to where it is today. I was wondering if he was talking about the same IBB, but Dr. Mo is not here to, I think that was the politician side of him. I wish he was here to make some clarification on that. If Obi wins, and again, there's something I learned from there. The problem is neither Shogore nor Obi. They have something in common: a better Nigeria, an egalitarian society where the son of no man can be somebody. If they have something in common, people are fighting over Shogore and Obi, I don't get comfortable with it. It's like we are all victims of the system that is not working. Then when we start antagonizing ourselves, fighting over our nothing, giving our oppressors opportunity to laugh at us, it's so sad. It's disappointing and disheartening. But having said that, I think there were little things he said that I wanted to make corrections about.
Sorry, comrade. You have used your 3 minutes, but you have not even answered.
No, those people have been here. We just came. We never had the opportunity to ask questions.
Hold on, sir. The program will not be waiting for you now. We have moved on. How do we lift? How do we now bring about that thing?
All right. We lift. I will go into that. It's by coming together. There's a lot we can achieve as a people. But when we start dividing ourselves along ethnic, tribal, religious, Obi line, we become weaker, And there was something he said that was not too palatable too. The Court of Appeal just declared the national chairman of Labour, the national chairman of He's still waiting for. He was saying something about still waiting for Supreme Court. They will take the case out to Supreme Court. I mean, it's going to be an effort in futility. This is 2025. Between 2025 and 2027, we only have a 2026, and you have a mafia on the throne that is not willing to do. I mean, that is willing to do anything to return, even to kill, to retain power. You're talking about waiting for the.
What would be your answer? What would be your advice on that?
Yeah. Oh, we'll be waiting for what Supreme Court will say about Abure by now. I think it's even too late already. So waiting further for Supreme Court decision, when we are preparing for 2027, it's going to be an effort in futility. It's like it's tantamount to putting the car before the horse. It's not going to move. So it's better instead of waiting for labor, you should either choose a platform right now. I think it's also too late to form a political party right now. And again, on the negotiation, he was saying it's better to come together. Then when you are negotiating with people like Atiku, Kwankwaso, well, you know what these people are. They will use a bit to gather what they need. At the tail end, when it comes to taking the decision of who bears the flag, who is the flag bearer, you all know that Atiku will not want to succumb to Obi. You all know that Kwankwaso will not want to play a second fiddle to Obi. Well, let's not deceive ourselves. The better Obi starts.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Because
if Obi is negotiating with those people, those bourgeois, and again they come up with the idea be the running mate to Atiku and Kwankwaso, I think that will be very disruptive to his political career. And what Ovie said, Ovie was talking about, I'm not comfortable with the way Ovie just considered 2027 to Bola Tinubu. See, if we continue, nobody should fall for that trap. It's a dangerous political trap. Okay, if we fall for that, 2031 will be more dangerous. Because then, automatically power will be sitting to the north by their own calculation, by the way they think. Nobody should fall for that cheap political trap. Politics is not mathematics. When you say 1 + 1 is equals 2. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. You have taken much more than 7 minutes almost. Now, Ovie, Comrade, don't like the way you would decide to pander to the election of 2027, giving it all the way to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He doesn't like that because you are not considering the fact that the INEC chairman may change, Arab may not be switched off, and there may be more people. But while you're thinking about that, I'll go to Michael, and then I'll come back to you. Think about that and tell me why you think that you should sell what is yet to happen to a man who has already been able to distort the system and put Wike in a position to help him again. And Mr. Michael, you've heard what Mr. Mo said, and there's something that the OC said before she left. Yeah. And the thing is, a cause of concern. What is it? How do we play a more positive role in bringing about the Nigeria that we want? Even though talking for myself, I'm a panelist, I'm a moderator, I don't have to give my opinion. But if you ask me, I'm not in that in thinking that Nigeria is going to work, because there are many factors that needs to be put in place if we are thinking of building a Nigeria will work. What is your own view? Is it possible that you and I in the diaspora can lift Nigeria out of where it is today?
Yeah, thank you, KJ, because I've been on this to make mention of this on this platform, on this panel before. My instinct and my belief is that if Nigeria is going to move forward, and Mr. Igwe Zeg is an elderly man just like me, he can know that. Like, we in diaspora, we have a lot of jobs to do. And I think I may be wrong, and anybody can interject about it. For Nigerians to move forward, is for us who are in this panel list that can create a certain solution to that country. Because I can tell you that a child that is born in Nigeria today, all he's thinking is about to make money to survive. Because all the people thinking about going to politics is about money. I could remember when they will raise money for certain people here in New York, when they go back home to contest it for election, all they think is about their pocket, and they went for local constituents. But for us here, and I believe, to me, that most of us here, we have had the consciousness of desire for that country to be a better country for the future. So if any of what Amaya said, we need to get away from this rhetoric, from what it is. We need to find how can we come together here, especially on this platform, create a solution, even though we don't want to discuss it for their enemies or whoever to take that idea, but we need to come up with a good idea that we can come together and make sure anybody that we know that is going to contest in Nigeria today or tomorrow, we come to us that we have the political power. And that's what I'm talking about. If this platform, we can get it together, we can have the strong political power, we can have the influence. I think Nigeria, we can find where Nigeria is going to move forward. I, for one, I've lived here for 30-something years. I mean, I wish I can go back home very often. I wish I want to go. But like Igbo man said, my kids, my wife she's a Caribbean. I'm not going to sit down here and say, oh, they're going to take my body back to Nigeria. I don't know. Because I don't know what is tomorrow. This is an honest truth. So for me to say, oh, I'm going to go back to my village, no, I'm lying. But I want a Nigerian that if my great grandkids wants to go back, they can say, oh, this is where our father come from. Can I go there and visit? Can I go there and enjoy? Because I believe any of us that we are here, we all have children. If our children wants to go back to Nigeria to serve, to be good, but the platform will be there for them to go and serve, to be a politician in Nigeria. If the atmosphere is not there for them, they won't go. Because our parents, we keep telling them, Nigeria is no good, Nigeria is no good. How do you want your children to go somewhere that you keep preaching that Nigeria is no good?
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And, sometimes when people say that, I wonder what you guys want us to tell our children. Because there's no running water in Nigeria. There is no electricity in Nigeria. Your life is, in fact, the reason why I left was because when I realized that my life was no longer in my hand. Okay? It was no longer whether I decided to be safe or not. It was no longer whether I go out of my house or not. My fence in my house was so tall, almost taller than a normal house building. The day I saw people on it trying to jump over was the day I said, look, it's either I get something or something may happen. Now, why am I saying that? So what do we tell our kids? And I'm going to circle back to Mr. Ovier. Please don't forget what I said. I'm saying this to say the next person I'm going to call, you will tell us what you want us to tell our children so we can now start telling them so that they will know. Or I may come back to you, Mr. Ade, but for now, let me talk with Ovier. Ovier, you were accused of making some statements that are not in line with the national interest. Tell us, how will you adjust that? Your time begins now.
Yeah, I said I'm saying that I've given it to Tinubu, which is funny. I'm not the one that gave it to Tinubu. Collectively, now we have decided to give it to Tinubu because all I'm hearing is that Tinubu no go win. Tinubu no go win. Nobody tell me who go win. What does that tell you? It's not this thing is science. So if Tinubu no go win, who go win? So that means we are still going, we are preparing to go into the election the same way it happened in 2023. We collectively agree say they rig am. How they rig am? Is it spiritual? No, it was physical. That means individuals were used, money were used. Now I will put the question before us. What have we done to make sure that doesn't happen again? Nothing. The candidates are busy doing what? Selling their popularity. And that's what made me to say, come 2031, Obi will be the most populous politician in Nigeria. How they want to beat him, I don't know. That's why I give it to him. So this thing now, we just look around. We can talk. Rhetoric is good. We can dream. But if we don't work, it's not going to happen. The man that we have as a president today, we know how we got there. Now, billionaires club come together, put him there. The question I should ask today, is he doing well by the billionaires or no? He's doing excellently well. Is the foreign power happy with him or not? They're extremely happy because that's why loan they come every now and then. So when you look at all these things, you understand that me and you are not ready to go win. We just say in go lose, in go lose, in go lose. How in go to lose? We don't know. We are still hinging on how the people they feel, people they suffer, people they suffer. For the past 10 years, it they worse every year. It's gonna get worse next year. It's gonna get worse after Tinubu. It's gonna get worse in especially. So the idea that we should capitalize on people they suffer and things go change is not going to, because we believe in we they prepare just like the elite, right? DC, Omo was saying something that if we are talking about 27, we don't really live with 1 year. No, we don't late with 4 years. Not like Olympic preparation. You cannot just come in 2 years. You say you want win. What you are probably coming to do, you are coming to mobilize. And I've said it, I'll say it before, I'll say it again. You cannot out-mobilize people in power. They have monopoly of everything. They can print money. They will use the force. They will use everything at their disposal. So, and again, look at the judiciary. We disagree with the judiciary. Has anything changed? They are gaining more power. So when we look at all these things that we all agree that need to be put in place before things will work for us, we are not doing it, even from our own self. Our elder brother here that spoke before me said something. Political power. We can articulate anything all we want. If we don't have political power, nothing can be done. How do you get political power? It's organizing, it's coming together. That's why we are all curious about Kemi. Anytime she talks nonsense about Nigeria, we are hungry because we are powerless. The Nigerians in Britain are powerless. They don't have any political power to either campaign or vote against that, or even use money to push out of the way. They don't have it. So we should start deceiving ourselves. The man in power today, he is doing well, but how he will get there? It is not the vote of the people that will get him there. It never happened anywhere in the world. If you want to use America as an election as an example, you see what they did. They worked despite the fact they are complaining that the election was rigged. Donald Trump complained from day one till he won. 4 years ago, they complained. But guess what? Work was being done on the ground. And that's why I give it to our guests. Everything he did was to sell his candidate. On a good day, I will say that's not good, but that is his job. But he never mentioned the job that is being done on the ground by Obi or people that believe in Obi ideology. He hasn't said that. That is because there's nothing like that happening. So Tinubu no go win. Who won't win? Person know their power. All the powers around the country were against him. Even outside was against him. But he pulled it off. We might disagree with him, but the power that be agree with him immediately. Now when he come there, now he won't lose.
I think
we should stop deceiving ourselves.
I agree with your analysis very well. In fact, that's the side I lean to. Because once you are in a position of authority in Nigeria, it's like everything revolves around. The president makes statements, it becomes law. Even if it's against the constitution, it is accepted. Now, people rule in one of Buhari's time in government. He said that so somebody they accused of stealing so much money, you want the person to be walking on the streets, and it became the person. Those people were held indefinitely with no reason whatsoever, and that's how it's been operated. But I will leave it. That's my own idea, and I probably be wrong.
Yeah, sorry. The man said it is my turn, and he did it. Think about that first. And now energy never stop. The guy is fresher. He's fresher than before now. Everything nothing is working against him.
Okay, hold on, yes, sir. Hold on, 1 minute. If you are going to write, just 1 minute. I see you, Mr.
Yeah, 1 minute should not be enough because he made some valid points. Valid points.
Hold on.
Now I want to
come to you. I'll come to you. I have one other person who his network is not stable. I want to.
Yeah, I will forget my line of thought. This is very urgent, sir. This is very urgent. Please, he made some very valid points, but we're looking at it from the oppressor's perspective. Something has to give. Okay, beautiful analysis. We're still looking at it from the status quo. We cannot be there, we join them. Nothing can change these people. I know what he's talking about.
No, because me and you are not doing anything now. We are not doing anything.
Wait.
We are not doing anything to defeat the status quo.
I'm coming back with the solution.
Hold on. I have a question for you, comrade. The man asked a question. Where are the 6 million people who voted Obi? Why didn't they take up this? Since you are dwelling in that position, let's go there. What did his supporters do when it was time? It was known that he won this election. When you knew that River State was taken from him by force. When you knew that the laws were changed against him in Abuja to suit their own narrative. What did his supporters do? Right now, if you come to DC, the people who support
you trying to shape my opinion. But if I talk this way now, yeah, I would talk. This is not area I want to go to because obedience will not be happy. If you want my honest truth, obedience will not be happy. They will to make them very uncomfortable. But I didn't want to toe that line today because some people see me as a spokesman or a voice of Shogure. No, I'm not. I'm for anything that will make Nigeria work. You know, my life is not limited. My activism, my support is not limited to Shogure. But if I answer your question the way I'm supposed to answer it, a lot of people will be angry, and I don't even care.
Answer it now. We are looking for solution.
Okay. Yeah, I will be speaking against Obi, which I don't want to do today. This is where leadership comes in, my brother. The difference between that election and the answers was that answers was not built around an individual, and answers was not seeking for political power. So it was a movement. Obedience was a movement, not a political party. It was beyond any political party or any political affiliation. As soon as that thing was done, Obi, in all respect, he's a gentleman. He has a lot of things to his advantage, no doubt. But a true leader that wanted power from people like Tinubu and Buhari shouldn't have been at home at that 2, 3 a.m. sleeping. So that was the beginning of that was the genesis of the problem. Eshowore will not go home. Eshowore will prefer. Not even 2 million was too much for Eshowore. This is all. I don't want to go into this area today. I just want to know. Talk to my brother Ovie for the valid points he laid down, and I will come up with a solution. But now you trying to divert me. You trying to put me in a very dangerous position for obedience to assassinate.
I'm the moderator. I ask the questions here, Oga.
Okay, I will answer you. That is why I don't feel comfortable. You putting me in a very tight position, and I don't want to speak like this. So since you've asked your question,
you see why Tinubu go win. You see why Tinubu go win. Obi say that show will be a problem. Show will say that will be a problem. That's why Tinubu go win.
I'm not interested in what Obi said to make Obi realize that if you finish 2027 is over, that 2031 is even more bleak for Obi. So this is the dangerous trap I don't want us to fall into. If you're giving it to Tinubu right now that it's all over, I understand your calculation, I understand your sentiment, I understand your emotions, I understand your factors. You know, everything is towards Tinubu. I understand you. If we must work as a people, if we must rise up as a people, the time is now. Whatever we want to do 2031, when the doctors are already saying it's our turn, I mean, let's not fall for this cheap political trap. It is not going to work. The chance of 2027 is better for Obi than 2031. And I will give you why, and I'll tell you how I'm going to counter them. If we must move, the time is now.
I'll come back to you. Thank you. I'll come back to you. Stay humble. CM, I see you. Let me talk with Stay Humble. Stay humble. You have heard the discussion so far. And the way it's going now, Ovie has said that, look, already every apparatus of government have been stationed to deliver 2027, whether you and I like it or not. I have seen that. Wike has appointed new district heads and made them emirs in their various wards in FCT, and has given judges houses, okay? And is still pushing out more largesse. Do you think the obedience people can take 2027?
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. That is on here today. I've been listening, from the background. I followed what Dr. Moore said, and I wasn't surprised, really. For those of us that have known Peter Obi, I'm from Anambra State, and he was in secondary school when Peter Obi became governor of the state, and we followed, his government, through to the end. I know his qualities, the way he handled the state was irreproachable. and his statecraft was unimpeachable as well, though he was impeached by some reckless, individuals at that time. Yeah, so what he said was what we knew about Peter Obi, though the new thing was just the pre-election dynamics going on. He's been following Peter Obi around, so he probably knows better than we do, what's going on, the negotiations and the rest of them. I think so many things have been said. You can understand what Olivier, is trying to say, because we have a culture of giving up easily. When things don't work out, or when we face very huge obstacles, we tend to just give up and say, "Oh, I supported Peter Obi 2023, and Tinubu read it. Therefore, I'm not going to waste my time again." We just have to keep on going and going and going again and again till we achieve, what we are looking for. Yeah, I know about the political calculations, yeah, against the Igbos, really, in Nigeria, but that should not deter us, from putting in our best. And because the reason, like someone said, if we had 10,000 people on the street on the day the Supreme Court delivered the judgment would have been different, but, nobody was there, really. So
Leadership was somebody needed to show leadership. Get
No,
that
no, no,
point.
no.
Somebody
Comrade,
needed to show leadership in a revolution. Something must give.
relax. Comrade, relax now. Relax. Let him speak. You have.
So, saying that Peter Obi was sleeping on the day the results was announced, I think it was a bit unstatesmanly. I think Peter Obi has his principles, he has his methods and patterns. He doesn't believe in confrontation. Just that say violence or whatever. He believes in due process. He's been working really hard. For someone with Peter Obi's qualities, someone that the current Sultan of Sokoto was his tenant when he was in his 20s. The current Sultan of Sokoto was his tenant. For someone like Peter Obi with his qualities, we should be begging him to be president of Nigeria. Really. Yeah, but he's working around the clock, to convince us to vote him.
Stay humble. Stay humble. What my question was earlier is, can obedience take 2027? That's what I asked. Is it possible?
Very much possible. So, very much possible, but we need to conquer our fears. When you listen to people, their sentiments, people are afraid of what does not exist. These politicians are strong, I know, but they still fear the people. And because they fear the people, that's why they walk around the clock to hire all sorts of elements, to populate the social media and counter everything, because they're still afraid of the people. But the people don't know their power. So they do all sorts of things. When they come under criticism, they try to put out something to rebut whatever sentiment is there on the social media or main media front.
All right,
because they're afraid of the people.
Thank you so much.
So the people can really take it.
Thank you. I'll come to you, CM.
Okay.
KJ, do you mind if I just say one short thing, based on what you said now?
Just 1 minute. I'm timing you.
What he said now is already playing out step already in Lagos. People don't understand that if to say Tinubu gets 100% assurance, saying his son will be Lagos State governor, it will not be out by now campaigning, because now campaign be this. When you hear people talking about them, because of all these things, they are trying to build popularity around the guy, so that they will be easy for them to make case for him come 2027. So it's all work in progress. So that's why in sport, in athletics, they say if you know they train, your opponents they train. So All the things that they talk about Lagos governor now, Sheyi Tinubu. So how do you beat that guy by 2027 when he's already everywhere? So it's the same thing. That's why I say all we are saying Tinubu no go win. But who is going to win?
Okay.
They are candidates because there is no work. There is no work behind those candidates. So by the time they Tinubu no go, we are making him popular.
Thank
So
you.
it's a game. It's all in the brain. So we just have
As
to pay
he's
attention
leaving,
because
they're grooming for a successor.
hold on now.
As he's leaving, they're grooming a successor.
You know why? No like when they speak English because one thing about English language is that English language like narrative. If you can sell a narrative, no matter how wrong that narrative is, you can just sell it. It's all about narrative.
Okay.
That's all English wants.
So let's
what you for that? Selling
let's
narrative.
alleviate the conversation. Now you brought something that is been in my mind, but you just brought it in. So let's okay. I don't know how to use the word now. I have for speaker for Igbo, but it's not be Igbo. Now, Ovie has said, see, I'm coming to you, and I'll go from CM, I'll go to the Igbo basics, and that they'll go around. CM, this what Ovie just talked about, very important. The Speaker of the Lagos State House made a statement, and within hours, he was deposed. What was it about? The concerning 2027 governorship election. And now, do you see any connection with getting the son of the president to become governor of Lagos State, vis-a-vis making sure that that seat is secured? Because if he can become governor of Lagos State, then that means that his father definitely have to win Lagos State. And then Abuja is secured. And then Kano is secured. And then Tinubu comes back 2027. What do you see? Are you seeing the mathematics, or is Ovie just trying to throw us into, throw us to start debating for something that doesn't exist?
No, the thing is, yes, I have to agree. And this is my reason. I will even add, apart from what Ovie, let me add on top of that. Maybe Tinubu, because of the permutation at the federal level, the way the North is talking to him, because to me, what Tinubu is facing is like, them and the North. After all, they put him there. So if they are challenging him, telling him OTP, one-time president, and all those, them. We have no hand in it. Tinubu felt that that's what the Indigo call Izukaman and Neji. Want to secure his home front. Do you understand? Lagos State is important to Tinubu. I will even tell you that Sheyi, his son, becoming governor of Lagos State is more important to him than him getting re-election at the federal level. This is my understanding. I may be wrong, but this is where I stand. That Sheyi securing the home turf is more important, so that he can use his 4 years. If what people are saying about him is true, use his 4 years to do what they call a regionalism, because he's trying to introduce it bit by bit, in the hope that in the end the North will like to kick him out, so that the Lagos State will be secured. He will sit back in Lagos, and then knowing that he did not lose everything completely. So what I want people also to consider, this is about Lagos State. When going to 2027, as for me, I no get time for that. I know say it's more of the same. But let people, what I want now is, what if Tinubu, the way he's going, he succeeds in doing regionalism or decentralizing power his own way? Part of it, if the man should get it very well, the way the Yorubas are telling him to do, let him regionalize the country. It will make the position of number one not that attractive anymore. And whatever he says, because he has the backing of the South, particularly Southeast and South, to regionalize the country, because that is what will be good for us. So if he continues with this trajectory and then he achieves it, it now means that he's ready to do the one time and get out and secure Lagos State. That is the way I see it. Either way, he has won. That is what I'm saying. That is the way I see it.
Thank you so much. Igbo basics. Obasa was the former Speaker of the Lagos State House Assembly, and he had said in an interview that somebody shouldn't be talking about he too is qualified to be governor of Lagos State. And consequently, 2 hours later, a session was held of which they impeached him and replaced with his deputy. Now, people are saying it's because he's trying to play with the master's position, which is Master Tinubu's son. Do you think that that's all they plan for, or is it that just that they accuse him of corruption? Is it that he's really corrupt, or that they just use that as just get him out of office?
Again, man pass man, iron they cut iron. That's what's happening in Lagos State. Securing your home front. If we remember what happened in the last election, Tinubu lost Lagos State, period. There was nothing you can do about it. All kinds of games were played in Lagos State, even to stop the Igbos or the visitors or whoever you may call them from participating. You saw people being daggered in Lagos State. There was even a lady who became a symbol. All that happened. Tinubu lost Lagos State. In the game of politics, for somebody to lose his home turf is a very tough thing. So that's what that game is all about as far as Lagos State is concerned. Whether it leads to regionalism or not, I don't know. My brother Michael here talked about the home front and how we are in exile. That's my own word I'm using now. As you make your bed now, so you go lie on them. All we as individuals. And as far as the overall 2027 election and beyond is concerned, if you listen to what I submitted earlier on, I said that there were people who came together because of one person, Peter Obi. The Obedient movement was an amoebic movement which you couldn't grasp it, you couldn't hold it anywhere. I would refer you to an organization that we formed here. It was called Foundation Democracy Initiative. You can check out the website, foundationdemocracyinitiative.com. It's there. After the election, we were on this platform 4 a.m. when they announced the election, the results, like a thief. And we couldn't believe our eyes. What could we do? Then the statement that our guest today made, which was, if 10,000 people went out down to the, don't wait for Obi. Went out because it's your vote. You don't have to wait for the person you call a leader. No, you get out there, others join you, others join others, and then they're out there saying, hell no, we not agree. Perhaps they would have done otherwise. So for us who are in diaspora, I looked at the whole process and I said, the house that we have already built, the foundations we have already built, should we just let it go or should we let it stand? As a matter of fact, we just renewed Foundation Democracy Initiative because we're in a country where things work. If you set up a foundation and you keep it going, the day will come that it will be used. I'm referencing back to my brother Michael. There are people whom we have sent from here, including that professor from New York University, to go. A brilliant Judy was wicked. You know the guy I'm talking about. Brilliant. He went there. It became a different story. We don't know about him again. Okay, they swallowed him. The system swallowed him. We sent one other young man, Akin, the first time around, we sent him from this same area. He went. He got into the game, the system swallowed him. And many others have gone, and the system has swallowed them. People like Sowore, who is here and there, is actually dancing a master game. a mastercraft game. You should go and study the politics of people like Ojo Zokalo, who, by the way, ran for Nigerian president in 2007. He understands they were the founders of PDP. I said it here earlier on. The man understands that a hunter not going to talk everything when you see in the bush. It's the game of survival that they're all playing. If you don't understand, that's why I said to my brother Kene, as far as you did there, hunter not going to talk everything where you see for bush. Eja lawyer BCJ. And I made mention of Obadiah Melafia of the Middle Belt. He came out and some of us were following, say yes, the Messiah is coming from that angle. But guess what they did? They did him in before he could even do anything else. And there are others like that. So if you are playing in the game of the politics called Nigeria, I just remind you that you still carry this thing called the green passport. Until otherwise is said, that is what we have in our hands. And on that note, what can we do in order to better for years ahead, not even 2027? On the note that Peter Obi, Nigeria happened to Sunday Boho. When it happened to him, it wasn't because he wanted to come out and start massacring whoever that was destroying his people. But somehow the spirit got into him and he started defending his people. And you saw what happened when they tried to make away with him. The West banded together, made sure that he was not wasted. So he's still a force somewhere there with all the underground forces that he has garnered. The East has had quite a few characters. From one Tuesday was Rike, whom it happened to. He meandered. And then Nnamdi Kanu, it happened to him. Nnamdi Kanu just didn't get up and start trying to be Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu something got into him. If you come to my house and defecate the floor, I'll take a stick and break your head, according to Chinua Achebe. It happened to Nnamdi Kanu. And it became what it became. And as he went along, some mistakes were made. And when the forces are after you, they are after you. No matter how meandering, if you like being again to your back. They went to Kenya, they grabbed him, they brought him back. And I said earlier on, if it is just a matter of finishing, therefore don't buy the man.
Okay.
Or they don't say if they buy him, they have a bigger problem in their hand. The cat is already, that is the reason why they will continue to try to keep the man as long as they possibly can. But at some point in time, the hot water where they boil for pot, it go boil over. All we are trying to say, he who lives and survives the day lives to fight another day. Please don't be an Obadiah Melafia. It is good if you see our thing is a custodians of the conscience. We still have the conscience and we will continue to live with the conscience. So let me leave my brother Michael Ade with this advice. Personally, I'm not going to be buried here. I will be buried in my village when I go, all right? And for that reason, if you prepare your mind that you came from there, go, maybe you haven't been in for some time. Make time go, re-identify your own little block, that plot that belongs to you. When nobody go tax them, re-identify them. Prepare a little bit so that if you say that when you go, your children should, for heaven's sake, return you back to Oshobo or wherever you came from. That is what they will do when you go. So there is we are all visitors to this place, okay? Our children are born here, they can do their own style, but for us, and I just gave that to you as a sample of one of the ways to go. So 2027, here will come. KJ, I beg you because I'm still going to pass with Zwakoli in order to get to my village. So I'm not going to offend KJ anywhere. It is well with all of us, please. I will see you by the grace of God soon. Let us continue with our underground movement. Not the thing where would they talk here. Eh? If you want to know, please reach out to us. Because if you talk the thing where you want talk here, they go know your strategy. They go wait for you for Lagos Airport. And then they go finish you. If you like, they go wait for you for New York, for New York Airport. Elon Musk must get him materials where he go use make him battery. So if you think say you sabi pass them, make you think again, because some of us came here by Pan American Airline, okay? Never born some of you that time.
All right. Thank you so much for that word. Mr. Ike.
Yes, I want to, like the last comment of Igbo Basics, I want to assure the people that believe that New Nigeria is possible that, like as you said, so many work is going on the ground. The experience of 2023 will be utilized to work for 2027. And the mistakes of 2023 will not be a stumbling block to make us not to work for 2027. Like my Stay Humble said, we all saw what happened. We have garnered experience. We have known where mistakes were made. And the man we believe in, Mr. Peter Obi, the man we believe in, he has recognized so many things. And I think if we are trying to be honest, Nigerians, since after the election, from the last day, after the Supreme Court gave his verdict, today Mr. Obi is working. He has never slept. He never slept 24 hours. He's always on the move. He's moving. He's working. And at the end of the day, it's not everything that you see, oh, you went to put borehole. They carry it on the social media, or you went to give some donations to hospitals and schools. There are so many other things beneath all those things that is going on. So what I want us to understand that for us to be able to get that new Nigeria that we want, we have to work together. For trying to work together, we should be able to be honest ourselves by knowing where every one of us have the capacity to make that new Nigeria possible. It's not going to be a job of one person, and it's never going to be a job of one person. So for the idea of what Ovie said, I want to tell you, and that's my belief, they tried everything like Igbo Basic said in 2023. They lost Lagos, they lost Abuja, they lost Rivers. It doesn't matter whatever was announced. It doesn't matter the figure that was given anywhere. They lost it. And it's on record that they lost it. And after the election, they begin to confess. Even in Rivers, they're still confessing how the election was rigged. But that's gone. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if Nigerians in every state can defend the vote that they vote, this rigging we are talking about is not going to work. But we have garnered the experience. So obedient movement, like Mo said here, is beyond the political parties. But obedient movement after 2023, Peter Obi has given Tanko Yusuf to organize obedient movement from the ward to local government to state and to national. And that is what Tanko Yusuf has been doing all this while. So we are getting ready. We are prepared, because until when he talked about the issue of Labour Party, somebody reminded us here today, and I know. Appeal Court said that Julius Aburi remains the national chairman of Labour Party. We know. We know that's what they're going to say. And we know probably that's what they're going to say to the Supreme Court. But I want to tell you here, no, not even me or anybody can change who Mr. Peter Obi is a man of process. He will follow that process to the end. And that process will end at the Supreme Court. And they're working that process. He is working because he knows what is going to come out of the process. He is working on both ways. If this happened in the Supreme Court, This is what we are going to do immediately after the case ends at the Supreme Court. So he is not sleeping. We know. They just said that Aburi still remain the national chairman. But you can hear more. They're going to the Supreme Court. They will go to the Supreme Court. Namadi Usman now is in Washington. He's in Washington for the Donald Trump inauguration. So, the thing is this. This is politics. Politics is played in the night. Most of the things we see or we hear from the ones we can be able to hear or see. But I want to, we cannot lose the sight that this government know that their greatest problem in this administration is Mr. Peter Obi. If Mr. Peter Obi stayed 1 week without saying anything, these people, they are in trouble because they don't know what he's going to say the next 8 days. And if he happen to say anything on Monday, that will be their greatest problem. So listen, we need to work together. We need to believe that new Nigeria is possible. This government, this so-called structure of Lagos and River State, you see what is going on in River State right now? That structure of Wike, where is it? Because power jam power must move. When you become a governor, you become the leader of the party in the state. The moment you leave as the governor of the state, you lose the power to be the leader of the party in your state. And that power struggle now, he is gradually losing River State. That's why he's holding grip to Abuja. But it's not going to be easy. So if Lagos can fall with everything that happened, and if River can fall, and if Abuja can fall, there is no state in Nigeria that cannot fall. If Nigerians themselves who are going to vote, Dr. Mo gave us a percentage. If every Nigerian that has collected their voters card in 2023, everybody went out to vote and defend that vote, there wouldn't have been any way these people could have rigged this election, including Yakubu and his group. So I'm not going to say much because after the election here, I said that we all have different ways that we need to make sure that we have a new Nigeria, right? It's not everything that we individually we do that we put in public space, right? After all the shenanigans that is going on in Labour Party, I know how much of my personal resources that I spend in registering people in Imo State, in where I come from in Labour Party. Even with the shenanigans that was going on, I didn't do it because I have anything to benefit or to get there, but because people are running away from my zone because of insecurity in Imo State. Because I don't have a governor who is hope, is not my governor. Every young man in Imo State has gone away from Imo State. Imo State is an empty place. Because if they see you as a young man, you are in opposition to APC. And Hope Uzodinma will hunt you to anywhere. You see what is happening to Gochinyere? So this is Gochinyere is a politician. But you can see what is going on to what of a common man like me, right? Most of people who I grew up with, my younger ones, most of them have left the village and the towns and run away from Imo State because of insecurity. But it has not stopped some of us to continue to encourage people, because when you run away from those your fears, when you decide not to stand against your fear will consume you. Because if we continue to say, oh no, after all, we voted 2023, what did they do with it? No, I'm not going to go again. I've spent a lot of money. And so what that means, you are giving them the great opportunity to take over everywhere. But since then, by the special grace of God, I have never relented.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ike. Thank you so much. I actually...
Moderator, why do some people have unlimited time while some people are restricted? I mean, this is a big bias, man.
Comrade,
some people talk without ending. You can't even allow us to land on our point before you kick us out. This is not fair.
Yeah, I'm actually very, very. You see, when you come to this show, it's not a public arena. It's somebody is controlling and moderating it. You don't go to other shows and talk to the moderators that way. I don't know why when people come here, you feel like you have this thing. No, you're not controlling the show. Somebody's running it. And let the person run it. If I feel like giving him all the time to speak, I can as well do that. I can make him a guest. It's my prerogative, please. I don't want to take anybody out. I don't want to do that. Please don't push me to that point. All right, we are actually rounding up in this topic, and I will allow AY to come in and make make his own contribution, and then we'll move quickly because we're supposed to have ended the show. I just want to touch on something that is very pertinent to me. Since I saw that news coming from Nigeria, I've been so disturbed. That's the story of the young girl, 24 years old, an NYSC member who was murdered in Anambra State. It's been a very touchy story. And no, in fact, it's so touchy. What I was trying to do was to get the video, but I don't know why my system is refusing to download it. The story is so pathetic, but I will let AY go ahead and make his contribution. Then we'll switch quickly and talk about that and then close. I see you, Mr. Richard, but no, let's move on because we're doing too much on that topic.
Please, a little, just 1 minute about Peter Obi, please. 1 minute.
See, we can't exhaust it. Let us leave it. We can come back next time. Please go ahead, AY.
Thank you, Mr. KJ. Good evening, all the panelists. Yeah, good discussion so far. I listened to the guests that came up today. I mean, it sounds quite intelligent, and it seems he was a real politician as well, because some of the stuff he was saying. But the question I would have loved to ask him, he's very optimistic, but the truth is, what is on ground, it doesn't seem the opposition are ready in Nigeria. This is the honest truth. Why am I saying that? When you look at our electoral reform, is supposed to be a continuous process. After 2023 election, there were issues. Part of the issues, results were not transmitted, presidential results were not transmitted electronically. So when they went to the courts, part of the conclusion on that is it's not compulsory to transfer result electronically. I think that is one loophole the opposition would have worked on to make sure in the next election, result must be transmitted. This is a continuous process. There are little stuff here and there, you got to keep blocking those loopholes politicians are using. But none of that they've actually done. The opposition in the Senate, in the Rep, they are all dumb. They're doing nothing. In fact, I've not heard any. The only people you hear even speak in the Senate, they're actually members of APC. You don't hear opposition. They are too silent. As of Rep, safety, they are dead. I think some of them now, they are even migrating to APC. This is the problem we face ourselves. I even heard Ned is planning to declare to APC this coming week. You see, these are the issues because all they are interested in their pocket. It is actually a big problem. On Peter Obi's side, Peter Obi, somebody rightly said, he has been moving around. To be honest, especially in the North, Peter Obi has been doing a lot of work. I see him in almost all the states. He did not moving around, try to build more alliance, which is a good thing. It is a good thing. But here is it. No matter what we're going to see, let's stop deceiving ourselves. We need to face reality of these issues. In Nigeria, you need political structure. Not only in Nigeria, you need political structure everywhere to win election. You must continue building that political structure. It's very important. Even in America, that's why you hear Democrat, Republican. It's not going to happen that. How many times have you heard that Democrat win a Republican state or Republican win Democrat state? What you see is those are the swing states. Swing states are states that are neither Democrat or Republican. They move around. But the core Democratic state is because of the structure. That is why you don't go there to win those states. It's because of this political structure. So we need to really understand this. But in 2027, they need to start acting. Yeah, I've also heard the background article, Peter Obi, Congo, so they're having some kind of discussion. Nobody knows what they are discussing. But one thing I know, I also heard the panelists say, one thing I know, for sure, Atiku, the highest will tell Peter Obi is be my vice president. After 4 years, you will come in. Foul. He's a scammer. He's going to lie to him. If I were Peter Obi, I will never be vice president to anybody. I will fight until I get what I want. I think he's gonna keep building his momentum. It doesn't really necessarily even Labour Party. I don't trust Labour Party as a party. He can really look at it and move to other party to contest. He has the followership. Good. The other thing is even the issue of comrade around Nigeria, like man. I don't know how far he has gone. Peter Obi can talk to some people, send message to people like Showore, work with Showore. Hey, listen, come, let's work together. Around, even in the north, you have these comrades all over. You know the way you you have them. They are all over the state. Try to work with these people to make sure probably they can align with your vision for the country. I see if they can come together to work with him. So that's the only thing I'm going to contribute. Thank you, KJ. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry if my son was trying to disturb me here. Okay, I don't know who sent to go and mop the floor.
It's working hard.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Stay Humble. Thank you for your contribution, and I appreciate what you said. You see, if we allow the structures, it will continue to be a problem to us. We must be deliberate in our actions, and that's why we're going to leave it for today. We would pick on this issue. It's not going to go away, and Dr. Mo, if we have another opportunity, we'll bring him back. Comrade, if what you're going to say is 1 minute, just 1 minute, I will allow you. Stay humble. If what they're going to say is just 1 minute, I will give you that opportunity. But if it's beyond 1 minute, I will cut it off. If that's agreed, we'll go ahead because we need to round up. And I just have one. Yeah, I see you, Mr. Richard. Also, we have one more topic to touch, which is very touching, which is very heart moving. In fact, if I could play the video, I don't know why the system is refusing to allow it to be downloaded. If I could play the video, it would have been, I mean, all of us would live very sad, you know. Okay, yes. So let me stay with you. Stay humble. 1 minute.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to, debunk some of the things, my brother just mentioned about political structure and the elections and the rest. You see, Nigeria is not United States, really. If you're talking about those swing states and the rest, United States, they have a near transparent system. What we're operating in Nigeria is just a mafia system. In fact, it doesn't have head or tail. So the United States is not, the best example to make comparison, really. Regarding that, I think Peter Obi, following 2023 election, he identified some of the issues. Yeah, the election was rigged, massively rigged, really, but the rigging was mainly in the north, because in the north, usually there is no voting. What they just do is just to manufacture figures, which I've known since 1999. But the thing is that Peter Obi wants to get the people behind him so that the manipulation, the falsification of figures will reduce to the barest minimum. Because if the people do not allow it, if those their leaders, clerics, and the rest do not allow those figures to be manipulated, so the north is open to whoever. Now, Tinubu seems to be losing some ground in the north, which Peter Obi wants to capitalize on. Regarding political parties, really, Tinubu may not allow another strong political party to be established. It's back to Obasanjo days. Even with the National Assembly, Obasanjo was running a one-party state, and Tinubu is just copying Obasanjo. Just that Obasanjo's economic policies were better, but in terms of autocracy, it's just a carbon copy. There was no National Assembly during Obasanjo's time. There were no elections. He was just writing his results. That's the same thing that may happen now. It's happening again. So Peter Obi wants to, build a structure first. That structure is not in the form of a new political party. It's in the form of trying to engage people and the rest. He may use another political platform
Thank you. I'm going to stop you because you're already taking more than 3 minutes. Okay, so yes, comrade.
Yeah, thank you once again. I think my brother, I will agree with you. Good to see you.
Comrade,
Well, sometimes we shy away from the truth. This is the problem we have. Instead of facing the truth, we try to be emotional. We try to defend a certain character because we don't want anything to be said about him. But we cannot run away from our shadow. This is the truth. Whatever we said was, has per advantage for 2027 to Bola Tinubu, they are all true. But the only thing I don't want to concede, the only thing I don't want to subscribe to is the idea of waiting for 2031. If you cannot get it in 2027, I repeat again, 2031, as he's leaving, they're grooming somebody already. So then he not to be telling you, cannot give you 8 years, and you talk about another 4 years for the South. Nobody can talk to them about that. Now, whatever we know we can do, 2031, we should better double our effort now and do it. I saw the effort Nigerians made when Valentini was incarcerated. You could see the last meeting they had. You could see people volunteering to do this. You could see people volunteering their money. You could see people doing this, doing that. If we cannot do anything between now and 2027, I understand the sentiment of Ovie. Ovie was speaking from the point of objectivity, from the point of the truth. But we have to do something for something to give. If we're waiting for 2031, I repeat again, 2027 is even more bright. It's brighter than 2031. Because automatically, the way they think, the way the Nigerian politicians think in Nigeria, power will have been heading to the north by 2031. So Obi's chance will be restricted, and you will have a lot of sentiment for a lot of northern sentiment. And again, nobody should fall for that trap. It's a dangerous political trap. Whatever we can do, we should not do it. Double our effort. Whatever, if we cannot do anything now between now 2027, there is nothing we can do in 2031. Unless we are just deceiving ourselves. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Mr. Richard.
Yeah, I will be very brief. I am not anti-Peter Obi. When Peter Obi was in California before the election, I was there. I was in California. I visited my brother-in-law, and we went for the rally. And God knows what we did to support him. When he came back to Germany, he was in Frankfurt. In fact, we hired a car here, 5 of us. We went there. I knew what we did, how to support him. But my brother and my sister, Peter Obi is a very clever man. That's why I love him. If Peter Obi had pushed those 6 million to go out and demonstrate in Nigeria, Nigeria would have been another thing as we speak. So anybody who is asking him, why didn't he tell the supporters to do something? To do what? To go out and protest in Nigeria, where people are not united. When you look at Sri Lanka, what happened in Sri Lanka is because Sri Lanka, 74% of Sri Lankans are one people from one tribe, from one religion. That's why they were able to chase corrupt people out of the politics. So anybody who is telling you where was those 6 million people Obi gathered, that person is doing Obi it's going to be very, very harm, because Obi was very clever not to say go and demonstrate. And that's where in fact, that was their trap. They wanted to trap Obi from that perspective. Go and demonstrate, and then we deal with you. So Obi is a very clever man. But what I'm saying, in Nigeria context, the way Nigeria is constructed, let me tell you, if I were Obi today, I wouldn't be talking about election in 2027, because, for example, assume that if he wins election 2027, that means he will be only one-term president, because definitely 2031 presidency will go back to the south, to the north. So if I were Obi today, I'll count down. I have made my name. I'm a good man, but Nigeria doesn't want me and doesn't want my Igbo people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Now let's move on real quick, and that will be our last topic. Okay, let me give Pansa the opportunity to say the last thing on this issue before we move on.
No, I will respond after
All right.
Pansa.
Thank you very much, KJ. Let me say that I recall when you couldn't even bring somebody in or take him out here. So you've made a remarkable progress as a host, and we thank you for that. I was kidding you on the comment section where I said it's a good thing that I know you here now, that you're from the Southeast as one of my brothers, because of your remarkable resemblance to Northerners. If I see you in the forest somewhere in the Southeast, I'm gonna smoke your ass, right? But let me say this. Hello to all the panelists here, those in the comment section. One of the problems we have in discussions here is that we just speak in broad terms, right? But it's minutiae. The whole thing is in the detail. We don't get to actually get to the detail, but you can't blame anybody. Nobody can speak forever here. But talking about speaking, let me ask that my time be extended to as much time as I may consume. I have a couple of things I want to say. Now, KJ, when we look at the characters, right? Peter Obi, Showere, Tinubu, Buhari, all these people. It's not just whether they're good politicians or they're not good politicians. That's a mix. Everybody, every human being is dynamic, right? Somebody like Showere, he has some positives. For full disclosure, let me say that I made a deal with Comrade Omoriye in another platform. That we're going to work together. We're going to try to bring Peter Obi and Showere together. That they will be better for it, right? So we're not. You notice he's been nice here. It's because of me. I'll take credit for it. I would say that Showere, in his case, I'm going to go into the detail a little bit on him because it's not one way or the other. I'm going to give you a comprehensive, a complete, exhaustive analysis, which is going to include that he's courageous. We all agree. He sacrificed a lot for the country. But also he lacks judgment. That's clear. When it came time to choose between Jonathan and Buhari, he said that the same. I've made that case when it came to choosing between Obi and Tinubu. He said they're all the same. They're not all the same. We know that. We don't have all day here. If you want to be smart here as panelists, be smart. But if you want to keep talking about the same thing over and over, I'm happy to have a new guy here. Stay humble. I've never seen him before, but he's smart. He got a good head on his shoulder. Richards also, to a lesser degree, I haven't heard everything he has to say, but I agree with a couple of the points he made. So
what about me? What about me, Pastor?
Some points we've hashed out here are in order. The guest today was very good, right? We're hearing from the horse's mouth. He answered most of the questions that are recalcitrant Nigerians, even Omoriye himself. He said that the Beavers was shut off after 6 million votes. They shut it off. So the number we got is the number until they shut it off. We don't know what the numbers would have been all the way down there. So let's agree with that. Nigerians suffer from schizophrenia, right? Characterized by disruption in thought process, perceptions, emotions, behavior, those kind of things. Hallucinations, even, I will add on that. Delusions. What do you expect? You're a country that you've been a military dictatorship, even though they took off their army uniforms and put on a toga. So now you get somebody such as Peter Obi, and you're there picking and choosing. Peter Obi is the best Africa has brought forth, period. He's honest. He's been tested as a governor. He's humble, respectful. He doesn't have any of the usual animals like jingoism and animals like tribal, religious. So what do you want? Somebody who studied everything. He's run. So if you can be picking and choosing, nitpicking Peter Obi, you're just stupid. You have on your forehead, look at me, I'm a stupid guy. The only thing we have to do is what do we do? The question that was asked today was posed by Okija, I believe. He says to Dr. Mo, what are you going to do about the electoral process? INEC chairman is corrupt. Now, he answered the question briefly by saying that his time is up. He's going to retire sometime this year. All right. He even wished that he'd come back to correct it, but I believe that's just rhetorical stuff. So now it's not the candidate who's going to do something about reclaiming a mandate and actually going forward. It's all of us. So the sooner we get Peter Obi and all the others, including Showore, to work together, the better if we're serious. If we're not serious, then it's going to come down to we, the Igbos, who nobody have any respect for. We're going to take over that country, and we can. Right? This is what you don't want to hear, but I'm going to tell it to you again. We could take over that country. We have the scientists who go to school. Unlike OVS people, we go to school. We have engineers, we have doctors, we have everything. We have soldiers. We took over OVS place not long ago. We can do it again. So what I'm saying is that let's stay in the democratic path. Comrade, that's another thing. Let me conclude by saying this. I appreciate the courtesy. This comrade thing, I spoke to Showore. I said, Showore, are you a communist or are you a capitalist? He said he wasn't a capitalist, but he kind of left it open. Maybe he's a socialist, right? But when you're a comrade and you're talking about revolution, then you're a communist. Nigeria is not going to elect a communist. That's why when Showore was in trouble, the Americans didn't help him because they look at him as a communist. Over here where we are, by the way, I'm here in the United States.
Pastor, they did. Point of correction, they did.
They did not. Because you see, when Trump came in, he picked up the phone and he called Netanyahu and said, I want you to stop that war and get the hell out of there. Right? And he says to Hamas, I want you to release those people. If America tells you to do something, you do it. If you don't do it, it means they don't approve of it. Right? So when he made that call, they did it. They're going to do it. So if they had called the embassy and say, release Showore from there, before they hang up the phone, they will release him. So now I'm saying to you, when you're a comrade, to us here in the United States, you're a communist, right? If you want to run for office as a communist, you have to come out and say, hey, look, there'll be no private property ownership. And then Nigerians will decide. You can't be saying they're all the same and it's allegorical. Which I was thinking, why does he keep saying they're all the same? Yes, they're all the same because they're capitalists. They are not all the same because they are corrupt. Omori, we have this agreement, and I'm going to honor the agreement. I'm not saying.
But you just broke the agreement. You just broke the agreement. You attacked my state. You attacked Showore.
Right. No, I'm not attacking Showore. Look, Showore, like I said, nobody praises Showore more than I do, and nobody's done more.
You said you captured my state. You said we were captured.
Okay, I take that back. All right, I take that back. And KJ, let me conclude. I appreciate this. All I'm saying is this. We're not going to come here every day getting on the knees begging you to do the right thing. You have to do the right thing. Everybody who's listening to me now, both in Nigeria and on that comment section, I'm here in the United States, right? It doesn't mean anything anymore because of social media. Before you should come here to talk to me, you should go get a visa. I remember when I used to come home in the 80s and 70s, as somebody who came from America, if I said to AY, get on your knees, and he would do it, right? We're here in the United States, it's $32 billion GDP. We have to have some respect. So it's our internet, it's our YouTube. You don't get a visa.
All right.
Here I am, you're talking to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Pansa.
All right, now, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And then that goes also to our Nigerian audience. I heard that the president have approved new tariffs for your telephones and your data and all that. So it's going to be increasingly more difficult if it goes through. Although I hear it has been approved. But if it goes through, it means that it's going to be even more difficult for you guys to get information outside of Nigeria or even to make phone calls. Now we'll end on this final story of a young, beautiful, young woman who has all her life in front of her, was mowed down by a crazy idiot called Timi Layen Ajayi in Nasarawa State. This young lady's name is Salome Adio, and she is just 24 years old. She's a copper, serving with national insurance. And, this individual, we don't know how he got her, whether he lured her to his house or whether that this thing they do, sometimes they hypnotize the people or they carry them in that they are, what they call it, one drop, those ones that they kidnap them, and then, but the story is so pathetic because why I was trying to get the video so that you guys can hear it from the horse's mouth. When the story was told in Brekete family, this guy took her to the house, and on being arrested, because his being arrested was done in a mysterious, it was quite God's hand that just brought him out. He will have escaped with this evil without being noted. As in my view, it's like he had been doing this before. Yeah, this one ran out of him. Took her in the house. He had gone to the house and butchered her. In fact, he only butchered her. He severed every part of her body, cut it like you cut cow meat, put them in 6 different polythene bags. And then, according to the report, when they went to the house, you could see that the guy already is like a butcher house. He has a butchering table with 2 big knives, one big knife, 2 small ones. They want to butcher the legs, like the bones. They want to now divide the bodies. So he severed her head and put it in a polythene bag. And especially that it is, he was able to stop all the blood from flowing out. I think the uncle said it's like he has a gas cooker or something like a stove where he uses to steal the blood, okay, before putting them in those packages that she has created. And he came out with a head, obviously going to meet whoever they are in cahoot with, and stopped a bike man who noticed that there was blood coming from that polythene bag he was carrying. But because the road was lonely, the bike guy didn't do anything, didn't say anything until he got to other fellow bike people. So he stopped and told them that they should ask this man what he's carrying in the bag, because he suspects that it's something not good. And opening the bag, the guy was resisting first, but they forced him. Of course, you know how those guys are. They forced him and opened it and saw that it was a young lady's head. Now, at that point, they started beating him. But for his, luck that was on his side was that the police were around and they came. Why am I putting this story out? I'm putting this whole story out so that you guys see what we're talking about. A nation where even the young, the old, the vulnerable, the unvulnerable is no longer safe. A nation where just today, when you listen to Dr. Mo, he has already told you how many people have gone to meet their Heavenly Father just this week alone. Is that a nation that we should encourage? This young girl have not done anything. No. She didn't do anybody any harm. Now, this guy went to the police and started claiming that the girl is his girlfriend and was cheating on him, and that's why he decided to do what he did. But the sisters and the people, the family people, unfortunately, he just met the wrong family, because there's some families before the people go out, they tell their siblings where they are going, at what place. Relationship is not a hidden thing for them. They know who your friends are, where you hang out. So it wasn't like there was anything of such. And there was no reason to hide it in any case if he was going to see him. I believe that is the story he has told himself many times, that whenever he is caught, he will say those things. Well, the interesting thing I bring to you, brothers, before we start discussing this issue, is this. The table for which her body was butchered on had several other marks. That means that this is a well-practiced butcher house. It has basins of ready, water ready, buckets ready, and piles of polythene bags for which they use in distributing it. You know how when you go do this meat sharing, that's how he shared all the parts of this individual. And then he not only do that. Now, let me tell you why I feel so pained. And I'm happy that I'm not related to her, because if I see that guy, I would have taken him out myself. He removed every part of her bone from her body, from her flesh. He removed it. And then put them in those different bags for which he's taken to go and give whoever has sent him. Now, the Nigerian police did a very nice job. The police DAPO who first came into contact with it didn't waste time. He acted like we expect the police to act. He moved swiftly and they got him and took him in and did all the other research to get every other part, well, most of the parts, and then, So why am I saying this? When we discuss Nigeria, these are the variables you should look at. One of the first right of a Nigerian, a citizen, is your life protected by your government, your property protected by your government. It's not about politics alone. It's not about tribe alone. Salome is not Igbo. But I feel pain that a man who have a family that have trained their child to this point of looking forward to seeing a better life for your daughter, for your children, and then somebody comes to tell you, oh, she didn't die in an accident. It's not that anything happened. It's another person who decided in his own wisdom to turn her into a Fulani cow. Gentlemen, if you read the story, what do you have to say to young people and to the nation, the government that have refused to protect its people? What is your own take, sir? I'll start from Mr. Ike.
It's a heart-wrenching story, First of all, may our soul rest in the bosom of the Lord, and may the family, find fortitude to bear the loss. It has really happened, and there is nothing any of us can do. We cannot bring Salome back as she's gone. It's only a lesson for those that are living, more especially the younger ones, our children, and our brothers and sisters who are very young, the so-called the Gen Zs of our generations, who really do not check who are their friends or which kind of people that they keep, which kind of company do they keep. We are in a society today where parents has no more power to control their kids. We are living in a society where some parents indulge in encouraging their children to bring money. It doesn't matter however it comes. The most important thing is to bring money in the house. And that's the society we live today. So it is very, very dangerous today. If you have a younger ones, or your kids are young, and probably they're still in secondary school or they're still in higher institution, where occultism has been the order of the day in Nigeria. So there are so many things that is going around that every day we wake up in the morning and the day go by and you hear news that nothing happened to your children or your grandchildren or your family members. We really have to thank God, because it's a story for every day. I was talking to somebody this week because of situation. He went as far about thinking about suicide, and somebody get me in contact with him. He's in Holland, and I have to get to him, and we were talking. And after our conversation, I told him, listen, if you think that your situation is worst, I tell you, walk from your house to the next street in your neighborhood. You will see somebody that you're better off more than 1 million times. And that sound you're hearing, if you take your life, your problem has never been solved. Rather, you are into double problems because you take your own life. So, after a lot of, we are still talking, but at least the thought is going away. So this is the world we live today. It's a very dangerous world. And in Nigeria today, we're talking about the politicians, and we're talking about the old guards. What about the new generation? What are they thinking? When they see KJ drive a very big car, they want to drive a big car. Some Nigerians today, Nigerians in secondary school or in universities, are thinking about becoming Obi Kubana without any investment, without any without any source of livelihood. They want to be, they want to be Zenko, they want to be Lord, they want to be Ononoga, they want to be Nedo of from death. This is the end time. Because the politicians themselves who use these young men at the end of the day, dump them by the wayside. They use them for the election, and after the election, they are dumped by the roadside. And because they have enjoyed that luxury for a few months after the election, when the man might have won election and they abandoned. So that luxury that they have enjoyed during the campaign, they don't want to leave it. So you see, there's so many crimes going on. Government is part of it, like AJ is saying. A government that have lost completely the security, the protection of life and property in a country. That government is not supposed to exist. But that's the country we are today. Because the people that are supposed making laws to protect the citizens, because they are protected, they don't care what happens to the masses. Because they travel with the security men, with bulletproof cars. They fly with helicopters, thinking that dead cannot come in helicopter. But I remember that last month, there was a plane crash in South Korea. More than 1,000 people died. So there is no place that there is no death. No matter how protected you think you are, the day that it comes knocking, you cannot resist it. So I think it calls for complete social and moral reorientation of the younger ones today. And for all of us who are parents or who have younger ones, we have a bigger job in our hands in trying to check and trying to make sure that we know what is going on with our children and our brothers and sisters that are young because of what is going on every day in our life. So this family, after spending so much, don't you know what it costs to send somebody to university in Nigeria? They don't live in a country where there is a free education to university. When you finish school, you start work, you begin to pay back your student loan. We live in a country where your parents will have to sell everything they have to send you to school if your family is not well to do. And this family, after so many years in the university, the story is that somebody, somewhere, who is a monster living in a human body, who decides to do this. What can I say? Because at the end of the day, you might not be the first person. This is a job from the description of KJ. This is a kind of a court. This is a kind of a business because it is something that he's doing. And there are people that are sponsoring. There are people that are buying. So this is the society we find ourselves. So my advice to parents is, please watch out for your kids. It doesn't matter where they go. Try to find out the company they keep as much as you can. We know that our children of these days, they might not want to tell you anything. Some of our kids who are born here, they tell you human rights, they are above 18. You don't tell them what they have to do, but not in my own house. As long as I'm still Ike Alamefle, it's not in my own house. Even my son that is 40 years, if he says something that I don't want, I will tell him that I was his father, that I made him what he is. So it's not in my own house. I know it can be, this is the world we live, but in my own house is my house. And if you believe that you have become a man, let's put our legs in one trouser, then we see who is going to come out of it. So I think it is the moral responsibility of the parents to make sure that our children, while they're growing up, imbibe that discipline. It doesn't matter the environment we are. You should try to let them know that even in that freedom that you can do anything you want, still there are limits you can go. Parents has responsibility. That's what the Bible recommends for me as a father. He said we should train a child in the way he will go, so that when he grow up, he will not depart from it. That's my responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the society. It's not the responsibility of the school. It's not the responsibility of the government. It's not the responsibility of anybody, because God is going to give. I'm going to give account of the blessing He gave to me. He gave them to me because God believed that I can be able to look after them to become a new generation, to grow and multiply. So if I cannot say, oh, government will decide if you flog your child, the government will come into your house with police. It's not in my own house. Doesn't matter which government is that. So I just, it's heartbreaking. But I think that is the failure of, you know, so many things. The fabric of a nation. It failed. It has, this country called Nigeria has failed this young woman of 24 years who has finished university and is serving Nigeria as a youth corps. And the monster in a human body decide to take away her life. Not only taking this life, do you know the pain? The process, what KJ was just describing. I mean, it's like some of us who wouldn't want to see where they kill cows and the goat we eat, you know. But you can imagine what a human being is doing to a fellow human being. Like he's killing a cow to sell. My brother, it's enough. It's too much. It's too much. Sorry, it's a lot.
KJ, are you hearing me? Okay. The story, I watched it as you did, and is, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like you are watching a horror film, just like what you watch in Stephen King, you know, horror film or something like that. And sometimes after watching it, I went back and watched it, and I couldn't understand what went into this man's, you know, I mean, skull to commit such barbaric, you know, barbaric and heinous crime against.
That he said he does not have any regrets.
Yes, there was no remorse. In fact, when I watched when he was being interrogated, there was no remorse, nothing. I watched it and I just like, I closed my what do you call it, my laptop, and I said, come on, this society, this is not, it's no longer a society. This is a country that we are here trying to make it, you know, great again, and look at what is happening. And this young, I believe that man is a serial killer. That's my observation. I believe that was not his first time of killing a human being, you know, because that guy is a psychopath. In fact, he's a psychopath. But this is not. If you look at the amount of ritual killings in Nigeria, ritual killings, how human being kill his or her fellow human being and nothing happens. Do you know how many serial killers are moving around in Nigeria today? Do you know how many? Because the system is not, you know, the system is very weak. The police is very weak. Everywhere, that is, the government establishment is very weak. People can commit crime and get away with it. All sort of crimes. You look at even the government, you see them releasing murderers, Boko Haram, who have murdered, pillaged. You see them releasing them. You see governors negotiating with, you know, dreadful bandits or terrorists, you know, telling them go home, and don't commit sin again. And these people have pillaged villages, have killed villages, ransacked villages. You see them hugging together with the governors. So the society, honestly, the society is just, I don't know how to say, but the society is I don't know whether it's redeemable or irredeemable. I wouldn't say it's irredeemable, but it needs a lot of hard, a lot of because I don't believe in too much prayer, because we have prayed a lot. Africans, we prayed a lot, and God do that, this, and nothing is working. I am a believer too, but we have prayed enough. I don't know the solution to Nigeria, because the country is, everything about that country is honestly disgusting, very disgusting. You cannot even watch that video and many other videos. You cannot watch them. Cannibalism in 2025 in broad daylight in Nigeria is unfortunate. I pray that the family of Salome will get, grace to endure that kind of, killing her, but butchering her, dividing her flesh is even worse than killing her. That was barbaric. That was barbarism. Good night from here. Good night from here. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. We appreciate your contribution and your being here. We'll be here again next week, so please keep your time to hang out with us. All right, yes, go ahead. Stay humble. Dr. Adama, why are you going off now?
Okay, thank you.
Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry about that. I just had to look at my phone. I'm sorry.
Okay, but you're not on call, so you still have some time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
What's that?
All right, let's hear you. Yes, let's hear you. Hold on. Stay humble, please. Hold on. We normally give women the first right on this channel, so let her go ahead and make a contribution. We'll come back to you, sir.
Uncle Ike and there was AY. Good evening. Thank you for last night. I appreciate you, Jide. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, Mr. Mori. There was and stay humble. Good evenings. Uncle KJ. I really love this. When you started this topic, I was listening. It breaks my heart to see the way Nigerian youths, the way they're just, I don't want to use, I don't like using the word wasting away. There was a segment we had, and I asked, if you go back home and ask a Nigerian youth, what do you want to do? The first thing they say to you, I want to make money. They don't talk about how are they going to make that money. They don't believe in starting a business. When you start a business, you give it time to grow. Here in the diaspora, for someone as a business owner, you have to give it time for it to grow and get to where, when I started my practice, I gave it 2 years. Even with all the investment, the equipment, you're going to have a loss. So the Nigerian youths, it breaks my heart what this young man did. Let me stay on the topic. I agree with what the last panelist said. This is not normal. If you look into that guy's eyes, and if he should be evaluated by a psychiatric, you will see that he's not there. Something is missing. How do you go from being a gospel artist to healing someone you love and care about? Let's say, okay, there's no feelings, like a human being. Where is your conscience? And to the point of how you distributed her body parts, how you have everything. It's like this is a normal behavior for him. If I was to evaluate, not that I'm saying that I'm a psychiatric, but observing, something is not right.
Sorry, Adama. I want to just give you more info. He did a clinical, what you guys call clinical. The operation in the theater was so clean. There was no spillover. There was nothing. Everywhere was clean. There was no spark of any blood drops anywhere. Even the flesh didn't have any form of blood. It was totally done and cleaned up. So everything didn't have any, there's nothing. No water coming, no red, it's coming from it anywhere. So it's and then of course you see that the way the action was carried out, the way the division was done, you know that this guy, his mind is somewhere else, and this is not his first time. I just want to give you that information so you know.
Yes.
Of course, you as a doctor know what it takes to stop blood flow from such, you know, that kind of
And the question I ask is, when he was butchered, like what kind of tools does he have? Because the family, her uncle made a statement to TVC saying what they found in his home, allegedly, the tools, the knife, everything. So you can tell there's been this is not something you wake up and say, I snapped and something happened. To have this kind of tools, like cutting up, the neighbor said he keeps his audio when he's playing music so loud. So it makes me question, is this the first person he has killed? That's my number one question. Number two, now I'm deviating. There's another video I saw. I saw this video today. My brother sent it to me specifically. This is about a young man targeting Uber drivers who drive luxury cars, and he killed two. 22 years old. 22 years old. You start asking yourself, has the country failed the youth? What are we missing? Why is our youth, everybody wants to be Obi Kobana, e-money, everybody wants to keep up with the trend. Nobody believes in hard work, going to school. Like my dad says, school is not for everyone. But there's something that he always say, figure out a way to take care of yourself. Do not depend on anyone. If you don't want to go to school, that's fine. But figure out a way of how you're going to take care of you as a person. And we lack that. So now the conversation I think we need to start having is this. How do we encourage our youth? There is dignity in labor. You work hard, be patient, you will get to where you're going. It doesn't happen overnight. So maybe some of our panelists here can help answer that question, because the truth of the matter is, you know someone, every one of us knows someone. And if you ask them today, what do you want to do? They will say, I want to make money. Why is that a response? So thank you, sir. That's what I have to say, sir.
Thank you, Emma. I will pally that question to stay humble. Stay humble. I know you're trying to stay humble, but how do you stay humble and still make money in Nigeria? Because as it is now, everybody wants to drive an Escalade, and all of them want to drive, be like a big cabana, and they want to also be like e-money. They also want to be, look, also when you watch our Nigerian home movie, everybody starts slow. He's a poor guy, but he come and blows. So before he blows, before he will blow, all the girls don't like him. Until now, when he comes back from Lagos with big car, then eventually they will now like him and start saying, are we teaching our people the wrong value? That now they seem to think that money is the ultimate than living a good life.
Okay. Yeah, personally, I don't think that every youth wants to grab money at all costs. It depends on where one is and
which part are you?
Yeah, I don't think every Nigerian youth actually wants to do things the wrong way. There are so many young people that actually do things right. And what we saw 2 years ago was a testament to the fact that many youths actually want things to get good. So many youths actually put their lives on the line to ensure that, to strive to get the best out of the process, which failed them eventually. So,
how did they want to get the best out of the process?
Know what I mean? Yeah, I don't want to go back to 2023.
So what do you mean? Like, can you not like explain in details, but like, what do you mean?
Yeah, can you give us a highlight of what you're talking about so that the viewers will know? That was a good question. Can you answer that question Jide posted?
Yeah, so people usually say that youths, that young people want to make money at all costs. I know some young people want to cut corners, really, but there are still many people who want to do things the right way. So let's not paint everybody with the same brush. Okay, but the key issue here is that, yeah, sadly, what's happened, and this has been happening in Nigeria even when we were kids. If you remember the Otokoto saga, so this is a recurring decimal in Nigeria. People have been butchered, murdered by ritualists and the rest of them, whether they are ritualists or some kind of, let's say, whatever is going on, some mysterious disappearances and murders. Even some of our big wigs, top politicians, have butchery whatever in their backyard, where they kill their political enemies. So these things have been happening. Many people have been missing since we were kids. So, but the thing is that we're in the edge of social media and internet, and it's helped, yeah, to expose and unravel some of these things and bring them to light. But they've been happening, really. Let's not be very quick to blame the young people, because the people that we even consider elderly are the people that are messing up the system. They are the purveyors and authors of all sorts of despicable attitude and characters, that you could ever think of. Most of the people that are polluting the air in Nigeria are people 70 and above, unfortunately. So then also it brings to light one of the other issues that we miss in Nigeria. Whenever something happens, the first question you ask, has the police done their investigation? What has the police done? Because the way you narrated the story, I've not watched it or read the story or anything, but the thing is that sometimes when things like that happen, the brains behind those things, they just push someone there, like what happened in the NHS recently, Lucy Let's-Be story and the rest of them. We don't know what other things happened, but Lucy Let's-Be was the scapegoat, right? So they will make someone the scapegoat. My point is not to exonerate whoever was found at the scene or whoever is the prime suspect, but the point is that these things happen, and there are other brains behind these things, but because of their position in the society, they are let off the hook. The police already, bribed or whatever, will just bring someone and just make some media noise, and people will be distracted from the main issue.
So, but
Okay,
stay humble. Can I ask you something?
I'm trying
Yeah.
to, but
Stay humble. Jide asked you a question, and I think you didn't answer the question.
yeah,
Now,
think
I want
I've
to pose this
answered.
question to you. My
Hold on.
question is, why are the youths in Nigeria, this is a question to you directly, why are they so vulnerable?
So young people and women are some of the most vulnerable groups in the society. And that's why in systems like the UK, they are really, very particular about safeguarding, so they don't joke with young people. So young people are vulnerable, and they are, um, they are very, which term am I looking for now? They are very amenable, to all sorts of sentiments, flying around. Okay, so yeah, they are vulnerable. How you come
I
to
don't know.
the Nigerian system? Sorry.
Stay humble. I don't know if you understand what is going on here. And if you said you follow the story I told you, it's not just enough that this guy took a life. He virtually made her a shish kebab. Removing a shish kebab. You know how you make a shish kebab? You remove every bone. Every bone was strapped off the flesh and put in a polythene. And the bones discarded. The police have not even been able to find where the bones were thrown. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Think of the fact that you do not know at the stage this individual was when these things were going on with her. whether she was still partly alive, whether she was in. You don't know. So you don't.
So
You
the
don't. Hold
clinical
on, sir.
nature of the undertaking, the clinical nature of the job should raise further questions.
That's
Like the
so
way it
if
was
you said that and
executed so
stop,
clinically should raise further questions as to if they are a cartel.
If you have said that and
Do
stop,
we have other people behind this?
no, you see that if you had said that and stopped, I would have not, asked any question. But you are saying that there may be people who pushed him forward. Look, there's a saying in America: if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. So the method that you chose to align yourself with this means that you are ready to face the consequence. And like the idiot said, he does not have any regret whatsoever. He said it to the police, said it to everybody, he said it to the press. Has no regret. So now, and then he keep making one stupid comment that wanted me to even slap the TV, thinking I'm going to slap him. That life is reciprocal. Life is reciprocal. I don't understand what he means by that. But apart from the fact that when you listen carefully to the story told by the uncle who went there, who helped to pick every part together, to know that this person has gone beyond doing this thing. Just this, it can't be the first time. The way it was.
So my question is, was it the one, really, he could have a hand in it, but was it the one that clinically extracted every single bone, like you
so
mentioned?
far,
Were there other people,
yeah, so the police is on that, because one of the things that people try to say is that since he lives in a compound, the compound people must have heard, must have seen, or must have known if there's activities going on. But we'll get to that. Anyway, what's your take on?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the interview. It just said the point where we are in life. One thing I'm gonna say, I think it's important the police get into the details. Obviously, the suspect clearly was involved, but there might be other people, right? I think we need to have laws, because that guy obviously is not innocent. There is no way you're gonna say it, because from the story I listened to, he was caught with a sack of meat. They asked him what is in the bag. He said he went to buy cow meat. Then they kept pushing. He was trying to bribe the police or so. They opened the sack, then they discovered his human part. I think we need to have laws that will serve as deterrent. There are things we should have laws for, like a soul for a soul. I don't even. If I were in government, I'm not gonna put that idiot in the prison to be. I'm not gonna feed him any food. You gotta just shoot him dead, man. It's so sad, because there is no way the family.
Honestly, before they even shoot him, they should suffer.
Hold
Like
on.
you should suffer first.
Hold on. No. We're on a public district, please. Don't put
Okay.
I beg you.
Yeah.
We don't
I get your
advocate
point.
violence. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So the thing is just so sad that even like the way KJ was explaining it, I watched that video when the sister, the uncle were explaining. Like what? It seems it's a serial killer. It doesn't seem it. First of all, even if you are not a security person, you will know it's not by mistake. It was deliberate. The way he carefully like butchered the lady, this was a deliberate attempt. There is nothing anybody can say. I was just having chat with Fumi on the comment section. Like I know two people that I miss in my neighborhood where I grew up. For over 20 years now, they are still missing. The family of those people, they are still in pain. Every day, the mother will wake up. It's different when your loved one die, you bury the person, you move on, maybe after a couple of years, you're able to deal with it. In this case, you don't know where the person is. Like, honestly, I understand the societal decadence. The issue people were saying, even these our elders, either politician, businessman, whatever they call themselves, flouting money everywhere. They are not helping the youth. You want to do a common barrier, you are splashing money everywhere. What are you telling the youth? So growing up, to be honest, I grew up in a house where my mom, you go buy a new t-shirt, you don't have a job. Nobody gave you money. Or more, you must explain, no. You will explain tire. Even if you buy an ice cream, like she must know the source of that money. Now, with the society where we live, your son is not working, your daughter is not working, they will even buy you a car. You will accept it as a gift. You don't ask them, what do you do? That is the society where we live. So, meaning, no matter where the person, where they got their money, you don't care, you are not interested. Even in terms of education, our young ones, yeah, I know there is some level of discouragement. This phrase in Nigeria now, old school help. School really help, but however, growing up, it was more, I have seen the elder people around me working in Chevron, maybe they study. Oh, what did he study? He studied mechanical engineering. Now he works with Chevron. Those are some kind of encouragement. Oh, he works in Zenith Bank. He works with here. Maybe because of that, oh, I'm going to study that course. I want to work. Oh, he's a lawyer. He's a doctor. This kind of thing, they also encourage the young ones. But now, they don't encourage anymore, unfortunately. If you go to Nigeria, you see young boys do yahoo, they get money, buy one car. The young ones, they're impatient. That's what they want to do now. They don't know like this. You are just going to damage your life, right? Even somebody was saying on the comment, I've heard that too, that even women, they have association of mothers of yahoo. Like this it's a crisis. Actually, it's happening. I've heard
No,
that
are you
before.
serious?
Yeah,
What you just
it's real.
said.
It's real. It's a crisis. I know a situation where a friend of mine, she has a NGO. She was taking care of these young children, enroll them up to WAEC, pay their tuition. The father of one of them, he told her, he said, no, he removed the son from the school. He was in SS2 then. He bought him a phone. He said he should go and learn how to do Yahoo. This is a real life, my close friend. It's a crisis. We have to really look into. Like, I know the government, they are not helping matters as well, but we still need to encourage the young ones. They need to face school. If you don't want to go to school, just like Ada said, go learn, get some skills. Go learn something you want to do. Go learn trade. Because that is what is causing all this problem. Because now, because you can't compete with your mate, you get into all form of crisis, the rituals and all that. But
all right,
I will really hope, I will really see it serve as deterrent to others to learn.
Amen.
Thank you, KG.
That's prayer. Thank you so much, comrade.
Yeah, thank you. Greetings to everybody on the panel. Before I proceed, my heart goes out to the family and relatives of the bereaved. I pray that God will grant them the fortitude to bear the irreparable and the irreplaceable loss. Having said that, I want to summarize that what we're seeing is not the main aim, but the symptom of a failed society, failed value system, right from the family to the general society. I was home in Nigeria, I think 2021. There was something that struck me. This guy was, if you hear the into Yahoo, what they're doing is not Yahoo. They call it Yahoo Plus. That is the ritual. That's a pure ritual. Most of them use their parents, their mothers, their time for the want of time. I want to come up with series of examples, but time will not permit me to do that. Some will buy, attire or a hat for their parents. As soon as they put it on, they're gone. But this particular one, the mother was even encouraging. There was something. The boy was already. He started the Yahoo back in Nigeria, but then at this time he was in somewhere in Turkey or somewhere. There was something he wanted them to do for him at home. The mother was involved, and this still requires what is I mean is so palatable to mention on this platform. They went into that, and the mother was involved on getting things done for the boy over there. To tell you the level of atrocities going on in Nigeria, what that boy did was absurd, was dehumanizing, and most disgusting. And he didn't act alone. He was trying to paint a picture that they were dating. No, you cannot treat somebody you be dating like that. You see that girl was lured. That girl told them how he was going to see the boyfriend, right? So along the line, either he was lured or something happened along the line, kidnapped or something, was lured into where she found herself. That was not her original destination. And the way she was treated, the person we have to praise in this whole thing is even the bike man. He was a bike man, but he had more than the wisdom of Solomon. As they were going along, he suspected a foul play. He saw something dripping, but he didn't want to, question the guy because they were in a lonely place. He asked the bike guy to take a lonely path. As soon as they got to where they are at junction where he could have the support of his fellow bike men, he stopped and said, there's something fishing in this bag. So that was how they discovered. They opened the bag and saw the what was inside was nothing to be said here. So while they were trying to pounce on him, he threw the intestine and part of I don't want to mention that part. He threw it across the fence. It took days after he was already in the police station to discover that something was oozing in that environment. Only to discover that he smartly threw something out of that bag before he was discovered. And to crown it up, he said he was not remorseful. He didn't feel there was no regret. So I don't want to believe that they dated. Either he was lured to social media or he was kidnapped on our way to the boyfriend place. After doing what he did, he started chatting with the girl's phone to create the impression that it was the girl that was chatting with the boyfriend. I think what he did is nothing. He's not a human. He's not fit to build in the society. But what I will blame for this is that our value system is questionable. Society where you worship, riches, you don't care how he makes the money, but what you want to see is people flaunting the money. You don't care how the money comes. All of us are guilty of what is happening. What we are getting back from the society is a reflection of the seed we have sown in society. We praise the politician, we worship money, we don't care how the money is made and all that. So look at the churches. They care more about your offering and your tithes.
Comrade, give me 1 minute. I think the video is
Sunday, January 12, the nation was shaken by the gruesome murder of Salome Adaidu, a 24-year-old Kogi-born member of the National Youth Service Corps. The brutality of the crime allegedly committed by Timi Ajayi, who claimed to be her boyfriend, left many stunned as reports emerged that her head was severed and body dismembered. Since her demise, many accounts of the incidents have surfaced, leaving even more questions than answers. Channels Television visits the residence of her family at Nyanya community, a satellite town nestled between Nasarawa State and the nation's capital, Abuja. The family, friends, and neighbors are still mourning her loss.
Salome is gentle. She's beautiful. She's brilliant.
They describe the deceased as an intelligent, respectful, and reserved young lady built to finalize her service in March, who had ambitions painfully cut short.
Salome was someone that had ambition. She wanted to be like her boss, the person she's working with. That was the kind of person she wanted to be. She had too much ambitions.
Reeling from pain, the family seeks answers, trusting authorities to unravel the circumstances surrounding the incident.
So far, we are satisfied with how the police is handling the case, but we just need more investigation. We want this case to be done with so that me and my family will have peace. In Lafayette, there's a Sharia law that is stated that anybody that is seen with a woman body or any part of a woman body is going to go on the same road as that woman that he killed. So let the guy face justice. Let him just face justice. This is Papalada community, a suburb of Karu local government area of Nasarawa State, where Timi Ajayi resides. An eerie silence settles in the neighborhood. We locate Timi's house, scene of the crime, with the help of this young man who said he's barely 1 month here. This is the compound where Timilein Ajayi lived. This is where he allegedly killed Salome, severed her head and dismembered her body parts before he was nabbed. The compound has 3 flats. Timi lived in one of the flats. The compound is now deserted. His neighbors have vacated the premise. Even the neighborhood is very quiet, and everyone around here is jittery. His neighbors only knew a solo young man as they grappled with the shock.
The only thing I know is he's a solo person. I don't see him with friends. Each time he passes through by my house, he greets and I greet, and that is it. So for me, he has a deceptive look. Let me just put it that way. He has a deceptive look. I mean, for someone who has the heart to do what he did, then means that you don't really judge people by just mere looking at them.
Orozo community in the same local government area is where Timi's parents and his other siblings reside. The elderly couple is grappling with the devastating incident in their quiet neighborhood. The family maintains that Timi, one of 3 children, was not disowned. While his father pleads on his behalf, his mother has chosen to let the authorities handle the matter.
I want the government make them help me, make it the matter help me. I beg. Maybe they help me beg the people. I think it's one of my daughter. They did that one to how do I feel? You know? So I don't know anything government want to do. Everything is government hand.
The Nigeria police and authorities maintain that investigations are ongoing, while the Nasarawa state government is promising to ensure that the perpetrator is brought to book. Timi Ajayi has been remanded in the Lafia Custodial Center of the Nigeria Correctional Service following a court order after the police charged him to the High Court of Justice Lafia with a 1-count charge for culpable homicide punishable by death, contrary to Section 221 of the Penal Code Law of Northern Nigeria. The police await the assignment of the charge to a trial court by the Chief Judge of Nasarawa State, after which a date for his arraignment will be determined. Halima Agayam, Channels Television News.
Okay. That is a sad story.
Uncle KJ, I have a question, sir.
Yes,
Sir, before you continue, maybe any of the panelists or you can answer it. Is Nasarawa State, I know I don't know where that is map-wise, so I am not going to even try. Do they practice, the sister made a statement about Sharia law. So do they practice Sharia law in Nasarawa State? That's my question.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The governor has already promised them that something, they will get justice in a very smart way.
Nasarawa State has Sharia, yes, Sharia courts, and I don't know, but why? Why will you say that I will not accept that we're, all guilty of decadence in Nigeria? I have never exempted anybody in Nigeria, but the government bears the burden because the purpose of government is to protect life and property. That's what I said here. That's the reason why people have government. If not, we all can be government ourselves. But then the government has the authority for violence. The government reserves the authority for violence. You and I are not allowed to carry gun to defend ourselves. So if that be the case, then we trust that the government of the day will defend us and our children. In this case, this lady is not just an ordinary person walking the street. She's under the protection of the federal government for the 1 year she's serving as a copper. So it then means that the government is responsible for her welfare until the time she's discharged from the NYSC as a copper. So it's just the same way that when a Nigerian army person loses his life the government of Nigeria had to be the one to be responsible for every other thing. So it's not as easy and as simple as you're looking at it, And then look at the locality where the individual lives. Do you think she went there on a normal day? Because even me, being a man, I will not go there on a normal day with somebody I don't know very well about, very much about. I'm not trying to hold fault for anybody. I'm simply saying, when Nigeria happens to you, this is how you begin to ask questions upon questions that normally don't have answers. But I'll go to Jide. Jide may tell us something different, which he knows, which we don't yet know. Okay,
I think I was still on my I was still on my feet when you
conclude. Then we'll move to Jide.
All right. The reason why I said we are guilty of what we see in our society is it's very simple. We have come to accept a lot of barbaric things as a norm, as a normal way of life. Number one, he didn't act alone. The distance between where this incident happened and where he was caught is a very long distance. So if we're just going to discard what he had in the polythene bag, the distance will be enough for him to do so. He was heading somewhere with what he had with the head. Why he already shared the other parts into 6 places. Maybe a portion to each destination. I don't know. So the reason why I said we are guilty of what one thing we are smart to blame is the political leadership we're looking at. The religious leadership in Nigeria, there was one platform I said, one man show. I went there to tell them that there's a leadership conspiracy against the Nigerian people. The traditional leadership is even worse than the political leadership. I have examples I can give you from my locality. The religious leadership is worse than the political leadership. The only focus we deliberate on is the political leadership, because that's what affects us on day-to-day activities. If I want to give you examples here, you will be shocked at what the traditional rulership is perpetrating in my area. I will give you more than 10 examples that will shock you to your bone marrow. When it goes to that angle, everybody want to be quiet. Even the professor from the society, even the most educated from the society want to be quiet, because they will think that is a no-go area. In the religious cycle, they tell you touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Why do we expect a better society when we're all hypocritical? Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you so much. All right, Jide, please.
Thank you so much, KG. This is very sad, man. I'm trying to hold myself back. I'm trying not to lose my head right now. I will try not to. I'm a man. I won't lose my head. Thank you so much, KG. This is heavy. This is heavy. Nice to see everyone again. Adama, it's good to see you again. Ike, AY, Comrade, Pansa, it's good to see everyone. The listeners and those making comments, I greet everyone. It's a very sad story. You see, when situations like this happen, I look at it from a social angle, right? It's the society where that happened, and from a social analysis, right? Like the youth of Nigeria today. I'm not that old. I'm just I'm still in my 20s, so I'm not old. So I'm also a youth self. If I was in Nigeria, I've left Nigeria.
So Chide, you're Gen Z. You're an AY at the same.
Just say you are Gen
I'm
Z.
millennial. I'm not Gen Z.
No.
I'm not Gen Z. I'm millennial.
The age of youth in Nigeria, you stop being a youth when you're 66 years old. As long as you're less than 66, you are a youth.
Uncle Kenji, he didn't get it. He kept saying he's millennial. So let's leave him. Uncle Pastor
I'm just telling you that no matter how old he is, he's still within the youth, because Nigerian youths are from 66 upwards. It's only when you get to 70 you stop being a youth leader. But apart from that,
Kene is not here today. You are in the same group as Kene. Kene is watching.
Okay, I greet Kene if he's watching.
That's what youth is in Nigeria. Why are you laughing at that man? 66 and above.
And that man will make
All right, go ahead.
I know what he said. What Jide did not catch it. Oh my God.
I did not catch it. I wish I caught it, honestly. I wish I did. Okay, let me continue. So that's even good to even console. It's a very heavy story. So this is the thing. Nigeria as a country, and I've mentioned this on the show, but I didn't emphasize so much on it. You see, we failed to understand Nigeria from a place of class analysis. In Nigeria, we have the rich, we have the poor. Majority of Nigerians are very poor. Majority of the Nigerian people are very poor, and the numbers are increasing. What you have is the poor people of Nigeria, among themselves, there's a lot of competition, hatred, discrimination, stigma, right, in Nigeria towards other poor people. The Nigerian youths, because of our educational system has failed the Nigerian youths, it has made them, not everyone, when I say Nigerian youth, it can't be every Nigerian youth. There are always exemptions among Nigerian youths. The Nigerian youths do not have lost political consciousness. They do not have any political education, number one. Number two, the educational system itself is very poor. It's extremely poor. So what are they exposed to? They are exposed to because these youths, they look up to our elites in Nigeria. They look up to our Nigerian elites. Their values, their behavior, how they spend money, their lifestyle, what they acquire, what they desire, they see it. It's everywhere in the world, even in America. The youth look up to the elites. It's everywhere. It's not a unique thing in Nigeria. But what you have is that our elites, the values, what they cherish, what they desire, this is what our youth, particularly the entertainment elites, because these entertainment elites, they are connected to those political elites. Those entertainment elites, majority of them, those people that we dance to, we praise, we go for their concerts in Nigeria. Those, I don't want to mention their names, but we know them. These elites, these people, they are the people that the youths look up to. And what do they desire? What do they cherish? Is to be rich. What kind of music do they play? It's the kind of music that will put pressure on youths to want to make money and look down on the poor and make the youth to want to be desperate, to not focus on political education or any form of education that would lead to our development, but how to make money. It is this entertainment elite, and our political elite spend billions of dollars. You guys can go and do the research after this show. Billions of dollars on distractions, on this so-called entertainment and sports. You know, I mean, it's okay to listen to music, to play soccer and all that at leisure or wherever. That's not what I'm not saying. Anybody should not listen to entertainment. What I'm saying is these forms of these resources, they are distractions, and what they do is this entertainment elites, this petty bourgeoisie, these musicians, comedians, and co. These people, they put what? They are very materialistic. I'm going somewhere here. They are very materialistic. And the kind of message they pass across is for the youth to be desperate. To be desperate, to want to be millionaires, billionaires in their 20s, in their 30s. These so-called entertainment elites, and on social media, it does not help matters. You see all these entertainment elites, what they post, their materialistic lifestyle and everything. It puts pressure on these youths. And I think someone asked, I think it was Adama that asked one, or I think it was Stay On when he was here, that what makes these youths vulnerable? Why are they vulnerable? Because the Nigerian political class do not invest in our youths. No program for our youths. Our educational system is in shatters. A lot of them, when they graduate from school, no job. I mean, when they graduate from university, no job, no opportunities. They are vulnerable. And like I said, there's social pressure from family, from friends, like I said earlier, and from the so-called entertainment elites, the so-called entertainment people. So what do? They become desperate. They become desperate because there is no support. There is no mentorship. There's no career mentorship, nothing. So what they do is they now become desperate. They go and commit crime, cyber crime, commit ritual killings and all those things. So this is just another example of that. This is not the first time this is happening. This has been going on for years. But the reason why we are now seeing this is that it's now becoming, the ones that we catch is what we're talking about. All right. And I think it was Omar Reed that said it, that we should not think that some of these people, they are doing it alone. They are connected to some powerful people that we don't know. But that's for sure.
All right. Thank you. I like your contribution, but you see, every society has a form of crime. What becomes the problem and encouraging is when the institutions set up, they're supposed to check those crimes, do not do their work. And then it festers, and then thereby creating more criminals out of whatever is been allowed to go on. Adama, you want to wait so we hear from Pansa, or you want to speak?
No. Let Uncle Pastor speak. Then after
Okay,
that,
Uncle Panza, please go ahead.
hey, while your father is here, behave yourself.
We dealing with obviously a tough topic, and panelists have elucidated positions that we all share. So there's no dispute in this case. Plus, the video you played covered the issue, but there are a lot of other things on the ground. I believe the gentleman you had here that I praised earlier, that is smart. He was using words like clinical. He wanted more investigation to see if there are others involved, and I thought that he should have been heard. He should have been heard. But the panelists were one in this case. AY gave tribute and, in a way, some kind of moment of silence, as much as the implication of what he did. So we all share in that. But now we start talking about penal code because we have two systems of justice in our country, one for the Northerners and then one for the Southerners. What they call their own penal code up there. This guy is for Sharia. And women don't have the same rights that we have. And they have all kinds of weird things there. In this case, this corporate now, if he's guilty of committing this crime, maybe one of his relatives will say, okay, pay me money instead, right? And they will accept money in what they, instead of what they call kisas there, which is retaliation, right? They may go for something they call dia, and their family member will get paid instead. So those are the larger things that we need to expose so that we can begin to recover our country. Because if Northerners are going to say they want their own way of criminal justice, they want their own way of doing things, just then go your own way. And let your own leaders become a country, a Sharia Islamic country. And then let the rest of us who have a different jurisprudence do our own thing. Because it doesn't make any sense if you're fighting for your jurisprudence to be different. You want your people to be head of state, somebody from your place to be your own head of state. You want to keep your own resources. You want to be taxed the way you want to be taxed. Then what you are in essence saying is that you want your own country.
Prasad, you are off the topic.
And I'm not.
You need to focus on the topic.
There's a nexus. The topic is been exhausted. So shut your mouth, AY. We played a video. What else are you going to add to it? You've prayed for the victims, and then KJ played a video that was comprehensive.
You know you are obsessed with tribe. I just
no, it's not me. Listen, it's not me who is describing the reality, right? It's not me. I'm describing reality in the country. The country is obsessed with tribe. If you have a justice system where somebody is a serial killer, right? But we don't have the same code. I just told you something you don't know, right? If one of the relatives chooses to say, okay, pay me money.
No. Let me correct that, please. You don't pay dia. Okay, let me quickly. So dia, you don't pay dia money when you kill somebody deliberately. It's when you kill somebody mistakenly. For example, an accident.
Let me reclaim my time.
Okay,
deliberately,
I take it back. Deliberately, you can't pay dia money. It's soul for a soul.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Uncle Pasad. Uncle Pasad, sir. I'm sorry. Please, what is dia money? Is it the dia that we?
No. Dia money is called blood money in Sharia context. So you pay that money if you, for example, if you mistakenly kill somebody, let's say an accident, you can pay that money, or the family said they forgive you. But when you kill somebody deliberately, it's a soul for a soul. You have to go.
All right, hold on, because that's then where the problem is. I listened to that corporate when he still is alleged to be the killer, right? He says in his own words that he mistakenly, right? Listen to what I'm saying. If he makes that claim, that he was so enraged that is his girlfriend, even though the family says it's not his girlfriend. He's saying that he was messing around and stuff like that, and he killed her out of that ridge or whatever it is.
He also mistakenly removed the bone and butchered
That's
him.
what I'm saying. So, but what I'm saying is that what he claims, we're not going to limit it to this. My thing is not limited to this particular case. My thing is where we have different codes, right? We don't have time for that kind of nonsense. We're a secular country. So understand what I'm saying. It's more important to focus on what's going to bring justice to women, for example. Okay. In the case of this Sharia, a woman, right? Listen to this. Now, maybe a lot of our people don't know this.
My brother Panchad, I have a question before you continue, please.
Go ahead, sir.
If KJ would allow me to ask the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
My brother Panchad, you did say that the boy said, you did say that the boy said the girlfriend, even though the family of the girl said it's not the girl, but the boy said he was messing around, right?
Right.
If that girl is messing around, does he give that animal the right to murder that girl? If your girlfriend is messing around, what do? You stop, you break the relationship. Does he lead you to murder the girl because you do not have power to give life? She was your girlfriend. She's not. You didn't vote. It's not your property. There is no agreement. It was a more kind of satisfying each other as boyfriend and girlfriend. So does he give that animal in human flesh the power and authority to take away the life?
That's not a rhetorical question, because that's part of what I'm complaining about. He could, as somebody who is accused of a crime, in no matter what, is accorded due process. He's not guilty until you prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. So even though he's sitting there on the ground with the knife and all that, he's still innocent until he's proven to be guilty. And I'm for that. You have to accord him all rights that's due to an innocent person. So he makes that statement, as absurd as it is. He's entitled to make that claim. And
But Uncle Pasad, I'm sorry to correct you, sir. Do you think we're saying that we're like the human in us? You acknowledge, and you even said something about a minute of silence. When you make a statement like this, don't you think you're kind of being, in a way, insensitive?
No, please, not at all. Let me reclaim my time. I'm not being insensitive. I'm answering a question that involves the rights that we have as human beings, rights that are given to us by God. You don't say, when we haven't convicted somebody of a crime, right? He's alleged to have committed.
Uncle Pasad, does that same right appear in the African, in the Nigerian system, where
Yes.
it's being had? So that same right is being had.
Yeah, you have that right in all jurisdictions, the Islamic and the Western jurisdiction, and it's proper, right? You remember, unless somebody could be falsely accused, somebody could be a crazy guy, you're framing him. But it's unlikely in this case. I agree with you, but don't miss my main point that I'm making here. The other stuff, yeah, I mean, you have to live with the country you have. For example, not everybody goes and cuts off a girl's neck, right? There are things that are more common, such as a woman getting raped. Over there in that penal code, right? You need 2 witnesses. If a woman reports that they've been raped, which is more common, forget about somebody cutting somebody's neck. Okay, that's extreme, right? But the daily occurrence of a woman getting raped, in their jurisdiction up there, you have to have 2 witnesses. There's something they call zina in their own, and that, because these things now are.
But sir, you are off the topic.
No, I'm not, because I want to expose you today. What you're doing there? Okay, what is zina? Explain to the people what is zina. What is zina?
KJ, you need to stop us, sir. You know.
No, but just I'll give you some of my time and I'll stop. But what is zina?
No, let's not go.
It's not what I'm talking now. You want to interrupt me. If you don't want to say it, then I'll tell them what it is. Because we keep saying Sharia, Sharia. What is Sharia? Women are they're subject to all kinds of...
That's not the subject we're discussing. The subject we're discussing is in regards to the killing of what happened. We're talking about the youths, Nigerian youths, and you've been going all about Sharia law.
Okay,
Let's stay focused on the topic.
KJ, let me reclaim my time.
And you know, Pastor,
before I reclaim my time, I want you to know that AY doesn't want me to talk. I made a summary conclusion that that particular topic has been covered very well. The video covered it. AY prayed for us. Adama, I want you to hold your horses. I'll be gone in a minute. I know you're picking on me. I'm not going to bite. I'm going to try to be nice. You're my sister. You have no respect for your elders. Maybe just to Ike here. Let me conclude by saying, well, it is true that a lot of it is off topic, but the nexus, you've discovered, you talked about everything else. You don't have something else to do. We've got it, the video, everything has done with that. What I'm saying is that we have two systems of justice. So to conclude it, a woman cannot, if she reports that she's been raped, right? Like this woman here, she was killed, but that doesn't happen every day. So you should be concerned about this, Adam. If it's a lesser crime such as a rape, she needs two witnesses in that penal code. And then because most sex happens clandestinely, you don't have witnesses looking at you when you're having sex, right? Or when you're raping somebody, you don't have any witnesses. So when they make that report, because they then don't have those two witnesses, they then have accepted that they fornicated. In essence, they had sex. What's called the zinas.
I have to stop, Pastor,
yeah.
Because what you're going to is exactly, it's totally taking us away from the sensitive matter we're discussing here. This is a young lady who is 24 years old, whose life just started. I don't care whether she's sleeping outside. No, I don't care. What I'm simply concerned about is that someone's life whose parents have spent 4 years training in the university, who is just about to start her life, serving as a property of Nigeria under the NYSC scheme, and now she is cut short by somebody lunatic who does not think that life is irreparable, and that's what we should. I don't want us to do the. No.
Let me conclude this. I'm done because, like I said, that what you just described now.
Family get justice in Anambra State. That's what we.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Want to go to it because it's not covering.
No, I know, but KJ.
Listen, I don't feel nice discussing this issue of rape at this point.
Okay, all right. Yes. That's what Adama does here every weekend, talking about sex with Pastor Oyenkoro, right? So, and I'm sure everybody knows that, but let me just dial it back to what you're saying.
Pastor, you need sleep. Pastor, you need to go.
You're right, but let me say this. I'm done because it's not easy to avoid linear thinking, right? Especially when there's a paradox involved, like AY. What I'm saying to you is that she cannot get justice, even not just her. She's one victim, right? We should have a unified code in our country. That's all I'm saying. That's actually the bane of the problem we have in the country.
Okay, anyway, and I push back for you. Please, can you tell us why she cannot get justice? That's the last comment you made. Please, why can she not get justice?
She cannot get justice because, according to the penal code, there are many loopholes that you have to understand that in the jurisprudence you're thinking about, she would have to show that killing was not done by mistake, right? If he could show a doubt, any kind of doubt that killing was done by mistake, then what will happen is that one of our relatives could then say, pay me money. I don't want retribution. I was using the legal word for the.
Pastor, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I want to answer Adama's question so she understands. Let me ask you this, Adama. If one of relative, because she's dead now and gone. If one of her relatives come and say, you know what, I don't want retribution, I want to be paid money, do you think that's justice? Can you answer that?
No, her relatives are not going to ask that. That's already been taken care of.
No. That cannot happen.
Yeah,
That can. There's not even a. It's not. There's not even a space for negotiation.
Okay, hold on. That's because you don't know. There's they have two things that could happen. Hold on. There are two things that are
You're
limited to happen.
confusing me. When you say I don't know, what I know that I was born here in America. Please, what don't I know? Please.
Okay, just let me answer that. Hold on. It's not just because you're born in America. In their code, you have two things that will happen.
Moderate.
Kisas and dia. That's going to depend on what that. Hold on now.
No,
hold on.
Listen to me. You listen to me.
Can I answer her question?
What I'm saying, events have overtaken that. Because this
no. I'm answering her question.
Hold on. This person was not only her life was not only taken out. Her parts were distributed in different polythene bags, and each bone in her body was taken out of the flesh, and the flesh put in different polythene. So there's nothing like mistake here or no mistake. This is a deliberate act. We have gone beyond that point. We cannot now begin to reverse back to what I was saying. We are imagining that it didn't happen. No, that is already past.
Okay, let me answer you, and then I'll conclude with Adam. KJ, that's another thing. You just keep going on and on. I hear you. Here is what you're forgetting. If they prove, first of all, that she was murdered by mistake, right, or a passion, do you understand? That's different. And then if he can then say, after I killed her by mistake, then I had to cut up his body so I could hide it. It's a legal question. That's what I'm telling you. Then they have what they call kisas and dia. To pronounce the punishment, the judge is going to say, okay, look, I'm going to give him a chance. The relative, right? So the relative is the one who's going to choose, not you and I. If he chooses kisas, then he's going to pay money. Do you understand? So that it won't be justice. That's it. I'm done. That's answering your question. Look it up.
Let's move on. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ike, let's hear our last comment because we're rounding up.
My brother Pansat has gone. Well, Adama, yesterday I didn't follow up because I was working.
AY just did this. AY caused this. AY, I warned you. You knew as.
Yesterday, I want to apologize to Adama. Yesterday, I was working in the office, so I couldn't continue with the program. So that was why it was time for me to log off from office to go home. So I was not able to continue with the program yesterday, right?
Yes, sir. Uncle Ike, I just want to say thank you, sir. When you were working, I worked a 10-hour shift, came home and had to do all my documentation. And while I was doing the show, I was working as well, sir. So it's okay. That's why I had 3 systems open. So, but I really appreciate your input, sir. You don't need to apologize, sir.
You guys are always working. Okwa is always working. It's a lot of money, though. Well, maybe you will send me a check.
Yes, but Uncle KJ, can I ask something that Uncle Pansat did that didn't sit well with me? And
yes.
I'm glad you stopped that when he was speaking about rape.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you, sir. Rape is not something we just speak casually about like this.
Yeah, exactly.
And the way Uncle Pansat kept going on, like, took us away from the subjects. We went from a young lady that got murdered to Sharia law. I got confused. And that's why I asked the question, in Nasarawa, what state where this happened? Like, as the victim family, did they get to pick Sharia law or government? I don't know. And a lot of our viewers who are just like me want to learn. And that's why I came in. But Uncle Pansat took it all the way to Sharia law. So that's the only thing I didn't just like about this.
No problem. My last word is that, first of all, I want to thank every one of you for having the opportunity to share our opinions and ideas, agree and disagree. At the end of the day, the most important thing is let love lead. No matter whatever we do, no matter anyhow we disagree, um, we have a common goal, a common thing that link us together. We're all Nigerians, right? We might disagree in many ways, but we are Nigerians. So let us know that whenever it's very uh, when the place is hot, we're only arguing for not we are not arguing to say I am more smarter than another person, but we're trying to see the way the country will move forward. I only appeal for Nigerians and the younger ones, based on this last topic we discussed today, is we as parents, we have a lot to do in the life of our children, to continue to, cultivate morals to their life and continue to make them to understand that even though we live in a Western world, in African culture, we have cultures and traditions and things should always work like that. We try to imbibe discipline in their lives. You know, um, God helping us, we'll be able to have our children will grow with the fear of so many things and trying to teach them the wrongs and the right. Okay, and I pray that everybody have a blessed week. And I hope to see everybody again by the weekend by God's grace, that God keep us alive.
Amen.
Those who are in the US who are celebrating the new president of America, I wish you all the best. And I pray that he will come in and bring the necessary changes. Me, as a person, everything he said while he was campaigning, I wrote them in my file. I'll be watching and I'll be following closely and keenly to see what happens. But for us in Africa and in Nigeria, who are in a great excitement, expecting miracle from America to do something for you, I mean, that is a wide dream, America first has nothing to do with you. So you should be able to consider your government in Nigeria, what they're going to do to have a better government. And if the government in Nigeria could be able to, listen to the yearnings of Nigerians and stop telling us that we can't do anything, God bless you, and I wish you all the best of the week.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. Yes, AY, your final thoughts.
Oh, we are in the final. Let Colata just let him speak now.
No.
Please, Uncle Peter, please,
let's listen to Colata. Maybe we need more time.
Please, Uncle KJ, I give my time to go.
Let's Colata come in.
You by concession.
My people, I have my people here now.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't even know what the topic is. Initially, I heard everybody talking about politics, but who told you guys that there's vacancy in 2027? There's no vacancy now. So why is everybody wasting? You guys are just wasting time. So there's no vacancy. Well, I don't know that gory topic you guys were talking about. I don't think I read about it. I saw some guy with a decapitated whatever. I don't want to say it here, and that was too gruesome for me to even follow. Some is it that gospel ex-gospel singer or something like that? Is that the guy?
Yes.
Man, that was gory. He should be killed. I mean, he should the maximum whatever they should do it to him. What he did to that girl, and there's no Sharia law in Nasarawa State. Nasarawa State, I think is it majority Christian or is almost 50-50%. Nasarawa State, yeah, it's almost 50-50%. It's almost like your state or
No,
one
they
of
called
those
the
states.
governor. The governor told them they have Sharia somewhere around there. I don't know.
They don't have.
That was what the father said. The uncle said.
They don't have Sharia in Nasarawa State.
They don't
No.
have they have Sharia court. Okay. I posted that. They have Sharia.
No. They don't. I've checked. They don't have Sharia law. Maybe they have Sharia panels, but they don't have Sharia law.
The uncle said.
I can read it out for you, my
No.
brother. I don't just throw information. Yes, there is Sharia court.
There is none in Nasarawa. There may be panels. There's a difference between. Hold on. There's a difference between panel and the Sharia appeal court. Nasarawa was not one of those states in the north that added Sharia. It's only Niger State in the north central
that has Sharia law. Nasarawa does not have Sharia law, and you can go
Okay,
and check.
so Kulaka, if they don't have it, why did the sister reference to that?
I don't know the story, unfortunately. Like I said, it was too gruesome for me to even follow. But I know for a fact that Nasarawa is not one of those states that adopted Sharia, because it's almost majority Christian state. Nasarawa, Nasarawa, Taraba, Adamawa, all those states have a lot of Christians. I'm not even talking about the Plateau and Benue. They have a lot of Christians. Even Gombe State is 30% Christian. So there's no
Yeah,
Sharia.
Kolata is right. Yeah, some of those states have a lot of Christians.
They have a lot of Christians just because it's Fulani Emirates that, through that feudal system. That's why you don't even know they have.
But Kulaka, this is one thing I'm saying. This is my concern as a viewer watching her. This is TVC where she was making the statements,
Mm.
and she referenced Sharia law. Why would she reference? And this is the state where they live as well.
Who made that reference?
Law, her sister
Okay.
made that
Even the
reference. I
uncle,
guess
even the uncle
even
said,
the uncle made the statement as well. She said that's what they want. So why will you reference on a law that doesn't exist in a state where you reside?
That's what I was trying to explain. There's something called Sharia panels, which even exist in the Southwest. Sharia panels. And then there's the Sharia Court of Jurisprudence. There's a difference. Sharia panels are for advisory. They have no power to educate anything. You just go there every week. Born Catholics, like you go to a confession and all that stuff. But the Sharia law is not enforceable in Nasarawa state. They did not adopt it. I'm positive of that.
Commander Omoyi.
However, no matter the law, I just want that idiot to face the music, man. Like, no matter the law, let him face the maximum punishment. I don't even have any pity for him.
But Uncle KJ, can I ask you a question? You said that law exists in Nasarawa. Where are you coming from, Sas? Because Kulata said that law
Adama,
does
you will
not.
leave this thing.
I follow this story. The story was also carried by what they call them, Brekete family, for which Ahmed Issa called the governor. For which the governor said yes, that he is interested in the story and has the maximum penalty will be brought to bear. All right. While we were discussing this issue, I asked again: is there Sharia does Nasarawa State have Sharia Court of Appeal, which is one of the? He says yes. Sharia Court has a Sharia Court of Appeal. That is, it has Sharia Court of Appeal in Nasarawa State. It has Sharia Court of Appeal. Look at it.
You can't. There's no Sharia enforceable Sharia court in Nasarawa. Like I said, there may be Sharia panels, but Nasarawa did not adopt it.
I'm reading out the report.
Where did you get that from?
Nasarawa State has a
okay. What's the source of your information?
Which is one of the 3 units of the judiciary in Nasarawa State. The Court of Appeal is one of the.
What is the source of your information?
Internet.
What site? What site? Is it ChatGPT or is it a website or is something?
If I can I've already put it there now. I put it for you there, my brother. There's a Court of Appeal, Sharia Court of Appeal. If you check I posted it for you to see.
Because Nasarawa is not one of those 12 Sharia states. I'm very, very sure about that.
Okay, now
but outside of that, KJ, do you have a brother that has a YouTube channel? There's someone that looks like you, news post or something like that. I follow the guy. You guys look alike, and he's from Abia State or something like that.
No, my brother. I know.
Is he your cousin?
I know. Get cousin when they for YouTube.
Okay, you guys really look alike. Now, well,
Hold on,
politics.
hold on, Mr. Kulata. Look, I'm reading from National State page now. Sharia Court of Appeal, headed by a Grand Kali, who sits with two other Kalis. How about bros? At least I go school small. Make you know they do that kind of thing now.
Nasarawa did not adopt.
I'm reading from Nasarawa State Judiciary Post, Nasarawa State Government Judiciary Post. I can pick it and put for you.
Like I said, there's the Sharia panel. You're not listening to me. I said there are different kind of Sharia levels we have in Nigeria. There are 12 states that adopted Sharia law as their law, and then there are other states that have a Muslim population that run Sharia panels. Nasarawa was not one of those states that adopted Sharia during Obasanjo's time, because Nasarawa state is almost 50-50 Christian Muslim population.
I just read from Nasarawa State Judiciary website. That's why I read that.
Let me bring it up. Let's see.
I'll put it on the panel. You can look at the comment.
Oh, I'm on my phone now. I can't really browse it.
So while we're waiting for that to come up, Kulata, who gets to decide? Is it the percentage of the Muslim in the country that gets to decide if they want a whole state? Let me use for an instance. If they say Abia State now, we have 90% Muslim, and they say they want the judicial system to be what do you call this? Sharia law. Did they vote to implement that in the system? And how does the government eliminate themselves and allow the Sharia law to be what guides the states? That's my confusion.
Is the state assembly, because the way it happened only once during the Obasanjo time. The state assembly they met and they passed the law that they will use Sharia law. It's supposed to be used for it's supposed to be used for civil cases, and it's supposed to be optional, meaning you opt in. If
you can't use it for federal crime. You can't use it for federal crime.
You are not supposed to be able to use it for federal crime. It's really supposed to be for civil cases, and you opt in. If you are even a Muslim and you decide you want to use our what's it called? What's Oyinbo law now? I forgot. You want to use our civil law, whatever, Western laws. They will allow you. And if you're a Muslim and you say no, judge me by Sharia, then they judge you by Sharia. But they can't judge you or try you for something like murder, for example, in a Sharia court, because it's the jurisdiction doesn't get to that point.
So let's go by what you're saying. Are you saying this case now, even though you don't know what the case is, but
I don't know the case
talking about
at all.
So are you saying murder does not? You cannot judge murder in a.
Hold on. Hold on, Adam. I don't want to go that direction. I don't want Kolata to take over and begin to say what he doesn't understand.
What do you mean take over? I'm a panelist like everybody.
Right. Hold on.
Kolata is very right, KJ.
Hold on. It's not right. What are you saying? I'm
okay. Explain to us.
Explain how explain Sharia, the scope.
Where is it? Tell me it's right.
Explain the scope of Sharia law in Nigeria.
My brother, you are wrong.
And then explain to us. So correct me if I'm wrong.
I want to explain to you.
And KJ, I think Kolata has a point.
He doesn't have a point. When National State was hold on.
Two Nigerians that I beat his ass every day is agreeing with me.
Look at this one. Look at this Bushman. They agree with you that you're fighting.
Go to the judiciary side of National State. It tells you that they inherited one Grand Cadi, and they could not form a quorum until they had two other ones that formed a quorum. And if you go there, you will see where they stated the officials of the Sharia court. What are you saying? Abia no go square.
That's not the argument. The argument is the scope of Sharia.
The scope of Sharia. Can you try a murder case in Sharia court in Nigeria?
Listen, Ogami. I didn't say that the National State practices Sharia. I told there's a Sharia court of appeal in Nasarawa State. That's what I said.
No, we moved away from
We moved on from that.
We move on.
We didn't move on. You are the one who moved on. He still explained what he wanted to say.
Okay. Maybe Kolata did you his two-step thing that he does. You change it. Blame the one that is correct and you start arguing over that one.
Some of the panelists come here, you think you know everything about. Till I left, I lived in Nasarawa. I lived in Abuja. How many minutes is it from Nasarawa? So at least we'll have some of this information. Maybe we know that to come.
Okay, KJ, in a yes or no, can you try, forget me first, just answer the question. Can you try a murder case in a Sharia court in Nigeria?
The question I'm asking is not about whether it's a murder case.
I'm asking a different question.
No, you don't have to ask me. I ask you what you want to say, and you say, I am the one.
It seems everybody is high today.
I tell you that, and you take it. So don't play that APC.
I'm not APC, so don't label me. Don't give me names. I asked a question. If you can answer the question, answer. If you can't, don't answer.
I'll take you out. You don't have to be here.
There's no stop getting aggros.
I direct the line and the process.
So are you God? I can ask you a question.
No, you can't. You can't. I ask.
Why?
Don't take Kolata out.
So
please.
don't bring that here. I direct what happens. You don't direct it for me.
The moderator, answer the question if you can.
I'm just telling you, Mr. Kulata, because you're putting your hand here doesn't make you all knowing.
Stop! I said forget me. If you're not going to answer, don't answer.
No, you don't ask me any question. And by the way, that's okay. You have had
at a murder, you can try murder.
Yes,
so what is the point?
You can't.
Go ahead.
You can. You can try criminal cases.
Yeah, moderator, are you telling me to go ahead?
Yes,
you can try criminal cases. Why not murder?
Yeah. I just want to make a clarification based on what I said earlier. I was surprised when somebody like Passaret, I don't know if he was joking or it's a serious matter. This is not something to joke with.
You want to really take Passaret seriously?
Somebody has confessed to the crime. You are saying we should assume the person is innocent when he has already confessed to the crime, committed the crime. So that by the wayside. The reason why I said from the look of things, the guy did not act alone. And this is not his first time. From the evidence we could gather from the scene of crime, and he was probably heading somewhere. The reason why I said what we've seen is what we have collectively, this is a symptom of society we have created, is that the head in that politic bag will have ended up in the head. He was probably a politician. He probably headed to the house of a pastor or an imam. That head will have probably heading.
No, Mr. Moore, you cannot assume that it was for a politician. It may be for a pastor.
I said probably.
That's what I don't like. I know, but probably. I hate when we always put everything on politician. I love your submission when you say we put too many things on politician, but traditional rulers are one people we don't highlight.
Yeah.
So just put that
I'm
highlight.
coming. I'm going there, man.
I understand, Mr.
Calm down.
No, I'm just saying something. No, I understand what you're saying, Mr.
Why is
Morio.
everybody high this night?
And
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
Casamigos that Kulata has been drinking.
Adama, do you want me to show you my bottle of Casamigos? I almost finished it.
But can you let me line?
Sorry,
can you let me line my point?
Please, I don't want to be violent. I can become violent too. Go ahead.
Yes, that thing will have ended up and somewhere, either in a very, with somewhere with a very high authority. And the 6 sacks that were kept in his house were already prepared for different destinations. The reason why we're still getting a free flow of information now is that costs have not started coming from, higher places. If they start coming, costs are still coming. We're interested in that matter. Keep that fire. We can. This is the problem of the society. Like about a few months ago, there was a lady that came from Ghana to visit another lady in Nigeria. A senator was involved. That was the end of that matter. So this one could end up the same way. And this guy is very hardened. The reason why he has refused to say certain things, if he's acting in conjunction with people from high authority, the big politicians, the big pastors, the big imams, the big traditional rulers, that could as well be the end of the case. I rest my case. There's a leadership conspiracy once again against the Nigerian people. This is something we are not looking at, and we are guilty when something comes from our traditional institution. We are quiet because we don't want to go there. If it comes from our pastor, we have a very ready verse to quote. touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. If it comes from our imam, we have a way of trying to defend them. So we are all hypocritical. We'll continue to get what we're getting until we're ready to stand for the truth and tackle them headlong the way they are. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. And I want to say this. You see, the truth remains that this case, the way it's going, I believe Ahmed, what's his name, the guy in Brekete, since he's involved, will probably push it to a point where justice will be gotten for the family. I believe really that justice should be gotten for the family, not because you know, of the father is dead, but the fact that it's a young life. Parents have trained and brought to this point. 24 years old. I mean, 24 years old, for crying out loud. It can be any of our sisters, can be any of our children, it can be anybody, you know. And there are many. This is because this one isn't picked up because the media picked it up. Who knows how many others that are going this way and nobody knows about them. Before we came on this broadcast, I saw a lady bathing in the street of Benin, you know, in the marketplace, and you know, just taking bath. You see, the things going on in Nigeria is beyond imagination. So, and it's something that we should be able to discuss without, you know, bringing sentiment into it. That the society is broken, and we need a government who can put it in proper perspective, to put things in the right perspective. If a crime is committed, those who committed it should face the consequence of it. Forefather, we're rounding up, and I'm sure that you can make your submission before we shut the house.
Sorry, before tonight, just a quick one. Are you guys aware of what's going on in France right now with Buhari, Obasanjo, and Tinubu?
Yes. I read about it. Yes.
That's a big deal. I don't know why you guys are not talking about it.
Because we don't have time to talk about it now, so we'll talk about it next week.
Anyway, it's too late.
You want to let Fafada continue now? You want to end KJ?
Oh, don't continue. Please don't do that.
Let me see. Buhari forced by Tinubu to testify in French court. Okay, something to do with that. I don't know. I don't know why he's testifying. It would have been interesting to have a
It's a lot of
about
story. It has to do with one of the scandals of the bribe, you know, a bribe issue in Nigeria here. But it's something you need to get all the facts together before you go into it. I don't like to go into a discussion. I don't have all the facts and you know videos about it.
It's quite interesting that this is France again, and Tinubu and his French friends. It's something weird is going on. The idea that Nigeria in itself, in terms of because of what that man has done with the lady, is broken. I'm not sure that is we should just necessarily. I think it's because of all the other things that are going on. That's why we amplify these things. I don't think it's necessarily the case because of the reports I'm hearing in Nigeria about what happened in Dirty December. You would think some of all these things we that are online, we are shouting too much. It's like we are complaining more than the victims sometimes. Because a lot of people, when they said cities were empty, they were going to a village to go and party, and you know now, KJ, you are one of the, you know what's going on. So Nigeria has problems, just like other nations. I try to keep things in perspective. The areas that we should focus on trying to fix are the areas that are causing us serious havoc, that doesn't let us to progress, that keeps making our people run overseas all the time, and our country, we don't earn anything. Because those areas for me is far more important, because there's always going to be a problem where you get crazy people doing crazy things. Jeffrey Dahmer that was cooking people and eating them, you know, in America. That was in America. They had money, they had everything, and he was still doing that. People are crazy. Like that man seems to be a psychopath. What he did, because if he wasn't, it's one thing to want money, but it's another thing to go and chop human being up and still seem like you are okay. There is something else there. So that is not a normal human being. You can want money, but when some people, when they see blood, they will faint. So when they see blood or with the remorse alone, that's not what you get from him. So there's something seriously wrong with him. And personally, you take a human life, you go. Simple. Because you didn't just take that life, you've just taken the potential generations that will come after that life.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You don't just do it and get away with it like that. And say, oh, because you're psychologically flawed. Okay, go and be flawed in the afterlife. Let's do that. Because consequences have to flow from certain actions. So that's how I look at it anyway. And I just hope that we don't always try to link things up and try to act as if the entire nation is, everything is linked somehow. If he had said, okay, because of Yahoo Boys, everybody's making money and all that, so I did it to make money, you can link it. But there's something wrong with that guy. There's something wrong with him. There's a lot of other things he could have done, and he's just one of those sick people in societies that do sick things. And in this case, he's taking a life. Personally, he should lose his life. I don't know whether he's going to lose his life, and that's his craziness about Nigeria. All these will kill people, and they just walk out. They just remain. He might be in prison. The stupid governor that when they convict him to death, the stupid governor is not going to approve his execution. And we have these kind of elements roaming around in society. This is crazy. Personally, that part exercises me a lot more because it doesn't allow the good ones to operate in society. These crazies are around getting away with murder while the good people have to recede back in society. The ones that are actually going to fix society, the ones that are going to stop corruption, the ones that are going to stop all these useless politicians getting into office, those ones are intimidated and set aside while the crazies are running the shop. That is where the problem should, where we should be exercised about, because nothing is going to happen to him. And who knows, a politician might find use for him someday and say, this guy is a psychopath and he can do all kinds of crazies. Let me bring him out of prison to go and do some crazy stuff. How would you know? Who will tell you?
Let me add something, KJ. Let me add something. So the danger of leaving such human being to walk freely on the street is just too high. Yeah, like what your father said, yeah, it needs to be investigated. Just like he said, if high profile people are involved, they're gonna work on the ground to make sure it's released, to make sure it's free. All kind of things happen in Nigeria, right? They can even use somebody to replace him. That's how bad it can get. Money is involved, high profile people are involved. But they need to know this kind of situation, there is no two ways. You need to make them make this person serve as deterrent to other people. I mean, the manner he carry out this evil is just too much. Like I said again, it was not a mistake. It was a deliberate, well orchestrated act. So he needs to go for it. There is no two way. That's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you so much. Kulata, do you have anything to say before?
Just leave us backstage. That's all I have to say. And calm down.
I won't leave you backstage.
Father, are you gonna set up?
Yeah, I'm being frank. Look at me. I'm telling you, I won't leave you backstage.
What's all your aggros now? Get out, I beg.
Please stop harassing my uncle.
How the people are. I won't take that from you.
On this night, everybody be vexed.
No, you can't come and
KJ, how is KJ so hot today? Everybody say, you know what? Because KJ is hot today, I'm going to believe everybody's hot. Let me say this. You see, you give people who are on the comment the impression that what we are saying we don't know. You didn't go to school. I have a master's in media arts. He didn't go to school more than me, and I had it in 2002. Not today. Okay, so don't think I didn't go to school. If I
that's long ago.
Doesn't make you think that I'm an Igbo man. I'm not ashamed of my accent. I be Igbo. My name, if I'm married name, my Igbo name. So it's not be say I'm not drag anything with anybody. When I come here, I don't think you know. Okay, you don't know. So if you come, also relax, pipe down. You know, as this guy will say, pipe down. Okay. Look at, I'm reading from Anambra State official website. You are still telling me what I'm reading from it is not correct. No. I think you may be. Can you calm down? I think you may be correct. Kolata did what he normally does. I'm not saying I may be. I'm telling you authoritatively. Calm down. You need to understand what happened here. I'm trying to let you know what happened. Sometimes you'll be talking about an issue.
Kolata was correct.
Kolata will change something.
The instigator, you forefather, you came in and said Kolata was correct.
No. See, try to understand. If it is education, this is why wars happen. Because nobody wants to listen. This is why wars happen. No. This is exactly why wars happen. What you do is you are helping to gaslight the people. You know. No. I'm trying to let you know what just happened because I too fell for it. No. See, there's something that happened. You made a point. Kolata changed the goalpost, and you didn't recognize it.
But
That is the
no.
difference.
I did recognize. I still told him that where he's going, he's not the first person. Fansad came here. I was trying to move it to where he wanted. I said, no, that's not what we're discussing. We want to deal with the issue of this young girl. Don't come and tell me about whether there's a system in the... No, I didn't say that. We are saying that the sister of the girl said the governor has given them an assurance that if it gets to that point, they have a judicial system that will fast forward everything. So, and that is simply why I said I went to check the judicial system in Nasarawa State recognizes Sharia Court of Appeal. It is on their website, and you are telling me no, it's wrong. Who is Kulata? I don't care who it is. Maybe people may know him. I don't believe it.
No, you are correct in what you are saying.
But
what he's saying too is correct.
I'm the one handling the show. Now me, they run the show. Not be anybody else.
No,
not anybody.
KJ, I think you are correct. What you are saying, Kolata is also correct, but you guys are saying different things. That's where we are not paying attention.
No. If we are saying different things, I am the one who is the moderator. You follow what the moderator.
Yeah,
is.
you are the boss.
You don't come with your own agenda and begin to try to implement it here. No.
Oh no. I think I was reacting to what he precisely said in terms of the states that do Sharia. He was correct technically, but what you are saying is correct
you react to anything Kolata say now, you know you can't withstand him. So just to give him, you react and submit. No, I'm
what
submitting.
is going on
I'm
tonight?
backing you up, forefather. That's okay. If you
No,
want to start another segment,
I
will support you. No, forefather, you know. As soon as Kolata came in, you didn't even let him finish the sentence. Let's be realistic. You say, yeah. KJ, I think what Kolata saying is right. So you are trying to pet him so that you will not submit as well to Kolata. So what Uncle KJ said, he maintained his lane, and this AY, the instigator here, when Passat came, he riled him up.
Me that is innocent.
I'm trying to agree to the truth. Who cares what that Kolata?
Truth now. Why did you say that when Kolata was here? It's not that he left that you're saying it.
No. I said it that Kolata probably played him by changing the goal. Kolata does that with me all the time when we have a conversation.
People on this
he will change the topic
No,
and say
you're the only one that was smart enough because you've been played so many times and you allowed the play to be played anyhow. And when you came in,
I just came and said he was correct. That's all I said.
Yes, you said, Kulata, you're correct.
Okay, so we are ending on a good note.
No, I told KJ that Kulata may be correct. I wasn't talking to Kulata even. I was telling KJ that Kulata may be correct.
Okay, so why did you say Kulata will be correct? Not knowing and not doing the research Uncle KJ just pulled out. Why did you say that?
Yeah, because Kulata made a categorical statement. Said Sharia doesn't exist. Sharia law doesn't exist in
you're even convincing yourself.
That is a categorical statement.
You are helping my case.
How is that? No, he's literally said Sharia doesn't exist in Nasarawa. That is a categorical statement, and he's correct. But what KJ is saying is on a different level, and KJ is also correct. And I didn't know that when I came in.
We never said.
So who do you apologize to? Uncle KJ, do you see that your sister is the only innocent one here?
They are both correct.
Yes, please.
They are both correct.
Yes, they are both correct. My final submission, Uncle KJ.
Yes.
My final submission is thank you for bringing, highlighting. Uncle Passat, if you're listening, please, next time, when you come and join the panel of where we're having on the conversation, please stay on the topic. Don't distract us and start talking about something else. AY, learn to respect your father. They said, even me, the daughter, I don't have respect. So we are in the same boat. So, Uncle KJ, I really love what you did with this topic. You highlighted it in a way that you're so right. This could be, the age of this lady, I'm old enough to be her mom because my daughter is going to be 23 this year. Come on.
You have a 23-year-old.
I'm not talking to you. I'm making a statement. Thank you.
Okay.
The point I'm trying to make, thank you. The point I'm trying to make is let us be, before we say anything for a family that's lost a loved one, let's learn to have empathy, whether we agree with what is going on or not. And I think that's, Uncle KJ, I just want to thank you for stopping Uncle Pansat from turning this to be something it's not. And that's what makes you the moderator you are. Thank you, sir. To you, Kolata, I really enjoyed that you came in. But you should have come in when Passat was here. You didn't do well. Thank you, sir. That's my final submission.
Thank you so much, everyone, a single one of you. You did such a wonderful group of people. What I don't like in my life, you see, and my early life now for military school, what I don't like is you trying to tell me what to do. You don't have any right to do that. If you don't, I don't know whether he's called Pansar or whatever is. I mean, not Pansar, but Kolata. I know you like to, mess with all, but you can't try that with me. At least just today be the last time you try it. You can't come into a panel that we already have our agenda, you bring your own and you want to roll it over everybody who is here. It's not in your place to ask the moderator a question. The question that comes from one direction. If the moderator feels like having a dialogue, which is a different thing, but you don't come and begin to determine how the direction of the discussion should go. It's not in your place. You don't do that. Most of you come here and do these things. You don't do it in other places where you go to participate in. I don't know what makes you think that when you come to Dr. Damages, you determine what you have to talk about and how you should talk about it. If that be the case, go somewhere else or you can start your channel and do that. But as long as this channel is concerned, anybody moderating will determine what is the direction of the.
Oh, KJ is stuck. Are you gonna set up a new stream?
Not tonight. Not tonight.
You have date? Okay.
No.
You
But
finally
leave
fire
him
your
alone. He
wing.
has a
You
date.
finally
Leave him. Is the date he has is ChatGPT.
Yes.
Fire your wigless lady.
So much, one of you. We really enjoyed our time. Unfortunately, I see Forefather, I don't know, maybe he's setting up another group so you can wait. But we're already hitting 7 hours, and of course, you know the rules already is
3 hours.
3 hours. So
No, I'm not holding a new stream. Those people that
there
are
are things to
asking,
discuss.
if you remain here, I could remain here, but I'm not starting a new one.
Yeah, so
Fumi has been asking about you.
We are signing off.
Okay, Forefather, why don't you just put your part 2 like you normally do? Why are you acting like
No, not necessarily. We can just stay on this one. We'll just talk a little bit.
Let's stay here for 1 hour now.
No.
It's too long.
The rule. Let me tell you how this thing came about, brother. So you don't
Okay.
think.
Just close it.
No, KJ, let's not discuss that one here. You know,
Okay,
we know each other. If you want to end it, you can end it.
Yeah. So that's it. We can end it. If you want to end backstage, okay.
I'm not setting up.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm not setting anyone up. Let's go for the weekend, and that's the week, and enjoy our week.
Forefather has no battery. Don't worry, man.
We'll see you guys next weekend. Please take care of yourself. If you live in Nigeria, watch out for yourself. If you live in the US, watch out.
But this night was fun, yeah.
Okay, watch out for yourself. And
okay, KJ.
Okay, good night, sir. Enjoy the new administration coming. And it's been a wrap for today. We enjoyed being with you, and I hope you also enjoyed being with us. And until we come your way again, which is next week, Saturday and Sunday, God be with you all. Have a good night.
Our eyes, oh, compatriots, Nigeria's call obey to serve our fatherland. We love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, now so, Arise, oh compatriots, Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland. We love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom.